here.
Oh, are we using the core cards?
Oh, maybe we are. I did see the tokens earlier, but maybe we're going for the cards.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's easier for the players to sort of parse out.
Yeah.
There we go. And we're into the game. So it is going to be white versus purple. All
Okay.
right. As we get things started out, at least with the primary colors. Obviously, in Battle Spirit Saga, you can put any combination of colors you want in the game. The key thing is that the main synergy within a color is always going to be that you can discount cards by having more of that color on the board. So if you have a 4-color deck, you're going to be paying kind of full price for everything in a lot of cases.
And that being said,
very slow.
Yeah, and there are also a ton of like staples across the colors that you're going to see in the other decks, like Burning Force, for example, being able to remove those Nexuses, as well as some of those lower 3,000 or less BP bodies, as well as Absolute Ice Shield being the staple across set 1, right? Everyone is playing Absolute Ice Shield. It is the best defensive card currently available, and I don't see it leaving the format anytime soon for the next couple of sets.
It's gotten a lot quieter in the venue as the players are focusing up here. There's the dice roll. So 6 for our player on the left.
And then 5.
Hopefully we'll get names up there at some point. And then on the right.
Yeah, and so, and do you have a preference currently going first or second in Battle Spirit Saga? Because there are quite a bit of differences, right?
I mean, I haven't, honestly. There's always like evolving schools of thought on it. Right now, I think if you're playing an aggressive deck, you generally want to go first because you generally want to be, developing a spirit, even if you can't attack with it on turn number 1. Obviously, you don't have the core generation on turn number 1 as the attacking player. Those are the two things you miss. You miss out on the core gen and the attack. There's a fist bump we get started. So I think if I'm control, I go second. If I'm aggro, I go first. I think that's basically about it. So, yeah. So we've got Morley Tang on the left, and we've got Brandon Niels on the right. Neves on the right.
And so with the white player, he is playing white control, and what he says makes his deck unique is the ability to set the pace of the game to a halt, which, if you're playing Elk, Enterprise, Pegasion, cards like that, definitely really great
essence of control,
And then Brandon over here is playing purple mid-range, which, a little bit of that early aggro, a little bit of that late-game style, and yeah, he says what makes him unique is that he's trying some really interesting purple cards in his sideboard, and I'm curious to know what those sideboard cards are. Is it going to be an extra copy of Nemesis? Is it going to be some curse removal? A lot of stuff going on, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, and so going into this matchup, I definitely do think that by default, I think across all card games, going first kind of just feels really nice. Going able to go first means that you get onto the board as soon as possible. You start establishing your plays, and with Battle Spirit Saga especially, having cards on your board does contribute towards that cost reduction. So it's really important.
That's a big thing.
Yeah, so it's really important to start having some of those nexuses, creatures, etc., to start contributing towards reducing the cost of your other cards. But it does look like we are going to head and play Rocket City for the first play of the turn, as well as giving Rocket City the Soul Core, because, why not at that point?
I mean, and Rocket City, card a lot of people are putting in white right now.
Yeah, and so Rocket City at level 1 and level 2, whenever you do block during your opponent's attack step, it does give you plus 1,000 BP for that entire turn. So there are also cards in white that can block twice. So because it's the 1,000 BP for the entire turn, if you were to refresh that spirit, it will still maintain that 1,000. And we do go ahead, and I believe that is Aglavale.
I think so, yeah. There's a little bit of a glare there, but it does look like an Aglavale.
Yeah, and so Aglavale is level 1. When the spirit is destroyed, I believe if it has a Soul Core on it, it is a draw 1. And so he's going to go ahead and swing at Aglavale in, and it does look like Mortley went ahead and took the damage, so going ahead adding an additional core to his reserves. But having the Rocket City established early game is really, really impactful, because Rocket City at level 2, whenever your opponent draws a card on their turn, they also have to discard a card. So having multiple Rocket Cities set up does mean whenever they draw one card, they do have to discard 2 cards.
Right. Now, a little damage early is not something that Mortley's going to be really worried about too much, right? If you're playing control, you're accepting the fact that you're going to lose a couple life early on as you establish the board. But again, you want to get to what we're talking about. Oh, all right. And he's just going to bounce it immediately.
Yeah, the Valkyrie Mist coming right on out. Valkyrie Mist, I believe, is a 4 hard cost, but it has cost reduction symbols of 3, if I remember correctly. So this is a really, really cheap Valkyrie coming on down. And then because the Aglavale was bounced, that does mean you bypass Aglavale's when destroyed effect. So no draw power getting here for Brandon. And the Valkyrie is going to go ahead and swing in, giving it over that core. So Brandon is going to head and start off his turn with, I believe, what is that? 6 cores, and then going 7 or 6 cores, I believe.
Yeah.
A little bit hard to see with the little cores themselves, but
yeah, exactly.
Oh, so we're going to go ahead and see Beldegor actually coming out. This is the alt art that came out from set 1, and Beldegor is 3 cost fully, and then on play level, well, when summoned level 1, you can destroy an exhausted spirit that costs 4 or less. And this is a card that has a lot of recursion throughout the entire game with the immortal ability. So during either player's attack step, if a spirit that costs 4 or 5 is destroyed, you can then resummon the Beldegor. He doesn't cost anything to resummon, minus the 1 core to maintain him, and then he can reuse his win summon effect. So a lot of mid-combat potential coming out from Beldegor.
Look at this, too, and he gets a imp out on the board as well, able to swing in for another damage, and I think an important thing to think about in Battle Spirit Saga, too, is that when you do damage to your opponent, you're also ramping them, right? Because they move that core from their life to their reserve, and so that does give them more ability to spend things, which if you're playing as a control player means bigger stuff comes out sooner.
Right.
So, obviously you need to be able to take out someone's 5 life to win the game, but at the same time, you are giving them more resources. So it looks like 6 cores available right now for Mortley.
We've seen a lot of players, what their strategy tends to be is that they just choose not to swing for a little bit of the early game to deny their opponent that ramp.
Yeah.
And then once they establish those late game boards, like we previously mentioned, the Elk Enterprise, or maybe set up for a Cursed Dark Bishop, Cursed King combo, you're just looking for those angles. And so we do see the Devilish Prankster Imp, like you previously mentioned, over on Brandon's side, but White is going to go ahead and drop the Maiden Fula coming on, which this card is
huge against purple.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic versus purple. It is immune to core drain on itself, and any spirit with a soul core on it is also immune to core drain. And then this,
you can see tossing right in the snowflake.
Yeah, and this is also another really fantastic card against the purple deck because it is armor against red and white, I believe, on level 1, and then at level 2, whenever this spirit would block, it will go ahead and bounce a card that has Confront or Curse.
Yep, that's right. And obviously a lot of people taking it in, specifically anti-red because it is armor red, but with that level 2 ability, it's also going to be good against purple as well.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. Snowflaken is armor against red, not red-white, so apologies for that.
Also, there's not enough cores on it quite yet for it to get that level 2 ability
it is only level 1.
Bounce the curse things. But, I mean, 4 cores on a snowflake, and that's a lot of cores to put on a snowflake.
This is like a really fantastic board setup going in for Mortley, right? You have double Rocket Cities, and purple, notoriously known for when the spirit is destroyed, draw a card. And so if they were ever to draw a card, I mean, discard 2. You're losing so much hand advantage at that point. So not only do you have the card that bounces curse cards, you have core drain immunity, but also with double Rocket City, I mean, as the game progresses, Mortley is going to look for that combo with the Enterprise Elk, and then I believe that it's an Aglavale coming back on down.
I think so. Yeah.
And Aglavale is the spirit that level 1, when destroyed, if it has a soul core on it, you do draw a card, and then also at level 2, it does gain Curse. And so this is, while purple is a little bit at a halt here because of the setup that white currently does have, they are still developing board. That's a lot of blockers that they can still use effectively.
Yeah, it is always a little bit rougher to have some of those purple cards that need to be level 2 to get Curse. Obviously, there's stuff like Camelot Knight that just gets it right out of the gate. So those are things you're looking for a little bit more early in the game. We don't have the players' list yet, so we can't see exactly what they have in their decks, but you'd have to imagine it's going to be in there. So he's going to go ahead and swing.
Yeah, and then because the Snowflaken, I believe?
Snowflaken? I would say Flaken because Snowflake is like,
that's
World
true.
of Ice. I think that's what they were going for.
Yeah.
The names in this game are amazing, by the way.
And so Aglavale is at level 2, so he does have the Curse. And so because the Snowflaken is only at level 1, it does not have the ability to bounce back that Aglavale.
Yeah.
I wonder if at the current moment that Mortley is regretting that choice, because if he had decided to invest into that level 2, he would have been able to deny that Aglavale's potential damage chip.
It's a lot, though,
Yeah, it is a 4-core investment as well. So if he were to go about that, I guess he actually doesn't have enough. He would have to get rid of his head-made Fula in order to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's not worth it at this point to invest that much into a Snowflake, and the bouncing is going to be mitigated by the fact that Brandon's, being able to play a lot of low-cost stuff anyway, so it's just going to kind of come back.
Yeah.
Looks like it is a block being declared from Mortley.
Yes, and so this is Aglavale sitting at 3,000 power versus Snowflaken, which is, because it's only level 1, it is at 2,000. But his Rocket City is at level 2, which means that it is an additional plus 1,000. So they're actually trading at the current moment. Rocket City, once again, coming up really huge here, being able to push specific power thresholds.
Right, so getting 1,000 from each Rocket City, getting that level 1. So, yeah, that does let them trade, like you're saying. So at least you get that. So that's why the block makes sense.
Yep,
Rocket City buffing it, get to trade out. not bad.
And Aglaville is going to go ahead and draw a card, but then Rocket City is immediately going to force him to discard, but he does go ahead and discard the Beldegor. And like we mentioned, Beldegor with its Immortal 4 and 5, having it in your trash is not bad at all. Now you just have to establish those 4 and 5 drop spirits.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it does look like we're going to go ahead and swing Beldegor. Beldegor himself is only a 3-drop spirit, so he will not be able to proc Beldegor on Beldegor. But this is a higher level Beldegor.
Double Beldegor, what does it mean?
Too many Beldegors going on, right? But Beldegor at level 2 is 4,000, and then I believe Fula is not large enough to actually completely block out the Beldegor. But even if it were, I don't think you would ever trade your Fula in this position just because it's such an integral part of your game plan against purple. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and take that core.
Yeah, you're definitely not blocking at this point. I mean, she would be 4, I guess, because you would get the +2. So you would be able to match at least because she's 2,000
with
at
Rocket
level 1.
City.
But like you said, she's got way too much just like overall utility against purple to give her up like that. So yeah, you're going to have to give up a life. That does bring Mortley down to 2, though. So the pressure is on, right? Because Brandon's still at 4. But, you know, now we're getting to the point where there's access to 7 cores right now in the reserve, including the Soul Core for Mortley. And so does he have some of the big stuff to hit the board? Where's the Elk? Where's Fortress Numengard? You know, where's Enterprise? Like, where's the big core control white cards that he's going to need to get out of the situation?
I think that's also another really interesting point is that where are those cards? Because currently for white, unless you splash on a couple of other colors, there's not a lot of draw power coming in for the color outside of Numengard, right? Numengard being when this spirit is destroyed, draw 3, gain 3 cores.
That's a long time to get there, too. You have to play it. You have to put it in a situation to get destroyed. Like, it's...
Yes. So until you get to that point, right, you're not facilitating a lot of cycling. So it might be a little bit more difficult to actually find those pieces for white. And he goes ahead and sets up a 3rd Rocket City. So now whenever you block, you're getting plus 3,000 BP onto your spirits. So this is absolutely crazy. He has 2 Rocket Cities at level 2 as well. So now it is discard 2 whenever you do draw that card.
And like, you just don't want to draw outside of your draw step if you're Brandon right now. You're going to be discarding 3. That's going to be... It's going to be rough, right?
And so he does go for the Dragon Naga. And Dragon Naga at level 2, I believe, is if this card attacks, it has a Soul Core on it, you do draw a card. So this is going to go ahead. Oh, level 3. I stand corrected.
It does get Curse at 2. That's the big thing there, is that having access to Curse right away is going to be the important factor here.
Yeah, and so he did invest his Dragon Naga to level 3, so it is a mandatory draw 1. Which
there you go, yeah.
He will have to go ahead and discard 2 cards because of the Rocket City. He goes ahead and discards a 2nd Beldegor, as well as a Burning Force. Burning Force being one of the few cards in the game currently that have interaction with opponent's Nexuses, as well as just small weenie removal, because that card can actually remove
Deadly Balance.
Right? Oh,
comes out the super the Altar Deadly Balance. I love those.
And with Deadly Balance, he is going to have to remove that Fula. There's not a lot of choice here because there's not another creature. And so that problematic card is now completely taken care of. So this Dragon Naga, unless there's a flash step reaction, is going to be taken care of.
I think Mortley's in big trouble here in game number 1.
Oh, but the Ice Shield comes on out.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. It's like just when you think it was dangerous, Ice Shield comes out. That's going to end the attack step as well. If it happens, it's going to prevent the life loss. He, theoretically lost one, then got it right back again from the Ice Shield. But the most important thing is that Brandon can't attack him again after that, because you would imagine that he did pay that.
Right, and with the Ice Shield, because you can only have the 4 Ice Shields in your deck, it does look like they're going to go ahead actually scoop and go to game 2, it looks like.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is you had the Ice Shield come out, but at the same time, the board state for Brandon was still very scary. He was going to be able to develop it even more the next turn. And we don't know what when it was in Mortley's hand, but you have to imagine that it probably wasn't fantastic if he just goes ahead and concedes in game number 1.
And I think that's the really big thing, though, right? Is that because you're not having a lot of that draw power in your deck, it's really hard to find those combo pieces that are going to completely put your opponent on freeze. And so we might see some Star Blessed draw being sideboarded in here. I'm personally a fan of at least 2 Star Blessed in my white deck just because I need that extra draw power.
When I was looking at lists earlier, I was seeing people generally run like 2 standard in main board, and obviously, there's been a couple weeks between some of the last events and now, so there's been a lot of iterations and play groups and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I think that's what you're kind of looking for. Like you said, white doesn't have the greatest draw, so you're gonna have to make it work, right? And Star Blessed draw is kind of the way to do that right now.
Yeah, and so what do you expect with both players that are going to sideboard in here? Because obviously Battle Spirit Saga, it gives you quite an expansive sideboard, and there's a lot of different variety that you can play. Like, for example, if the Rocket Cities are becoming an issue for you, then you can go ahead and look to side in additional Burning Forces. You could also go ahead and side in cards like I believe it's Spear Angel to deny Rocket City's level 1,
Mm.
as well as some of Purple's Purple Nexus's level 1 abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine we're going to see, well, we could possibly see a couple more Blaze to try to handle more of those Nexuses. Some of the smaller spirits as well that might come out early. You're not, obviously Armor Red is going to, put a damper on some of that.
Yeah.
But before that happens, you can maybe do a bit of it. But we'll see. I don't know if, obviously Brandon, now that he knows what Mortley's playing, is going to make some changes. But things seem to be operating pretty smoothly here. But we know there's board states for white that just absolutely lock purple out.
Yes.
So if Mortley can get there in the next 2 games, then we could see the series go the other way.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely why the card draw is so important, because you have to find those cards specifically that you're siding in, right?
Definitely.
You're having to rely on the pick a Scion in the early game to stave off a little bit of Purple's aggression.
Yeah.
And Purple, a lot of people are still trying to figure out what the most optimal build for Purple is. You have Purple Aggro, Purple Mid-Range, and Purple Control. I'm personally a fan of the Mid-Range variant just because you have a little bit of best of both worlds.
Lets you do both, yeah.
Right, exactly. But that isn't to say that the other 2 variations of Purple are any worse or any better. I think they're all very, very viable in their own regards.
What do you think about players that use card covers that are not the color of the deck they're using? Because we have both players guilty of that right now. You have the purple player with white sleeves, and we have the white player with orange sleeves.
So one of the strategies I used to employ back when I was much younger, specifically in my tournament days, is they have like character sleeves, right? They have like a certain character from the TCG on it.
Sure.
And I would use those character sleeves and put it on, and I would have like the deck box, the sleeves, etc., like all the accessories for a specific deck, and then I would just be playing a completely different deck.
You scumbag.
Yeah, look, man, if it influences how they go first or second, I mean, just like, oh well, I just like the character, shrug.
Maybe. I mean, that's the thing. It's like as a tournament player, you have to be like, well, I can't take any of this seriously. I have to actually just like play the best general opening and see what they've got.
Yeah, and I think really for any card game, but especially Battle Spirit Saga, is that knowing what color your opponent is playing with that sideboard, whether to go first or second, there's a lot of nuance that really goes into your decision making that can make or break how the flow of the game is going to go ahead. This is probably the card game, one of the best card games in terms of skill expression currently on the market. And there's very little actual RNG involved in this game because the only RNG involved with Battle Spirit Saga is that card draw RNG. So there's not a lot of external factors that are influencing the game. There's not a lot of check top deck for some crazy mechanic happening at the current moment.
I mean, when you have passive resource generation, that obviously helps a little bit too. Having certain colors have access to much better card draw than other colors does certainly change things a little bit. But I mean, everybody's running Star Blast Draw at this point, or at least a lot of people were. I've heard lately a couple of people say that it's not as good as people were saying it was. It's not as much of an auto include.
Right.
And as you play the game, the more you figure out, little combos between certain cards, little synergies that you maybe didn't notice before, then you can make more out of hands that previously you were like, oh, I just need to draw more cards to get to the more obvious synergies, So
one thing interesting to note is that neither player opted to mulligan. They actually decided to both keep their hands, and we do see the Pegasus Scion coming right on out. And so this is going to give a lot of problems for Brandon just because of that armor purple, as well as that level, I believe it's 2 and 2/3. You can block exhausted. This card can block spirits with 2 or less cores even while exhausted, if you have Soul Core.
And that's a really interesting way of the wording is really interesting on this because a lot of other cards are levels or BP, but this is number of cores actually. So it's got a much wider range of cards that can affect on a given turn. And that combined with the armor purple is going to make it a really, really good card. But we do have Purple Smoke Valley coming out. For Brandon.
So Purple Smoke Valley is actually one of the cards that a lot of purple players are using against aggressive style of decks. Just because whenever you destroy your opponent's spirits by reducing their cores to 0, you do draw an additional card. So this is going to facilitate a bit more draw power for Brandon. And then the Camelot Knight with the Curse is going to go ahead and swing in. Curse, mind you, does have the target, so the armor does grant you immunity to it, I believe.
And I mean, the other thing too is no Rocket Cities this time early on for Mortley, and yeah. So since Curse doesn't target, you would still lose that if you do block it.
Okay, so I've been updated that it would still affect it.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yep. It's like a lot of other games where if it's not specifically targeted, then it does get through things like armor and protection, things like that. Another head ice made Fulla.
Yeah, so white is sitting on a really, really fantastic board state against purple. You're having your anti-aggro card, your anti-core drain card, just really great, fantastic, really great board state coming out from Mortley. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Brandon to break through it, but he did break through a very similar board state on game 1, and so maybe he has some sideboarded cards that will allow him to actually break through the setup as well. But we are going to go ahead see the Pegasion go ahead swing in. He is going to go ahead and take that damage. That's an additional core in his reserve.
Yep.
And the Pegasion with the soul core attached at level 2 will be able to also just block out the cards.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't need to attack with Ice Maid Fulla. Obviously, there's another Aglivor, I believe, coming in. Aglagor?
I think it's Aglavale.
Aglagor?
Aglavale? I think it's Aglavale.
I'm combining 2 different cards.
Oh, it is Aglavale. Yeah.
Aglavale, yeah. There you go. Either way, a card that does get Curse at level 2.
And no Rocket City on the side of Mortley, so he will not be losing cards from his hand. But the Deadly Balance is going to come on out, and he's going to pop the Aglavale, so this will facilitate additional card draw as well.
Yeah, had the Soul Core on him, so he does get the card draw out of Aglavale.
And with because of Pegasion armor red-purple, that does mean it is not a viable target for Deadly Balance to target, so he has to get rid of the head-made Fulla.
Yep, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, you can't pick the target either as that because of the armor purple, right?
And
the effects of your opponent's stuff. So actually, can you target it yourself because it's not an well, it is an effect of your opponent's card.
It's an effect by your opponent's card.
You are choosing, but it's the opponent's effect. Yeah.
Right.
Another devilish prankster imp for Brandon here.
This is actually a card that I personally haven't seen a lot, so I think this might be a more recent adaptation. But to my knowledge, this card wasn't played a whole ton in the earlier launch events.
No, I didn't see it in a lot of the earlier lists when I was getting ready for this either. So, basically...
so the Prankster Imp is whenever one of your opponent's spirit... select an opponent's spirit with one of your shadow spirits specifically. So that's a special archetype. Reduces your opponent's life. You can remove a core from it and place it into your opponent's reserve. So if this does connect, it will be going ahead and using some of that core drain. Of course, the Pegasion is immune to this core drain ability, and if he does draw into another Fulla, that also will prevent the Imp from going off. But this is a nice little... I'm gonna use the word on hit pressure, if you will, just to deny your opponent a little bit of comfortability, right? Making it a little bit more awkward for those decisions.
Camelot Knight is shadow, so it does activate
nice.
Devilish Prankster Imp's ability in this particular case.
Yeah, and so because whenever you take damage, that does become a new resource for your reserve. The decision making is, do you decide to block this and then slow down a little bit of your ramping? Do you take it and then ramp a little bit more? But then if you take it, now you're letting the Prankster Imp take away one of your cores. Granted, this specific board state...
Yeah, he's not worried about it right now. Pegasion can't be targeted by purple, so that particular combo doesn't do anything at the moment. But it does make Mortley kind of think a little bit more, like if I put something else out there that doesn't have... armor purple, I need to maybe invest an extra core or 2 on it to make sure it stays at the right level I want it to be at, or just lives in general too.
Yeah, and so we haven't seen a lot of card draw come out from Mortley's side, whereas Brandon has the Aglavale with the Deadly Balance combo, so he did get an additional card, and then he also has the purple Smoke Valley getting some more card advantage as well.
Right.
But
burst loaded up.
Yeah, and I mean, how many bursts can you really have in the current set 1? You have Absolute Ice Shield.
It's almost certainly Absolute Ice Shield.
It could be Dream Bomb as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It could be Dream Bomb.
I've seen Holy Elixir coming on out in some decks, but the Burning Force, one of my personal favorite cards, is going to go ahead and snipe the Camelot Knight as well as the Prankster Imp.
I mean, we talked about cards that are in pretty much every deck right now. Nearly everyone has a Burning Force, at least in their main deck or their sideboard.
Yeah.
Just for this exact reason. Yeah, you can get rid of Nexuses, but more importantly, you can take something out with 3,000 BP or less.
Yeah, and so there's not a lot of Nexus interaction currently in set 1 of Battle Spirit Saga. Also, Burning Force is one of those key staple cards allowing you to actually interact. We are going to go ahead and see what I believe that's Florence?
Yeah, it's going to be Dark Lancer Cavalier, actually.
My apologies.
I believe you can see the huge lance. And 2 of those.
Yeah,
I believe actually hit the
these
board
are
now.
all win, summon, draw card. No level 2 Rocket City in sight, so he's just going to go ahead and keep that card advantage. And establishing 2 bodies while refilling your hand is a really, really great position to be in at the current moment.
Yeah.
But I'm really hoping that Mortley can go ahead and get into that Enterprise, into that Elk lockdown, because then I think we'll really start to see whether or not Brandon has the tools to break through that combo. But currently pressuring with a double Dark Lancer Cavalier, this is a lot that Mortley is going to have to handle, and because Pegasion only it can block spirits with 2 or less cores, if I remember correctly. And both of these Cavaliers are at 2 cores, so it will be able to block it out. But it is at 4,000 BP. Pegasion is also only at 4,000 BP. So I don't. Do you trade away your Pegasion here?
I mean, you've got 3 life left, so I think you can maybe take one more, but we'll see.
Yeah, and that's the really scary part because until you get to those really powerful top ends for white, losing life this early on is absolutely terrifying because you're not guaranteed to live the turn right after this, right?
Yeah, you're starting to get to a position again that we saw similar to game number 1, right? Where the purple player is just developing more and more stuff. The white player can't get rid of it in time, and your protections are kind of limited, right? And that's kind of where Mortley finds himself in again. So what does he have?
He did go ahead and take that damage, actually.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I feel like you have to take one more damage at this point. I was waiting to see if maybe there was an ice shield that was going to come out, but no, he's just going to take it. Go down to 2. Again, if you're the control player, and if you have the resources and the cards in hand, you can absolutely lock down the board and be okay at 2 life.
And so I don't even think this
but it is scary.
I don't think this is a position you would even need to ice shield in to begin with, right? Just because if he were to swing in the second Cavalier, then he's leaving himself open to getting attacked by Mortley from if he has like a bunch of low end cards.
Yeah,
right?
you got to save it for now.
You have to be a little bit careful because you never truly know what they may have in their hand because obviously he hasn't demonstrated that he has his a lot of his top end cards. There's not a lot of card draw, so a lot of these are unknown factors going into Mortley's hands, and that ice shield can also be used later on into the game.
Right. So Mortley making some decisions, trying to take a peek at his hand. I can't quite see where it is. There's a glare, and the angle is just a little bit too hard.
I believe that's a
Fula.
I think that's another Fula in his hand. If I saw that glimpse, it's a little bit difficult to tell.
We'll see what hits the board.
Yeah, so it does look like we're going to go ahead and commit 4 cores to this play. And then I'm trying to think, because you already have a white card established on your board, so with that cost reduction, there is only a limited amount of cards you can do in terms of your gameplay. And so
it's Buffalong Bill. Well, it's about that time the Buffalong Bill moseyed on out to the field of battle, just bouncing creatures back, but that's just what Buffalong Bill does.
Can you just keep this like for the entire live stream? Like
it's mighty fine. There he is. Droopy guns and all. Why are his guns droopy? That's kind of strange. Either way, he's an extremely good card. Right now at level 2, doesn't get the cool attack steps being affecting. But you can, when he blocks, bounce a spirit back to the hand that costs 5 or less.
Yeah.
So you do have to block, but then again, Curse becomes kind of a scary thing for you. So while Buffalong Bill is a strong card to hit the board, how long will it last is kind of the question now.
You could also block the cursed unit, cursed spirit, and then bounce the spirit back prior to combat actually initiating.
That's true, yeah,
so
combat wouldn't.
Yeah, it's a really fantastic way to play around curse.
That does work, yeah.
This is one of the reasons why Snowflaken, it was such a powerful card into this matchup, is because you bounce the curse spirit back prior to curse actually going ahead and initiating, and you're still getting rid of that body. But it does look like we're going to go ahead and play the Netherworld Castle coming out from Brandon's side. This is a really, really powerful card that whenever one of your opponent's spirits is exhausted, this is during both players' turns, you do go ahead and draw a card. So this is a huge source of draw power if you block, if you attack, and then it does look like, is that the shark?
No, that is the Okapandal coming out. That is
the cursed spirit.
Headless Okapi in a wedding dress. In case you're curious about the card art there. So sad. Like on her way to the wedding, someone apparently decapitated her, so now she's got just like a sad spirit head. But still, beautiful dress.
Yeah, and this is a powerful spirit because it has curse on levels 1 and 2 as well, and it's not as weak as a Camelot Knight, of course. I mean, it's not cheap, but it's still a really powerful spirit. And so I don't think Brandon is likely to pressure on this turn just because you have to get through the Buffalong Bill plus the Pegasion, but establishing these cards to act as a defensive barrier, not too shabby. But no burst yet set by Brandon, so we haven't seen an absolute ice shield coming out of him. I don't think there's another burst that Purple is likely to play, to my knowledge.
Well, I mean, we've seen some surprising things today already, but I think generally you're going to be right with that as the day develops. Who knows? But let's see. Another player announcement.
Yeah.
But it's getting to be kind of a scary spot right now for Brandon because Mortley is starting to develop that board we talked about as a control player where, yeah, sure, you've taken 3 points of damage, but now The good stuff starts
the
showing
elk
up, and
is
there's
dropping
the
down.
elk.
Yeah.
All right.
And so elk is a very, very powerful creature because during the block step, you can't actually destroy your white spirits, to my knowledge. And so this is really powerful against curse, especially. And then if you're at level 2s and 3, if you don't lose a life, if you don't lose a life for that turn during your opponent's turn, you go ahead and burn their core. So they don't get that directly to their reserve. It does go ahead straight to the trash.
Now, he doesn't have that online quite yet. Only 3 cores on the Divine Moonsky Beast Fanatec Elk. One of the longest names in the game.
Mouthful, yeah.
that elk has a lot of names.
But it is now at level 2, actually, so he will have that end of opponent's turn ability.
Oh, yeah,
online.
he does. You're right. My bad. For some reason, I thought that was only 3, but
that's all good. But also another really interesting thing to remember is that whenever you use a card during the flash step or paying for your burst, you can use pre-existing cores that are on your spirits, right? Doesn't necessarily only have to be in reserve. So it gives you a little bit of flexibility in terms of your lines of play.
So now going back over to Brandon's side, as he's the turn player again, as we can see, now you're kind of stuck a little bit. You're like, all right, well, what are my big late game combos to break this board?
It would have to be the Baculus plus the Infernal Curse King Dragon, right?
That's generally what you're going to go for, right?
But no Enterprise has been established yet. So,
Imp again.
Yep, so we do go ahead and see another Imp. This Imp is for relatively cheap. It's only for 1, and then the 1 core to maintain itself. And then he's going to go ahead and level up his Netherworld Castle to level 2. And so in this current situation, the Netherworld Castle is during...
Netherworld Depths. Yeah.
Oh, Depths, my apologies. During your attack step specifically, when one of your spirits is blocked, you may pay 1 core from the Nexus to destroy the blocking spirit.
Yep.
When the battle ends. And so I believe that does get through... Does that get through Elk? So Elk is, during this turn, the spirit cannot be destroyed by your opponent's destruction effects, or as a result of battle, it cannot have its cores removed by your opponent's effect.
That would be a destruction effect, I would imagine.
Yeah, so
I think the Elk is still safe from that, but other things are not. Yeah, so maybe you do that on Buffalo Bill.
Yeah, and so
we'll
he is going to go ahead and swing the... How do you pronounce it again? The Okapi?
Okapandle.
Oh, the Okapandle.
Okapandle, yeah. Because it's like an okapi, right? The one of the grazing animals from the I believe it's in Africa, right?
Yeah.
Those are at, I think. But anyway, this is a ghost one. So,
and so
it's an Okapandle.
Elk is going to go ahead and block out this attack, and using Elk's level 1, 2, and 3 ability, it is not going to leave the board, so really strong defense coming out there, and if this is an absolute ice shield, Elk is guaranteed to go off unless this Elk somehow is removed during this combat phase. Not to mention there's still the Buffalo Bill, which will go ahead and bounce back one of these spirits as well if he decides to opt for it.
So the thing with the Buffalo Bill, too, is that at least when you're exhausting these as a blocker, Brandon's going to draw, right, from the Netherworld Depths. So, at this point, you can attack and kind of throw some spirits away to sort of like build your hand, try to find a combo more. I mean, what else are you really going to do? The problem is everything you exhaust, they're going to come back at you, right? They're going to get that refresh step at the beginning of their turn, and they're going to be able to attack you back. So you got to be careful.
Oh, so we are going to go ahead and see what is that? I believe that's suppression. Suppression allowing you to actually block while exhausted if you pay for the soul core, but otherwise it is going to go ahead and give you an additional 3,000 BP during the turn. So getting a lot of those blockers much bigger. And I think one really interesting thing is that if you don't have enough defense as purple here, then white can just absolutely take you out on the following turn because of Elk's level 2, level 3 effect. But Elk did use up his cores actually in order to play the suppression, so no burn coming out at the end of this turn.
Yeah, so that does make Brandon feel a little bit more comfortable maybe, but you are still in a scary spot, right? Because you can put some more cores on the Elk a little bit later. Baculus isn't going to remove the last one. He's going to take it down to 1 anyway, so the Elk is going to be fine there. And here comes Buffalo Bill. Swing it in.
Yeah, and Buffalo Bill is going to go ahead and bounce back that Imp, so those cores will return to the reserve, which I think is a really interesting mechanic, is that whenever a spirit would leave the board, instead of the cores going to trash, they actually end up back in the reserve, so giving a lot of interaction for both players, and that means that's now cores that you can use for your other flash abilities and such.
Right. But what does Brandon have as far as flash abilities go right now?
Well,
that's the thing.
There's no burst set, so there's no threat of absolute ice shield coming on out. And then Morley is a really great position at the current moment, because if he drops, let's say, 2 more bodies, then there's not a lot you can do. Maybe you could deadly balance in order to stop your opponent from having lethal here, but it's definitely a really difficult position to be in.
Deadly balance can't affect the Pegasone, and I don't know if it can affect the Elk as well, because it would be a destroy effect from the
true.
So both of those cards safe against deadly balance for the moment, but you know, anything else Mortley plays, depending on what it is again, could be vulnerable to it. Well, I think we've already seen 2 deadly balance this game, 1 or 2 deadly balance this game.
I think we saw 1 game 1, and then we've only seen 1.
It might be. You might be right. 1 and 1. Yeah, I'm sure it's all going to blend together as the day goes on. So there is some options here for Mortley here.
Yeah.
As we can see, as you could see.
And so
we have to be careful. They can't hear us.
And he's going to go ahead. He's going to level up his Elk, and Elk now being at level 2-3, that does means that he will go ahead and burn away that life reserve. So he doesn't actually have to put a lot of pressure here. He can just play he play a slower tempo game, right? Because if assuming this is absolute ice shield, this is really, really difficult to actually break through, and is going to go ahead and invest some additional cores. This is one of the primary strategies against purple core stacking, right? Is because purple, outside of Baculus, a lot of their abilities is remove X amount of cores, so it's not all of the cores at once. That does mean that it's going to be much more difficult to actually get through this Elk, and Elk is one of your key cards in this matchup.
Right. So level 3 on the Elk at the moment.
And I believe Elk it receives a very significant BP boost as well at the level 3, and he does have a reserve. Oh, the Dream Bomb is coming. Not coming down, but he's replacing. He's replacing that card. I believe. What card is that? I believe that's Dream Bomb. Yeah, that's Dream Bomb, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely.
So in Battle Spirit Saga, you can replace your burst cards, but the card that you do replace is sent to the trash. And so he's going ahead and replace that Dream Bomb. So he actually wasn't even threatening an Absolute Ice Shield, which is one of those scary things about White, because they have so many viable burst spells. They have the Absolute Ice Shield, Counter Sword, Dream Bomb, Holy Elixir. There's just so many to go around. So you really just don't know what your opponent may be having. So that is one Dream Bomb out of the way, but now this actually could be the Absolute Ice Shield.
I mean, it could be. It just looks really rough for Brandon in general right now, you know, because there's ways to bounce. Okay, there's Bacillus. That's going to remove all the cores but 1.
And are we going to see
again? This is
this the Cursed Dragon coming on down?
It might be. We got to talk about that if it's happening, right? Because Bacillus doesn't target. He just removes all the cores but 1 from everything on the board. So that does remove a lot of cores from the Pegasone and the Elk. And now, like you said, is the dragon hitting? There it is. Yep.
And so this is going to absolutely dismantle Mortley's entire board state, because while Baculus reduces all of their cores to 1, we will see the Cursed Dragon reduce... it removes 1 core from everything else on the board, and for every spirit you do destroy, you gain cores onto the Cursed Dragon himself. So now Cursed Dragon is at level 2, 9,000 BP.
I mean, that's exactly the play that we talked about, that Brandon needs to get back into the game. Throws down an Imp as well. I think that was the 3rd one or whatever.
Yes.
But now it's scary,
this is probably the bounced Imp, right? Because Buffalo Bill actually bounced 1 back.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. So the thing is that's got to be an Absolute Ice Shield in Burst, right? Because Mortley hasn't scooped yet, and there's no blockers available. So there's got to be. What? Will we see? Is he going to go down to 1 first, though?
So I think the really, really terrifying part about this is that we haven't seen a lot of card draw coming out from Mortley's side. And so because of that, that board wipe might be actually very detrimental, because he might not have enough cards to actually reestablish a defensive board state. So that Curse King combo might just be too much to recover from.
Yeah, that's the hope anyway for Brandon. And if he's able to do it, that would give him the 2-0 in the series. So Mortley looked like he had it locked down, but the combo coming in for Brandon.
Oh, the Burning Force is coming on down. And so this is because all the spirits were destroyed and all those cores are back into those reserves, that does mean he still has access to those flash cards. He will go ahead and Burning Force away the Imp, but the Cursed King Dragon is going to come on down. And then I feel like if you had an Absolute Ice Shield at that point, you would have just Absolute Ice Shield instead of wasting a Burning Force, right?
You would think so.
Yeah, but it does look like he's going to commit on the Dream
Bomb.
Yep.
All right, so bouncing the dragon back to hand then, and so that's handled.
Yeah.
Now the thing is the dragon is still in the hand, so Brandon does, but Mortley knows Brandon has access.
But this is a lot of cores currently on Mortley's side, and while his hand size isn't huge, there is no defense on Brandon's board. So if he's we do see the mobile Nexus coming on down for 4.
Fortress Newmangard, the Nexus version.
Yeah.
And then there's a
Fuluk coming on down.
Yeah, Fuluk again.
Doesn't look like Mortley has a hand anymore. So it looks like he's at a hand size of 0. So if Brandon's able to push through this, which we do know he has at least the Curse King in his hand, this might be sealing the deal here.
Could be. So Mortley can attack here,
Mm-hmm.
but you are, I guess, maybe a little bit concerned. What would be the concern
Well, so
if the attack comes through?
if this was an absolute ice shield, it does buy you a little bit of extra time just because you can use away the cores underneath the Newman City as well as the Fula, but it does look like Brandon's going to go ahead and set up a burst. This is more than likely going to be that absolute ice shield just because there's not a lot of other bursts you want to opt to use in purple to begin with.
Yeah.
And so in this position, really the ball is in Brandon's park. We are going to go ahead and see Mordred coming on down. Mordred is one of the cards that is able to core steal, I believe, in purple, but the Fula is going to make it immune to the core stealing to begin with. So
Right.
but it is another body to play a little bit defensively with. It's another body that you can still pressure with. It's just, in general, Brandon's in a really good position, and Dark Knight Mordred is now on the screen. When summoned, select one of your opponent's exhausted spirits, remove 2 cores. Doesn't matter in this situation.
Yep.
But when it attacks, select one of your opponent's spirits, remove a core from it. Again, Fula doesn't really care about that.
Right. She and whoever else has a soul core is immune from things that remove cores, is basically what her text says. So safe against Mordred for now.
But Mordred is sitting at 6,000 BP, and the Cursed King Dragon is coming on down. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is not going to kill Fula. It is only going to go ahead and remove one of those cores. But this is, again, a really... Oh, Star Blessed.
Oh, okay. All right. So quick little bit of drawing for Mortley.
Yeah.
Let's see what he's able to draw with that.
So Star Blast draw is triggered when an opponent's wind summon effect is activated. So not an absolute ice shield, so getting at some additional card draw.
Oh, yeah.
That is going to head and go draw 4 cards because it's draw 2 for the burst effect and then draw 2 for the main effect, which you can then use right after. He's going to go ahead and set up another Netherworld Depths. But hopefully at this point you have enough defensive utility to actually survive against this Mordred plus Curse King Dragon combo, because you do have 1 blocker and you do have 1 life, so you are guaranteed to live in this position unless something crazy comes out of Brandon's hand, right?
Yeah. I mean, and now it's on Brandon to kind of like reestablish some of that board, right? He's got something decent down in the, but it's not really an attacker, you know? Oh,
that's
but
yeah.
That's it. All right.
So Brandon is going to go ahead and get game 2.
So I'm excited we're seeing red for the first time ever. Obviously, the hallmark of red, the avatar of Matt Clark, as you can see, there's Jurassic King, Giganorex. This guy comes in. He can become level 3 if you've got just automatically if you have a Pterosaur or an Emperor Beast on the board. And then when he is level 3, all your spirits gain plus 3,000 BP during the turn when he attacks. So he can buff up your entire board. He gets a level 3 where he gets that very quickly. He has Confront, which is annoying to deal with, and he comes out cheaply too because you can get some extra discounts. So he's super strong. He is the backbone of this deck. And he's kind of the finisher, right? You've got a lot of aggression otherwise, but usually it's, there you go, Jurassic King, Giganorex, come in with his giant guns.
So
and I don't mean biceps. I just mean he's got actual guns coming out of him.
So yellow as a deck, they have a lot of access to BP reduction. Like we mentioned very briefly, Angelic Pressure is a great example, minus 3,000 BP. Using the Giganorex, you are able to mitigate a lot of that BP reduction because he will be giving 3,000 BP to your board.
Yeah, very true.
And so it does look like the players are about to get ready right on into the game. Going to go ahead and cut those decks. And we'll see whether who ends up going first, and that makes a really huge impact.
I think so.
Okay, and so does Jesse decide to mulligan? Or he hasn't even looked into his hand yet, actually.
You got to do that first.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's such an interesting mechanic in this game, is that you get to see what your hand is before deciding to go first or second. That's not something a lot of card games let you do.
Yeah, actually.
At least not in this day and age.
I think you're right. Yeah, I believe you're right. But yeah, so it does look like Jesse's opting to hold on to his hand, it seems like. It doesn't look like he's putting anything back. Matt Clark still deciding whether or not he is going to opt for the mulligan.
I was listening to a deck tech, and I'm trying to remember the name of the player, but they were saying that you just do not mulligan in red.
Oh, really?
You just don't ever do it, yeah.
What's the logic there?
The logic is that I think you're going to have a lot of threats early on no matter what. You're going to find something to play. It's kind of like White Ragger in a way where, it's really hard to draw poorly. You're nearly always going to have something inexpensive to throw on the field right away.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense with the limited amount of card draw. You just want the ability to have as many body steps possible to play, but it does look like he did opt for the mulligan actually over on Jesse Smith's side. So starting the game off only with 4 cards in hand, and then the one you draw, obviously.
Right, and I mean, again, like it's only red where the player was saying like do not mulligan. And I think for aggro in general, you shouldn't have to do it quite as much. Whereas on yellow, you're looking for those combos, right? You're looking for the spell cost reduction early on. You're looking for a couple early threats, and you're looking to play a slightly longer game.
And it does look like we are going to go ahead.
Go.
Right
Dino Man.
All right, and so I believe that is going to be the turn 1 play. Really strong start already with the Pterosaur coming on out. I wonder how Jesse ends up responding. It does look like we are going to go ahead and play the Nexus for the Fabled Beast. This is whenever a Fabled Beast is played, you do draw an additional card, but it taps the Nexus, so you are not able to reuse it.
Yep, that's right. And Dino Man is really great to play early on because he does get that kind of level 3 buff. If you have 2 or fewer spirits on your field, obviously he has only 1, so that is at 6,000 BP right now.
Yeah.
So it's going to win a lot of those early fights. But like we were talking about earlier, Jesse just looking to establish a little bit of a stability early on. So just Phantasmal Paradise, like you said, just trying to get a little bit of card draw going, and then just a little bit of blanket buffing in the BP arrangement for that.
Yeah, and so the Bearded Eagle is going to come on right out. It is hitting level 2, I believe, and then his Pterosaur is also still maintaining level 3 because there's 2 or less spirits currently on the board. So really strong start coming out from Matt Clark, already taking away 2 life from his opponent.
Yeah, so I mean, that leaves him with 7 total cores to, or rather, 8 total cores to spend this turn, it looks like.
Yeah, and so one of the really powerful things about the Fabled Beast deck is that a lot of your creatures are very low-ended, so they cost very little.
There he is.
So having established that Nexus, really great start. And yeah, there is the Hippocampi.
Hippocampo.
Hippocampo.
Look, there's a lot of the names in this game, man. And it's blessed as well. Hashtag blessed, Hippocampo. When he attacks, if he doesn't get blocked, if he does damage, you are going to gain a life back yourself.
Yeah, and no blockers currently on Matt Clark's side, so we are going to go ahead and restabilize. And it's not like he lost the core either from his trash reserve.
That's the best part.
Yeah, so he's really just playing up 1 core now.
Yeah.
And then the Penton is going to come on down. It doesn't use any of its abilities as of now, but it's a really strong blocker still.
Yeah, Penton reduces the cost of magic cards by 1, right?
I believe it's the
first one.
It's the
I think it's the first one you play each turn by 1. Yeah. And so that in itself is a really nice bonus to have.
Ooh.
Oh, all right.
The Burning Force coming on down, one of the few Nexus removal cards we currently have in the format, and that is going to go ahead and shut off the Phantasmal Paradise, which is Jesse Smith's current form of advantage plusing.
Yep. So understandable that Matt would want to get rid of that. He's going to swing in with the Bearded Eagle. Now, what does Jesse Smith have to respond to this with? Well, the response is going to be lose 1 more life. It was a life that he had before, so it's fine.
Right. And so he has decided to opt not to swing with his Pterosaur. I'm going to maintain that as a blocker. You don't want to pass over too much. But Jesse in a really interesting position because he does have the Blessed card still, but now there's actually a blocker to deter it. And it is I believe, a 6,000 BP blocker.
Still is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That ability turns off if there's 3 or more spirits on Matt's side of the board. He's just got 2. So, that Dino Man is level 3 right now.
But another Phantasmal Paradise coming right on down.
All right. Why not? I mean, just throw the Phantasmal Paradise in there, get right back into that, theoretical card advantage if all goes well.
And so Phantasmal Paradise, at level 1, it does draw you the additional cards, but at level 2, which it currently is, all of your Fabled Beasts get plus 1,000 BP.
Yeah. And so that means suddenly Pentan is a legitimate blocking option.
Yeah, and so we are going to head. He swings the Hippocampi, I believe.
Hippocampo.
Hippocampo.
You'll get it one
I'll get it one
days.
day. I'll get it one day.
Angelic Pressure, though.
Yeah.
So this does also, let things happen, right? That let him kill Dino Man is reduce the BP By 3,000. Yeah, 3,000 this turn.
And so what's really, really great here is that the Penton did reduce the cost of that card by 1,
Yep.
making this a actual viable play. And so even though his cores were, used to establish this Phantasmal Paradise and everything like that, Penton is going to enable him to get it out. And he is
Makes
going
it free.
Yeah, and he is going to go ahead and take care of that Pterosaur. So yes, the blocking prevented him from healing an additional life, but still you're getting rid of a really powerful threat. And this coming on down, I forget the name, but this is the Pterosaur that is 4,000 base and it cannot block.
Over Reptorian or something like that.
Dilophosa.
It's a Dilophosa. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Over Raptidon, I was thinking of a different one.
No,
yeah.
that's the one.
Dilophosa is a different one, yeah.
And so he's immediately going to follow up with another Burning Force, get rid of that Phantasmal Paradise once again. But still, this is a really awkward position to be in if you are Matt Clark, because as the game progresses into the later stages of the game, it gets a lot more so on Jesse's side just because of cards like the Michaela.
Wow, and Jesse Smith just goes in and takes the damage. Why not? More in the reserve, more to spend, right?
Right.
And, Dilophosa, you might as well attack with it. It can't block.
And so he still does have the 5,000 BP, Bearded Eagle, so it is a blocker to deny, but another Phantasmal Paradise coming on down.
Yeah, I mean, he will just not have a Phantasmal Paradise on the board at this point. That's a third out of the or maybe 4 he's got in his deck. Hard to say. Most people running a full grip of those.
And he does play a magic card. I don't fully recognize it. Maybe you do, Doa.
That is going to be remembering the name. That's going to be Gleam of Hope, right? Our producers on top of it. And so you do get to draw a card right away when it gets played, which is nice. And then it does buff your spirits with Luster or Bless. So that is going to give him a little bit better position to attack from.
So Hippocampi is now sitting at 6,000
Hippocampo.
BP. Hippocampo. Man, one of these days. One of these days.
I love this. We got to do yellow for all the other games today.
It will now swing for 6,000 BP. So it swings over the Blessed Eagle. And it does look like we are going to go ahead and play.
Oh, yeah, there it is. See, I was telling you.
This is the Flying Arc, I believe is what it's called.
That's right. I told you we were going to see that today.
All right.
You doubted me.
I did doubt
There's
it.
the Flying Arc anyway. Yeah. All right, so the reason why this is good is because all your spirits with Luster gain 2,000 BP, which, if you are running that is going to be helpful. Now, none of the spirits on the board have Luster,
right.
so it doesn't help them that much. But when one of your spirits with Luster is destroyed, which this also doesn't help them out, it goes from the trash to your hand. So it doesn't actually go away. It basically just goes back to your hand. So that lets you block with something, have it die, go back to your hand. So now theoretically, Jesse Smith is in a good position to bring out some of those bigger angels, bring out some of the stuff with Luster, and then not worry as much about setting that up as a blocker with a lesser BP or something.
Right. And so this Flying Arc, while it doesn't do anything immediately, this is a card that will contribute towards the cost reduction, but Jesse Smith is only at 2 cards in hand, so might not be a lot to work with if this board were to be removed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky thing is you got to get some card draw going at some point, and that's usually what Pterosaur's power is. You've got multiple avenues of card draw.
That is the Drago Guard, I believe. Drago Trooper?
I think you're correct. Yeah, not Drago Guard.
Yeah,
Drago
this is
Trooper,
Drago Trooper.
Yep.
And then he's just going to go ahead and drop a ton of cards on board. That's a Dragron, Dragron Trooper, as well as a second Bearded Eagle. This Bearded Eagle is, I believe, level 3 now, so a lot of pressure coming out of Matt Clark's side. And then the Dragron Trooper is going to swing for 5,000 BP.
Yeah, it's pretty big. So remember the white aggro games we saw earlier today? We're getting into a similar situation where you've got a lot of big creatures coming out. A lot of them are vanilla or have abilities that, aren't going to out and out remove things, right? But it's just getting to be a ton of attacks presented. And so with Jesse Smith only at 3 life remaining, it is a big concern, especially when one of the spirits on the board is already exhausted.
Right, and not to mention the fact that if Jesse Smith were to use the Penton to block, he is going to lose a little bit of that board presence just because his hand size is not very big. We are threatening a lot right now from Matt Clark's side, and yeah, the Bearded Eagle distributing all of its cores to get 5,000, I believe, across the board. It might be level 3, actually, so a little bit more.
Yeah, moving some cores over to the Dilophosa to buff it just a bit more. I believe that does bring it up to level 2. It should, right?
Yes, it does. But Dilophosa does not have the capability to block, so this is almost guaranteed to be swinging in. But at level 2, it is 8,000 BP.
That's huge, yeah. So, gonna swing with the Dragron Guard first.
and this is swinging for 5,000 BP.
Yep.
Jesse Smith does not have any cores in his reserve at the current moment, so if he does use a flash spell, it will be used from the cores on his Phantasmal Paradise or his Hippocampo.
Got it.
I got it.
You nailed it.
But it does look like we are going to see magic coming out of Jesse's side. I believe this is
that's Exhaust Nexus. Yep. And I mean, so this is what a lot of yellow players will hold in reserve to kind of play at times like this, because it does reduce the BP of all your opponents at this point by 3,000. It wasn't flashed, obviously, or it wasn't bursted, rather.
Right.
So it didn't get that effect of reducing everything by 1,000. Because that is the kind of the crazy thing with Exhaust Nexus, is you can theoretically take 4,000 BP off of everything. But I think 3,000 is going to be perfectly fine. Let him take out the Dragron Guard easily.
And so there are still 3 attacks currently represented on Matt Clark's board, and Jesse is only at 3 life, so he will need another flash spell most likely to stave off this lethal turn, assuming that Matt Clark decides to push for it.
I should mention, too, that Exhaust Nexus, the burst, only matters or only reduces the BP by 1,000 for each Nexus they control. So that wouldn't have even affected Matt anyway, which is why you just go ahead and play it from hand. You don't need to set it up as a burst.
Okay, so it does look like we will take the first attack, and then will he take the Bearded Eagle attack? Does look like he will.
You have to.
Yeah. So the last, it is the Angelic Pressure.
Okay. Yep. So that will remove the spirit by virtue of reducing its BP to 0.
Right.
So it does save Jesse Smith. He stays alive at 1 BP for now, but clinging to life, only 1 card in hand off of that draw.
But if it is a creature, potentially you are threatening lethal on this turn.
Yeah, quite possible. What is it?
It is a creature.
Oh, all right. It's another duck. Well, it's a cat. I'm trying to remember the name. Cat.
I believe it's a Caldipus or something along those lines.
What?
I don't remember exactly what the name is.
Let's see.
I believe in you. You got this.
I'm gonna find it. It's I remember now.
Oh, Caldrius. I was close. I got one letter off.
Yeah, when I said I remember now, I mean I can read it on the screen now.
Yeah.
Caladrius.
But yeah, so it does represent the 3 spirits to threaten lethal, but Matt Clark does have quite a bit of cores in his reserve, as well as 1 card set burst.
Yeah.
Is it an Absolute Ice Shield? Who knows?
Possibly. I mean, the red aggro players do run Absolute Ice Shield generally.
And so he will go ahead and take that first damage. So the Hippocampo will heal 1 with the Blessed.
That is pretty big, too. I mean, you get your opponent so close to death, and then Hippocampo swings through and gains you another life. #blessed. Caladrius, though, he's a doctor.
Yeah, and
so but he hasn't sworn the oath to do no harm. He wants to harm Matt.
And so one of the really important things is that Hippocampo is a 4,000 BP spirit at level 2, thus putting it out of range of the Burning Force. So even if Matt Clark did have 1 in hand, it's not like he could really stop it from actually connecting.
Very true. A quick look at the trash from Jesse. And keep in mind, too, that the Caladrius does have luster. So it is affected by Arc. So it is going to be buffed a little bit more. It's a big bird.
But on this turn, or going into it, this is, I would imagine, an Absolute Ice Shield. I'm not really sure what other bursts this could be. It could be Star Blast Draw, actually, since it is red. But
could be. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, it's an Absolute Ice Shield.
Okay.
Yep, there it is. So with only 1 blocker remaining on Jesse Smith's side in the form of the Penton, there is a lot of tempo currently with Matt Clark's side, with 2 creatures still remaining, one of which cannot block, so do keep that in mind.
Yeah.
He goes ahead and sets another card, and yeah, that's that.
Yep, and so at the end of the day, it looks like that's just enough for Matt to get over Jesse Smith's blockers, and that means game 1.
But for game 1, despite Red Pterosaur being hyped up to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest deck in the format, Jesse Smith's yellow deck was putting up quite a fight, actually.
It was very close.
Yeah, using cards like I believe, Exhaust Nexus is what it was called, correct?
Yeah.
Exhaust Nexus plus the Angelic Pressure for the minus 6,000 BP is actually pretty powerful. But the question now is, what do you sideboard going into game 2?
I think you sideboard, sure, obviously like a concern there too. But what's going through my mind right now is thinking to myself that, like, if I'm Jesse Smith, I'm like, wow, he was able to do 7 health and damage to me.
Yeah.
Because he gained back, like, I think it was 2.
I believe it was 2, yes.
Yeah. So not only did Pterosaurs burn through the 5 life, it did a 2 extra,
Yeah.
So if you can't stop someone from doing 7 damage to you during a game, that does get a little bit concerning.
So I can definitely expect to see some board removal coming into Jesse Smith's from his sideboard, maybe some AoE removal from purple, maybe a little bit of white for the bouncing, but
Yeah.
he just needs something to slow down the speed of the game state.
I mean, with this deck from Jesse Smith, like anything's on the table. It's definitely not your typical Fable Beastless. It looks similar to some of the stuff we've seen, but obviously, like he's added a luster element to it too, which, I guess you can do. You can cut out some of the bigger beasts from other colors, like a lot of beast players running like a couple enterprises and things like that.
Yeah.
If you decided to cut those out, you can bring the luster package in then.
When you say enterprise, the white card?
Yeah.
In yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, is
Fable
that?
Beast. Yeah. Usually the list run like 2 enterprises generally.
Really?
Yeah. You can, but then again, shout out to my buddy Cosmic from our Discord from a different game. But we talk about a bunch of Flesh and Blood in there, or not Flesh and Blood, a bunch of Battle Spirit Saga in there as well. Forget what I just said. Anyway, he did bring up the fact that you can run that luster package instead of the bigger beast package, which.
That sounds really cool, actually. I like the sound of that a lot. I kind of want to see that now.
Well, it keeps it more like fully yellow, right? So there is that.
I think going into this game too, I do expect Jesse to side out some of his Nexuses, just because playing that Nexus initially is going to be a bit of a tempo loss. Because outside of Phantasmal, the Flying Arc doesn't necessarily net you any immediate tempo. So I could see Jesse Smith siding some of those out in exchange for some more board removal, or maybe some few more creatures.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, Burning Forest, still will get rid of those Nexuses easily. But the funny thing, he had it didn't matter how many Nexus removal tools
Phantasmal
came
Paradises.
But maybe you're right. Maybe less Nexuses, maybe more board presence is going to be the way to go. The fist bump as we begin game number 2, and it looks like Jesse Smith is on the play here.
And there is the Cathedral.
There it is. Yep, Cathedral comes down. And so, we thought there might be less Nexuses. No, definitely the same amount of Nexuses, if not more. Maybe. We'll see. But so this one does let you get a core from Void to reserve when one of your yellow spirits is destroyed. So you do get to ramp a little bit with this one, as you can see. And then you also draw a card whenever one of your yellow spirits is destroyed if it's up at level 2. That does take 3 cores. That is very expensive to get through. So a lot of players just play it for the first level for most of the game.
And Matt Clark is going to come on down with 2 Pterosaurs coming straight towards Jesse Smith. This is a really, really powerful start, actually. There's not a lot of breathing room if you are in the position of yellow.
Yep, over Raptidon, and then Dino Man as well coming through.
All right, and so we will go ahead and see the Hippocampo coming on down. There is no blocker on the side of Matt Clark, so I believe this will most likely result in a heal 1 for Jesse, which, if you're in this position, fantastic. But that's another 2 attacks you still have to deal with on the following turn at minimum. You might need to invest in another blocker, which, hey, there's the Pentan coming on down.
Yeah, and I think it's reasonable to, we'll see if he does or not, but I think it's reasonable to attack with Hippocampo. He's going to do that because, sure, you might lose that life right back again when your opponent attacks, but you've gained a core, remember? Because that core that goes to your life when Blessed activates comes from the Void. So you still get that one that you lost originally that went to your reserve. So it is, net positive cores by doing this.
And so Jesse Smith is in a position where, with the Blessed Cathedral, this is a card that will ramp you significantly. So if he were to block with the Panton to deny some of his life being taken away, he can gain a core from that reserve, from the Void.
I think it's really cool, too, because Magic is expensive in this game.
Yeah.
The Magic cards are extremely pricey. So the faster you can get up to a high core count, the faster you can start implementing those, and the faster that luster package comes online.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so we are going to see Matt Clark playing his own Nexus, the Scorched Battlefield.
Yep, that's right. So all of his red spirits gain 1,000 BP, and he draws a card and reduces his opponent's life. So again, we talked about ramping things up a little bit, not necessarily on the core side, but hand size. This is one of those things that gives red that draw that everyone else is kind of jealous of.
Yeah, you would expect red, historically speaking, to be one of the colors with less card draw, but actually it is second only to purple in set 1 of Battle Spirits, to my knowledge.
It's a lot. The Overraptidon coming through at level 2, so that's 3,000 BP, 4,000 if you add the Scorched Battlefield.
But it is going to be flash reaction with the Angelic Pressure, so Penton will be just big enough to actually trade with it.
Yep, correct.
And so with the Penton being taken out, that does proc the Cathedral, and he will go ahead and swing his last Pterosaur, so the Hippocampo is now open to proc that Blessed.
Interesting. All right. Putting down another Caladrius as well. And so now the Luster stuff starts to come online, right? Doesn't really have anything in the reserve, but he does have the ability to have a bunch of cores on his spirits right now, so you can use the high levels to maybe go in and swing, and then you have enough cores to maybe pull off of them and keep them alive to flash a spell out or something.
Right, and so for those of you that do not know what Luster is, Luster allows you to grab back all the magic cards that you had expended throughout the card, refueling your hand.
During a battle.
Right, and it does look like he is just going to go ahead and swing his Caldrius. Does Matt Clark decide to take this? Because that burst could very well be so an absolute Ice Shield, which will then deny the Hippocampo from actually swinging and gaining another life.
Yep, that's right. It could still attack, but the ability wouldn't end up working out.
Right. It does look like he will go ahead and take that, so this may not actually be a absolute Ice Shield. This could very well be a Star Blessed draw, but it does look like we're going to go ahead. I believe this is the Volcanic Break, I want to say.
Yeah, this is one, I feel like I haven't seen
it's
in as many decks yet.
Right, and this is pops a 3,000 or less BP Spirit, but if you expend a Soul Core in the cost of it, you actually pop 6,000 or less. So
there you go.
This does hit the Hippocampo because Hippocampo is only 4,000 BP. So really fantastic response from Matt Clark having that card. I imagine this is actually probably a sideboard card that he was holding out on.
Almost certainly. I think, you maybe buff the removal a little bit from the red side of things, then you can start sort of pushing through more. So now, I mean, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Jesse again. He's got the Caladrius out there, but it doesn't really seem to... He didn't seem to have any big spells to help him out on that particular turn. That said, decent hand size. We'll see what he can accomplish here defensively.
He has a burst set up and everything too.
Exactly,
Likely an absolute Ice Shield to buy him a little bit of that extra time.
Yeah. What's the first play going to be for Matt?
Looks like we're going to go and play a Dilophosa, I believe it's called.
Yep. You can kind of tell by the glowing cores on the side there, too.
And he is going to be 8,000 BP at level 2. And then he's also going to play a Bearded Eagle, which is a 5,000 BP creature. So a lot coming out here. But because he has now more than 2 spirits, his Pterosaur is now back at level 1.
Yep, that's true. So Dino Man a little bit weak here, but that's okay. He's not too worried about it because he's got so many different swings. There's suppression. Well, now Dino Man is worried about it. Now he is just dead. His BP reduced to 0. And so here's where the spells maybe start to come in a little bit.
Right, and so with that Scorched Battlefield, what would have happened if he had taken that damage from that Pterosaur is he would have drawn an additional card.
Yeah.
But because of that Angelic Pressure resolving before that, he is denied that draw power. So Jesse Smith really mitigating a lot that could happen, and there is the absolute Ice Shield coming on down to end the turn.
Yeah, nice foil Ice Shield to keep himself alive. And we're kind of getting into the mid-late game here a little bit. The boards are still obviously not super developed here, but we're getting pretty deep into the players' decks right now. And that absolute Ice Shield, people calling it the MVP card of the set, kind of hard to argue with considering what it does,
And so if you are in Matt Clark's position, you have no blockers. You are only at 3 cores at the moment, not 3 core, 3 life at the moment. So Jesse Smith could just, hit the gas pedal a little bit on this turn, but of course that burst is threatening you just a tad. I think it's very interesting, however, is that
all right, there's Michaela.
Yeah.
Coming in, and so let's talk about Michaela a little bit because she is kind of the MVP of the Luster package here. So again, the big thing for her is her level 2, which she has put her at right now. Got 4 cores on her, and so that means that, and the Soul Core, it means that you can play magic cards from your hand without paying the cost.
And so the Michaela did grab an Angelic Pressure, so that's another strong defensive and possibly offensive tool for Jesse Smith to use. I think what's really interesting is on the prior turn when he swung with Caldrius at first, the attack went through, and then Matt Clark opted to use the Volcanic Break against the Hippocampo, which may indicate that this may not be an Ice Shield, or he's holding it for a much more offensive-oriented turn.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned earlier, too, that, red plays Star Blessed Draw. I mean, a lot of people do, but it is a red card, so it could be that as well.
And we do see that Jesse Smith will actually just opt to pass his turn entirely,
Yeah.
not giving over any additional cores to Matt Clark. And so this is a really interesting position because you do know for a fact that Jesse Smith has at least the one Angelic Pressure in his hand.
Yeah. So that does kind of give Matt Clark pause, doesn't it? Right?
Mhm.
Where it's like, now how do you decide what to attack with? Do you have something else that can, buff the BP of your spirits so you don't have to worry about Angelic Pressure as much? It still makes your spirits more blockable, but it doesn't have them as vulnerable to be outright killed. Angelic Pressure can't kill anything outright on the board right now
Right.
by reducing its BP to 0, but it can make some of the blockers able to finish them off.
And so Jesse Smith only has 2 cards in their hand, one of which we know is the Angelic Pressure. So the question really is, what is the last card in his hand? Is it an Exhaust Nexus? Is it another Angelic Pressure? Or is it just a Spirit?
Yeah, that's the question.
And so going into Matt Clark's turn, he takes away the cores from the Scorched Battlefield, it seems, so it is now back to a level 1 Nexus. So he is reserving quite a bit, and it does look like, is that a Spirit? It looks like a Spirit.
He did take a couple cores off the Dilophosa as well.
Oh, he did, yeah, so
Yep.
that is also back at level 1. So that is only 4,000 BP, which is still quite a bit. But
a Dragron Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at level 2, I believe at level 1, it's 5,000 BP, if I remember correctly.
Dragron Trooper, actually.
At level 2, it's 5,000 BP. There we go.
Yep, that's right. So it's 3,000 plus another 2,000 when it attacks.
And
That's kind of how it ends up working.
So Burning Force will come on down. That does remove the Caldrius, but the remaining of his board is most likely too large to actually get rid of.
Probably. Dragron Trooper swinging in now. Again, like you mentioned, when it's attacking, gets that plus 2,000 BP, so it comes in for 5,000.
All of the creatures currently on Matt Clark's side of the board are above the 3,000 BP threshold, so a single Angelic Pressure will not be able to get rid of it. Yes, they could Angelic Pressure into the block. That is very possible. But still, this is a really... it's really terrifying position to be in if you're Jesse Smith, but Yellow is capable of pulling out some really crazy tricks.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need a lot of them. Again, Mikhail lets you play, spells for free. Pentan reduces the cost by 1, so you don't need that as much anymore if you can play things for free. But it is a tricky situation.
So in this position, I mean, at only 2 life left, you don't have a burst set. If you decide to trade away one of your blockers, it puts you in a very awkward position. Matt Clark on the gas pedal right now.
Yeah.
But I think Jesse is able to actually live out this entire turn.
That's quite possible. I guess we should mention, too, Pentan can reduce the cost anytime, whereas Michaela, you can only play things for free during the attack step.
And it looks like during Flash Step, he's
goodbye,
going to
Pentan.
go ahead and use the Volcanic Break, using up a Soul Core, so it will remove 6,000 or less BP Spirits. So the Penton is now taken off the board, and he has just enough attacks to actually threaten lethal right now with only 1 blocker on Jesse Smith's side of the board.
Yeah. Now, I believe that that wasn't done during the attack step either, so that doesn't let Blessed Cathedral let him grab a core from the void and move it into his reserve too. So kind of playing around the Nexus on the side of Jesse Smith too.
Yeah, so with the Angelic Pressure, this Dilophosa is at 4,000 BP, so a single Angelic Pressure will not be enough to stop it.
No,
And
it was
then-
during the attack step.
Yeah.
My bad.
And then
Didn't
the
see him move the core.
Bearded Eagle, I believe Bearded Eagle with the Scorched Battlefields is now above the 3,000 BP threshold. So yeah, this is a lot that's being swung. He's going to go ahead and block this last attack. He's going to block the Bearded Eagle, and then Dilophosa is going to go ahead. That's game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be the 2-0 for Matt Clark. And Jesse Smith, again, like you said, putting up a pretty good fight.
Really
you
good
can
fight,
see
yeah.
why he's been having a pretty good time in the tournament up till now anyway. With the yellow deck. It did look solid, but I mean, everybody's saying coming into it, or when I say everybody, I would say most people I talk to coming into it are expecting Red Pterosaur to be the deck that wins the weekend, and you can see why. It is just such a strong archetype of that includes really everything. It's a Swiss Army knife of removal, strong board presence with the spirits, and then good card draw as well.
Right, and I think the thing that really swung the matchup in Matt Clark's favor is recognizing those BP thresholds. Playing around the Angelic Pressure was really, really smart on his end. And of course, the Volcanic Break, a card that we don't commonly see in every single red list, but it was a card that was super huge for Matt Clark in Game 2 here, being able to remove 2 of the bodies.
I mean, one of the fun things, too, is that, Matt Clark, one of the things he said, before the series began, one of the things he put on his little form that we have the players write is that one of the things he loves about the game is core management, and that was just a great sort of like class of core management put on by Matt Clark. Again, playing around those different BP levels, very, very cool. That we haven't seen yet today. It's going to be Colin Kaiser on the Rex aggro, the Pterosaur aggro. Pretty much what we've seen is the strongest deck in the format at the moment, all the way from Tampa, Florida, it looks like. So going from coast to coast, although we're not really on the coast here. Palm Springs is about 2 hours, 3 hours away from the coast, but close enough anyway. Coastal state to coastal state anyway.
And then coming up, the second player, we do have Austin coming in from Anaheim, and he is playing the purple aggro deck. I'm really interested to see how red versus purple in terms of aggression is going to go.
Yeah.
I guess the big question in my mind is what advantage does purple aggro have over red aggro? Just because red is that definitive, well-known aggressive color with all your low-cost pterosaurs, your BP gain and whatnot. I guess you have access to more forms of removal, such as core drain and such, but I'm really interested to see.
Yeah, I think we look at the obvious things first, right? As we take a look at Austin Williams Spain from Anaheim, California, the obvious things in purple aggro are that you're going to lack in battle power, but you're going to have more removal, like you just mentioned, right? So you need to have, the only question is that combination of removal and early spirits going to be able to beat just the beefy bodies of red that doesn't need to worry about as many non-spirit cards early in the game a lot of times. You want a Nexus or two maybe. But I am curious. I wonder if, Curse could play a role in that, although Curse might take out their spirit, but it doesn't necessarily save yours from having less BP, right? So I'm interested. I'm interested to see how this matchup is going to go. When we asked Austin Williams Spain, he said that he likes to think about the decision between going tall and going wide, which is something we haven't talked about a lot yet in this game. Going tall means relying on one spirit that's very buffed, very hard to defeat, versus wide, having a lot of smaller spirits out there. Seems like aggro, he's more leaning towards the wide at this point, but we'll find out.
So I think a topic that you briefly touched on earlier in this stream was when you're playing these, not just the mirror, but aggressive matchups in general, there is a little bit more variance to it just to see who can have more gas than the other player. And I think that's where purple shines a little bit, just because you have a bit more draw power than red does inherently, right? You have the Netherworld Depths, for example, whenever a spirit on your opponent's side is exhausted from both attacking and blocking, that is an additional card draw. So that card alone, plus all the other purple cards that are Wind Destroy, draw a card, Wind Summon, draw a card, just that difference in card draw alone might make or break this matchup.
The thing I've been thinking about, though, with Netherworld Depth is that is it like a false advantage? Is it tricking you, actually? Because if you're going up against a really aggressive deck, do all those cards really matter if you can't play them? That's the thing I'm kind of thinking of, right? Because we saw in the white aggro versus purple matchup that the player had a huge hand. He had arguably as many resources as you can early on because he lost life. That all got converted to resources. But, when, is that card draw worth it if you can't use the cards?
That is very, very true. And I think that is an advantage that a white aggro does have, is that it has a lot of spirits that you have to respond to, and it's very difficult to respond to.
Right.
But that isn't the case for red. There isn't that layer of protection. There is no Pegasian. There is no I'm blanking on her name. But the head maid. The immunity to core drain.
Ice Maiden Fulla.
Fulla. Yeah, Fulla cores, if you will.
Fulla cores, that's right. That's how it works.
But yeah, so there's no layer of protection coming in for red Pterosaurus here. So I'm really interested to see how this ends up turning out, because this might mean that having those additional card draws, it means a little bit more just because board states are much more volatile.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm getting my stuff set up here so I can bring up cards as quick as possible. The players deciding right now. I think we might be going through a deck check. That's why the players are sitting there without their decks right now. I don't think they just forgot them. I think that's unlikely.
All right, and so I'm really interested to see who ends up taking the initiative in this matchup. Of course, since you are playing a little bit more aggressive, having the going first advantage in this matchup will be really, really crucial. So interested to see that. And of course, like you mentioned, choosing not to mulligan means you do gain an additional card. And so even if the hand may be a little bit suboptimal, they may opt to just preserve that to draw the 5th card.
And I mean, with something like red aggro too, if you have that fifth card, then that just is a higher chance that you have a good turn 1 and 2 play, which is the big deal here. And these are the premier cards from each of these decks. We haven't seen a Grand Underworld Trio Queen Maduke yet. She takes a little bit of comboing to get off, obviously turning Curse into Blood Curse, which is extra life drain from your opponent effectively in the end, is a big deal. But do you live long enough to make that happen? Meanwhile, on the other side, I don't think we've seen a Jurassic King Giganorex either. Yeah, but a lot of times you don't even need him to come in. He's just back there, yelling, "Hey, notice me!" Like that's what he's yelling right now. If you look at his card,
I think it's very interesting that over the course of the stream, we've only seen maybe 1 or 2 X rares. We saw the Curse Dragon, and we saw Michaela, but I don't believe we've seen another X rare. Oh, we saw Elk. Is Elk an X rare?
Yeah. Yes. Yep. I mean, he's a starter deck card, but he's also a lot cheaper too than a lot of the other X rares. So it is one that we're going to see pop up more often.
But I think it is interesting to note that a lot of these X rares.
Look at this, not going one by one. He's just kind of separating his hands and dropping them on there. I mean, that looks very stylish, I will say.
Do you remember? There's like a YouTube video about a player, and he does this crazy like 5-minute shuffle maneuver. I don't remember exactly what game it was from, but he spent 5 minutes to do an entire shuffle, and I think he ended up winning the event for that respective card game too.
Wow, yeah. I did not see that.
But just
more traditional shuffle from Austin Williams Spain over there.
Yeah. But with Maduke, cards, it's a very strong card. Blood Curse is a very, very powerful mechanic, but it's a relatively slow card to get set up. It does require a little bit of investment, and so judging from what the matchups we've seen so far, you might not have enough time to actually ramp into this Maduke, into a lot of these X rares, because there's a lot of aggro decks coming out.
So what Blood Curse does is when your opponent loses life, those life cores go to the void instead of their reserve. So that resource advantage that you get from taking damage just doesn't exist anymore. So now taking damage is just purely bad. And she does give all your spirits with curse, Blood Curse, during your attack step too. So she can make a lot of that stuff happen. And, we were told, too, that this is purple aggro, right? So the idea is that you're going to be attacking with a lot of spirits. A lot of those cheaper ones do have curse. But, is Maduke going to be, is Maduke going to be more of a win more situation, right?
Right.
Because you look at some of these aggro decks, you look at cards like Maduke, it's like, yeah, she capitalizes on curse. But by the time she comes out, if you have the ability to play her, you probably already are in a pretty good position in the game. So I look at a card like that in aggro, and I'm like, that kind of seems like a win more card, and maybe not something we need to include. But that's kind of for future better players than me to decide as the meta evolves.
Right, and so we are going to go ahead, begin the starting procedures. I'm wondering if they decide to mulligan, the 5th card might be really impactful. And I believe Colin actually did win the die roll, so he will be having the initiative more than likely.
All right.
All right.
There's the single card draw for Austin Williams Spain, so no mulligan there.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and set up those cores. So if you had to make a prediction, who do you think ends up taking this matchup?
I mean, until further information gets through, I think it's very difficult to predict anything but red aggro at this point from Pterosaur aggro. It's so good that, it's not unbeatable, but it's difficult to predict anything but that,
I'm really interested to see that, given that Austin has made it all the way to round 4 undefeated, maybe he has a lot of cards specifically teched against Red Pterosaur, but off the bat, we're going to get to see the Dragon Trooper, I believe?
Dragron Trooper, that's right. Not Dragon,
Dragron Trooper.
Dragron Trooper, yep.
And so it is at level 2, meaning it is at 5,000 BP, but the Camelot Knight is going to come on down. And so, yeah, we might go ahead and start to see a little bit of swinging. This is the one advantage you do have in this matchup going second, is that you get the first swing, and a burst is going to be set. I imagine it's an absolute ice shield, but it could be anything.
I mean, most bursts are. You see a couple occasions. You can see a couple exceptions here and there, but the nice thing is Camelot Knight, by putting the Soul Core on him, he gains Curse, so definitely presents a threat to the Dragron Trooper. And look at that. Is that an Earth Spider over there?
No, I think it's actually a vanilla.
Is it?
Yeah, it might be Mummy Fin. I can't really tell.
Oh, you're right. They moved it right into the middle of the glare, but it might be Mummy. No?
I can't tell, but either way, they're coming out swinging. They're going to go ahead and threaten 2 life off the bat. And yeah, really aggressive start coming out of... Oh, it's Skullfly.
Oh, okay. So it is another starter card. And it is another vanilla one, and I guess if you're playing aggro, you're going to be doing this because
Yeah.
it does have a 2 discount, so that means you only had to pay 1 for it. Put a couple cores on it, swing it in for 3K, so not too bad. Going to be down to 3 life already for Colin Kaiser.
So this is actually a very, very strong start coming out, and this was only doable because of these low-cost spirits. If you weren't running the Skullfly, maybe this play wasn't possible, and you can only get out the Camelot Knight. But that is not the case, and Pterosaur is going to have to play on the back pedal. We are going to go ahead and see 2 more of these spirits enter the fray, one of which is unable to block, actually, the Dilophysa, I
Yep.
believe it is.
Dilophosa, and then
Dilophosa.
Overraptidon is the other one.
Yeah.
Another vanilla, just no abilities, just pure lore, just a block of story time for that one, but another strong body.
So if you were in the position of Colin, I mean, would you opt to swing, or do you feel like you have to be a little bit more defensive in this matchup right now?
You've got the BP advantage, so you swing with at least one, and they can't block anyway, so
Oh, true.
try to equalize. And yeah, just leave the last one standing, I would say, to provide a bit of blocking.
And we
We'll
also
see.
do have to remember, Burning Force is very much so a threat in this
Oh,
matchup.
all 3.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's go. I'm all for it. I love the aggression. All right, 2 life remaining for Austin Williams Spain. And now the question is, what's the response? Your opponent is theoretically wide open. That said, both players having burst cards lurking there. The thing is, Colin Kaiser will have to take a lot of cards off of his spirits to play something like an Ice Shield, if that's what's there.
Right, and even if hypothetically it wasn't an Ice Shield, Burning Force is a very powerful threat that if
True,
you
too.
don't break over the 3,000 BP threshold, you very much so could have your board removed.
Yeah.
But a Dragon Naga Assassin is going to come on down. It does. He's going to level it to level 3, which means that on swing, it will be able to draw a card with the Soul Core attached. So facilitating a little bit of that additional draw power like we previously mentioned before the game.
Right. So, just looking at pure bodies on the board right now, what is your plan? You can't, he's got something in burst. He wouldn't leave himself completely open to just death.
I imagine both players
You'd
are
hope.
actually holding the Ice Shield down, but one of these might actually be a bluff, and Dragon Naga will go ahead and swing at the life and draw an additional card. And I believe the card that was just played was Boa Trickster, if I remember correctly.
I believe you're right.
Yes, and Boa Trickster, if I remember, this is not a very common card, so I don't have this memorized to a T, but I do believe it does have Curse. When attacking,
Yeah.
it's at Curse on 1, 2, and 3.
Yep, that's right. You do see it in purple aggro, so no surprise that we got the Boa Trickster coming in now. Assassin goes through. There's a tip for the Camelot Knight as well, so sending some of the curse stuff through. No blockers on the side of Colin, though, but testing for that Ice Shield, asking, do you have it? Do you have a way to stop? Do you maybe have a Burning Force to roast something as well?
So it does look like he is thinking about the flash, and yeah, the Burning Force is going to come right on down. This will remove 2 spirits with 3,000 BP or less, and using the core that he did gain from his life, he is able to pay for the cost without compromising the rest of his spirits. So
Yep.
there goes the Boa Trickster as well as the Camelot Knight. Do you opt to swing your Skullfly here?
Ooh, I mean, it's not going to be a great blocker, but it does, blocking is blocking, so it could save your life, possibly. But he's down to 2 life anyway, so if there's any sort of removal, he's in big trouble. It looks like he's going to leave it. Yeah, there's a card draw for Colin, so play back over to Colin Kaiser. Can he finish this one off here?
So you have to make the assumption, right? Or I feel like most players on average assume that that's an Ice Shield, but at some point later on into the game, you do have to force it out. So
Right.
you have to force it out while simultaneously maintaining a board state that doesn't just get you board wiped immediately. So I'd be very interested to see if Colin opts to just drop a ton of cards to maybe make a formidable wall.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about how much your opponent is burst bluffing there. There's Dino Man. No, he doesn't get the automatic level 3 because there's more than 2 spirits on the board, but still going to be, another strong body to throw at your opponent here. I think in the aggro versus aggro matchup, I feel like you're obligated to just go for it. He's going to throw in with the Dilophosa, which can't block anyway. So if you're going to attack with something, might as well attack with that.
In a lot of these matchups, it really just comes down to optimizing your turn, being very efficient. So swinging the Dilophoso, really great decision making on Colin's part, recognizing that it's unable to block, and we are going to see the core theft actually coming down. Core theft being that you can discard cards and then remove that amount of cores from the target. So yep, there immediately goes the Dilophoso.
Yes, but immediately the Dragron Trooper comes in right afterwards. So is there an answer for this? There's not. Another life comes through.
Is it an ice shield?
Burst?
Oh, Star
Oh,
Blast.
Star
That's going to be
Blast?
game.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's
Okay.
it. Game number 1, going over to Colin Kaiser, and you can see the smile on his face there. It always feels good to get that first win in a best of 3, kind of get over the hump like that. And you know that. We know that as players, like when you get in this situation, you start to relax a little bit. The pressure's
Right.
not off, but you can kind of take a breath and be like, okay, I've got a lead in a series. I've got some breathing room. And again, I think we're seeing a little bit of what we were talking about going into this one, where red just has so many threats to throw at the opponent, and the purple aggro player has some of that removal, has curse, but if your opponent doesn't block you, curse doesn't really do anything, right? So how scary is that removal really?
So I think another really important note is that this all kind of stemmed from the fact that Colin went first. He was able to
Yep.
establish that first body, and then yes, Austin managed to establish Camelot Knight plus Skullflight. Very strong aggressive start. But at the end of the day, that burning force coming out, punishing those wide bodies, and then
Weak bodies too.
weak bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Punishing their weak bodies. Got to work out more.
So going into game 2, sideboard, really big factor. If you're Colin, I feel like you just side in some more removal if you do have it. If you're not playing four burning forces at this point, you might as well. But what do you side in if you're Austin?
I mean, I wonder if you even side in a little bit of like a different color. A little bit of white, a little bit of armor red, possibly. Maybe Valkyrie Mist to do a little bit of bouncing.
True.
That's kind of expensive. If you're playing aggro purple, I guess that's maybe more of a sideboard. If you're playing more of a mid-range or core control purple, I'm definitely not an expert in sideboarding in this game. I don't know if anybody is at the moment, but as far as that goes, yeah, maybe because you don't need more removal. So I would say, what's going to keep your stuff on board? What's going to help you contest, toe to toe, army to army?
I would be very interested to actually see Pegasion come out from the sideboard if he were to be playing it, because that would give him armor against a lot of the popular colors in this format. It gives you a spirit that can both attack and block.
Yeah.
So in these aggro style of matchups, it potentially could be really, really interesting.
It's possible. I mean, it's not that expensive, so it's not
4 without reduction. Yeah.
Right. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. I think another thing to be concerned about with that one is that your soul core situation is a little bit trickier because there's a lot in purple that demands the soul core.
Right.
So we'll have to wait and see. We're
Okay.
almost getting started here with game number 2. Just the cuts going down, the opponents shuffling each other's decks, as you do.
I do imagine that Austin will opt to go first going into game 2. But of course, maybe he does value that first swing a little bit more, so I'll be very interested to see how it pans out.
Yeah. Checking out his hand. Will there be a mulligan? Thinking about it. Oh, nope. No mulligan.
All right.
Yeah, we're going.
And then does Colin decide to mulligan? He does not.
No
so
mulligan.
Both players feeling satisfied by their hands. And then looks like Austin's going to take the play. So Austin has elected to go first, like we predicted. And yeah, hopefully he has a couple of cheap spirits in order to establish that cost reduction for his future turns.
Yeah, well, 6 cards. You should have something. And so,
There's a
okay,
Skullfly.
Skullfly. I was going to say, yeah, something super cheap like a Skullfly would be good.
And that is a level 2 Skullfly, so it is at the 3,000 BP threshold. So it might be able to block out some of these weaker pterosaurs, but it, to my knowledge, majority of pterosaurs are above the 3,000 BP threshold.
Yeah.
Which
Generally they
speaking
are.
of that, we do have.
Well, he's way bigger.
Yeah, he's much bigger.
Yeah.
Automatically being a level 3 at 6,000 BP, Skullfly will not be able to actually block this completely. So yeah, really strong stuff coming out of Colin's turn 1.
Did you know that Dino Man Tyrannoid is the love child of dinosaurs and dragons?
Really?
Yeah, that's right. Even though they're at war, even though they don't like each other, just like Romeo and Juliet, love happens between the two scaly factions. And the result is that beautiful man, dragon, lizard thing that you see in front of you.
Did you read that off of his lore?
Yeah, it's true. See, it's some among the dragonoids and the pterosaurs could not resist the appeal of forbidden love and had children together. There you go.
Very interesting to see that Colin actually opts not to swing. He decides to leave his Dino Man in the untapped position, and then going into Austin's turn, we do see
Demo Bones.
Yeah, Demo Bones, as well as the Skull Scout coming on down.
Yep, and again, just more cheap bodies to throw out there. There you go. And so the question is, how much will Austin swing here? You've got the body advantage. You got to go for it.
And so we do see that Colin does have a burst set. It could be the Absolute Ice Shield. Of course, it could be the Star Blessed Draw as well. But yeah, so the Demo Bone is going to head and get blocked out, but the Deadly Balance is going
Yep.
to come on down. Really excellent flash step coming from Austin. He is going to go ahead, use the cores associated onto his Skullfly to pay for the cost, and he's going to trade Demo Bones for the Dino Man.
Yeah, there we go. And this is kind of how you want to operate as the purple aggro player, right? Really cheap stuff out there, and then if the red stuff is slightly more expensive, then you can equalize with something like Deadly Balance. Like this is the
Ooh,
advantage that you kind of want here.
okay. Which card is this on screen currently?
Interesting.
So this, everyone automatically assumes that it's an Absolute Ice Shield currently on the board, but that doesn't seem to be the case for Colin. It does seem like he's elected to go with a burst spell from red, actually, one of which actually removed the Skull Scout.
Apparently so.
All right, and it does look like Austin is finish his turn. Colin's going to go ahead. We'll have the card, the burst that was just played, hopefully on screen shortly, just so we can provide viewers at home that information, just because that is a very unique card that we have not seen all day.
Yep. Moving on, though. What else does Colin have here? He is on the play. It's time for him to try to get some spirits established.
Rain Needle.
Rain Needle, yep. Okay.
And a Bearded Eagle is immediately going to follow up. Really strong resurgence coming out from Colin, despite his Dino Man being removed. Rain Needle at level 2, Bearded Eagle level 2, so it's a 3,000 BP as well as a 5,000 BP Spirit.
Yep, exactly. So advantage swings slightly back towards the red player, but in an aggro matchup like this, especially in a game that's BP paced, it could shift back pretty quickly. Lots of resources, lots of card in hand yet.
There's the Cavalier, drawing one on summon. But one thing to note is that Colin's playing a much slower game going to game 2. He's not swinging out as much as he was on game 1, so maybe he just doesn't have enough fuel to actually push
I think
to
so.
assert dominance on this board state. So this is giving Austin a little bit more time to establish his board, cycle into more cards through the ways of Dark Lancer Cavalier.
Yeah, he's kind of having to. Again, when you don't have as quick of a start as you want, you sort of do have to kind of slow it down a little bit. But Colin doesn't want to do that. That's not kind of the objective of the deck, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So even if he were to enter a little bit later into the game, he would be able to go into Giga Rex, I believe his name is.
Yeah.
It always confuses me a little bit. I know it involves the word Giga and Rex, but it will have that cost reduction for your
Jurassic King Giganorex.
Giganorex.
Yep. Short for Gigantic Rex.
And then I believe that is
well, he's not playing it yet. He's thinking
Yeah.
about it. Okay, there we go. Dragaron Trooper.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is going to be level 2. I think there's 2 cores placed on that, so it is a 5,000 BP Spirit. He's going to play his Raptor at level 2. And yeah, we are threatening quite a bit of board presence. No burst set for Austin at the current moment.
Yeah.
Technically, Austin is at 5 life, so this is not threatening lethal. So if Austin really felt like it, he could just eat every single hit and he would be okay, but it looks like he's just going to take the 1 hit and then the turn is going to pass. So Colin, like we said, playing a much slower game this time around.
Yeah, playing it really carefully. And you might ask, why not go all in? Why not try to force your opponent to block more? Well, you don't know what sort of spells they have in there. You don't know what they can. There's Mordred, I believe.
Yep, there's
coming
Mordred.
out. Yep.
So Mordred on summon is going to go ahead and do a little bit of core draining. That's going to remove the Trooper from the board, and it also does drain cores when attacking as well. So this is a really fantastic card in this matchup to being able to remove quite a few bodies, actually.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's level... I don't believe it's level 2 yet. Yeah, just 2 cores on that from what I can see.
Yeah, so it does need just 1 more core in order to push into that level 2 and gain that effect. But it doesn't seem like he's going to invest in it, so instead he's just going to opt to swing the Mordred on level 1, and the Bearded Eagle will go ahead and block. This is a 5,000 BP Bearded Eagle, so Mordred is going to go down on, really interesting.
Okay, yeah, so he throws that in. He loses Mordred. Where do you go from here? Maybe you've got the BP advantage at this point? No, they're going to trade. Okay.
Okay, so there goes the Rain Needle and the Cavalier.
Yep.
But he still does have 2 spirits left on board in the form of Skullfly and the Demo Bones. Colin is only at 2 cards in hand, so if he were able to remove the cards on Colin's board, it's a really great board state, but it looks like the turn is going to go ahead, pass over, and it's back to Colin.
Interesting. Okay. So, trying to draw out the Bearded Eagle block to maybe try to clear a little bit more of the board on the other side, saying, all right, I'm just going to go ahead and trade. But that was a 2-for-1 trade on spirits on the board. I wonder what the follow-up with this is because... okay.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead.
Giganorex, there he is.
And this is a really, really powerful spirit. Not only does it have cost reduction associated with it, but also it treats all of your Pterosaurs or Emperor Beasts as level 3. So a lot of BP is going to be amassed onto this board state.
Well, it treats Gigano King gets to be level 3.
Oh, right.
Yep.
My apologies.
Thankfully for his opponent, he doesn't make everything level 3. Yeah, but it still is a terrifying 10,000 BP plus if he gets up to level 3, which, again, you've only got Pterosaur and Emperor Beast on the board. That means that all your spirits gain 3,000 BP when attacking, so that pushes Giganorex to 13,000 BP. Gonna leave it standing for now, though, as we go back over to Austin Williams Spain, who throws down the Netherworld Depths. A little bit of card draw there. Just checking Giganorex's text there.
So I'm actually wondering, as we progress later on to the stages of this game, will we see cards like the Boculus Cursed Dragon combo coming on down to remove some of these wider boards? I think it would be a really excellent punish coming from Austin's side, but it doesn't look like he has enough cores to facilitate that just because this Netherworld Depths was a 3 minimum investment.
Yeah, I don't know if you even have that in this deck, honestly.
Yeah.
It's because you're playing aggro purple, so are you even running that?
Could be a sideboard
kind
option.
of the question. Maybe, yeah. Against against a control matchup where things go a little bit longer. Against the aggro matchup, I'm curious to see if you would put that in or not.
But yeah, we're gonna go ahead.
Oh wow, Andromeda comes in.
This is the first Andromeda of the day.
Yep.
This is the starter boss from the red starter deck, so really excited to see this card.
Has Confront, and when it summons, you pick opponent spirits with 3,000 or fewer BP and one of their nexuses and destroy it. So you see him use it to get rid of that Netherworld Depths there.
Yeah. So really strong position to be in. If you're Colin, not only have you amassed all of these really powerful bodies, but also you are technically you're threatening lethal. You obviously have 2 blockers on the side of Austin, but still a really great position to be in if you're Colin, as well as having Confronts on level 3 for the Andromeda.
Yeah, multiple confronts in play between Giganorex and Andromeda, and like you were just alluding to, 2 spirits that have a whopping 13,000 BP when they come in. So anything blocking that is not going to survive.
Oh, so it actually looks like he's going to forsake his Raptor in order to invest additional cores onto
I think that's perfectly
his
fine.
Rex. Yeah, really strong strategy coming out. There goes the Demo Bones. So looking really barren currently on Austin's side of the board, but he does have quite a bit of cards in his hand still, so he might be able to replenish his field.
Yep. Passing it over to Austin Williams Spain. So it's become sort of a slow battle for the board at this point. And now the question really is what you were talking about earlier. Does Austin have some of those later game combos to try to remove some of the bigger spirits on the side of the red player here? Does he have that the Nightmare Dragon?
Yeah, and
I think or something.
Really good play from Colin's part, investing those additional cores onto his Rex, because that does mean it's a little bit more difficult.
Yep.
But I believe that's the Cursed Dragon actually coming on down.
I think so, or it might be.
Yep, that's the Cursed Dragon.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, and then Cursed Dragon.
There you go.
It does siphon away a core from the spirits on the board, and for every spirit it does, destroy because of this effect, he does gain a core for himself. So really great play coming out from Austin, making me think that he might actually have the Boculus package.
Yeah, and it is all other spirits, so it is his own spirits as well. But it's fine because he was ready for that. And now swinging in 6,000 BP. Just a cool 6,000 from the Infernal King Cursed Dragon.
Yeah. If this had been level 2, he would have been able to actually remove the Bearded Eagle. But yeah, in the current position you are at, if you are Austin, you're still at 4 life, 1 blocker. Colin, his board is still pretty menacing. So I think we might possibly see some flash spells coming out from Austin's side. He could use a Deadly Balance potentially.
Maybe. No burst setup for either player yet.
Oh,
okay. That's a fire
Flamefish, I believe.
Yeah, firefish.
Firefish, flamefish.
Either way,
Yeah.
it's cheating. It's got too many soul cores stuck in its head, and it's gonna explode and blow something up. It is the flame fish, and if it's got a soul core on it, which it does, I believe,
It does.
when it dies, when it's destroyed, rather, I should say, you can grab an opponent's spirit with 4,000 BP and destroy that too. So,
So
yeah.
yeah, really great card, both offensively and defensively. You can block with it to use it against a much larger creature, or you can simultaneously use it to attack. And if they block it with a larger creature, you will end up destroying one of their other bodies. So red really demonstrating just how much actual removal it tends to have. We thought initially at the start of this that purple would have more removal, but turns out red with the flamefish, the burning force, and all of this, doing a great job.
Yeah, and look at this, the confront, making the block, impossible to ignore for Austin Williams Scott. So now everything else can theoretically come through. Is it going to just be the slow play, though? It is going to be the slow play from Colin Kaiser, just striking in with the Rain Needle, doing one more life of damage, and then just sitting back and slowly but surely gaining that unbeatable board advantage.
Yep, but Austin does have quite a bit of hand amassed, and he has a lot of cores to play with. His Cursed Dragon is still on the board. He could level it up to level 2, and with that swing, he will be able to siphon quite a bit, but we will go ahead and see that Cavalier coming on down, draw an additional card, open up maybe a new line of play.
Yeah, Austin's been able to filter through his deck really well, using things like the Cavalier and all that. So, if there were a combo he could use to clear the board, he should be getting it soon, if not having it already. And he's certainly got a lot of cores to pay for things. He's got 2 in discounts. So I think if you're going to have a big play, this is going to be the turn to do it.
There's the Rotting Swamp. Okay,
Yep.
so that is one of the more powerful nexuses that purple does have access to. We haven't seen it all day, but I know it is a card that a lot of players are running in practice and whatnot. Rotting Swamp is at level 1 and 2 during your attack step. Draw a card when one of your spirits is destroyed, and at level 2, once per turn, when one of your serpent spirits specifically would be destroyed, you may discard a card to return it to your hand instead.
Right. So just again likes to give you a little bit of recursion, get some of your spirits back.
So this is a card that defensively doesn't offer too much utility here, and there's no serpent spirits to my knowledge on the board of Austin unless Cursed Dragon happens to be a serpent.
I don't think so.
So yeah, this is a really scary position to be in right now.
Another Rain Needle.
Oh, and a Bearded Eagle's
man.
coming on down. So unless you have an Ice Shield, this could be game.
I mean, that's the hand. That is the hand for Colin Kaiser. Nothing remaining. All that remains for him is to block.
And here's the Confront coming on down, so the Cavalier will be the one to face Giga Rex himself.
Yep, kind of have to. Now Rain Needle thrown in there, and now really it's over to Austin, saying, all right, what do you have? You've got 4 cores sitting in your reserve. Obviously, you can pull cores off of the dragon as well to pay for a spell if you want to. Do you have enough to block this? I can't imagine a way in which he stays alive here.
Okay, so he does go ahead and take that damage. Now at 2 life, he's going to go all the way down to 1, but he does have quite a few cores at his reserve. And we know that
it's the block.
Yeah, quite a bit of flash spells still left at disposal in Purple's arsenal. So maybe we see.
Yep, I thought so.
JK.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. You've got 5 spirits on the board, 5 or 6 spirits on the board for the red player. Like, you'd have to have, either an ice shield or some sort of amazing way to get yourself out of that situation. And it's just a little bit too much for Austin to handle. And that is going to be the win. 2-0 for Colin Kaiser.
Terrasaur really proving itself to be the deck to beat this event.
Yeah.
I'm honestly, I don't know what it's going to do really, really well into it. Hopefully, there's some crazy tech deck that is able to beat it into top 16.
I mean, we knew coming into it. We knew coming into this weekend that Terrasaur aggro would be the deck to beat. That's what the majority of players were talking about being the big threat, and it's certainly proving to be true. And we've seen some decks kind of make it take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
It's not rolling over things, but I just have to say I'm just so impressed by the way Colin played that game number 2, in that he was able to play it in a very sort of measured way. He didn't go too ham, he didn't overextend himself. He played just the right amount of tempo to kind of gain the inexorable board control that would win the game.
So I think it's very interesting. So we've seen, I believe, 2 Terrasaur players now.
Yeah.
2 or 3, I believe 2, right?
2, yeah.
So we've seen 2, and their deck lists have actually been very unique amongst each other. Colin here demonstrating with the Andromeda, for example, as well as using one of Red's Burst, whereas previously we did see a much more standardized list, but then it also brought out that Volcanic Break. So a lot of really interesting tech choices coming out from these Terrasaur players.
Yep. That's right. And so that means we are 4 rounds down, 4 rounds to go. The day is halfway over here at the Battle Spirits Saga Grand Open. And as we go on, as we get kind of through those Swiss rounds, I really wonder what the deck makeup is going to be. You know, is it going to be more and more red? Where's white going to be at? Where's white control going to be at? There's so many questions that need to be answered yet here. So do not go anywhere. We're going to take a bit of a break before the next round begins, but leave the stream on. Go play a game or something like that, hang out, and we'll be back for round number 5 in just a bit. All right. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to Battle Spirits Saga Grand Open. Do and Hoang here with you, and we're going into round 5, and so it's important as we bridge the halfway point of the day here in the 8 rounds of Swiss to talk about our undefeated decks so far. And so I've got a list in front of me that we'll read through, and it's exciting. It may not be what you expect. So we've got, we'll read through it. We have got 2 players. We've got Evan Melendez on Fabled Beasts and Yellow Fabled Beasts. That's right, Yellow. We've got another player on Yellow Fabled Beasts as well. We've got Colin on Red Pterosaur, Rex Mendez on White Aggro, Matt Clark on Red Pterosaur, Admasu Williams on White Aggro, Tim Rivera on Red Pterosaur, and our final player is Herman Kazi on Fabled Beasts. So that means we have 3 yellow players actually undefeated yet. The rest of mix of 3 yellow, 3 red, and 2 white players, all on pretty aggressive decks. That is kind of the meta right now, but that yellow deck might not be as far behind the rest of the pack as some people think.
I think there are 3 takeaways that we can make from this current undefeated top 8. Number 1, purple is just no more purple undefeated, right?
No more undefeated,
so
at least.
Purple
still in the tournament, but no more undefeated.
Right, but purple really underperforming as far as like undefeated goes. Surprisingly, I know a lot of people were predicting purple to be one of the better colors, even arguably the best color in the game, and it looks like aggro is the name of the strategy, like the strategy that is primarily taking over this event. White Aggro, Pterosaur, and Fabled Beast are all 3 aggro decks. So really capitalizing on people still trying to get comfortable with blocking is my guess on it.
I mean, and when you look at purple, you look at a couple different things with that, right? First, on the aggro front, the spirits that purple have are generally just going to be a little bit weaker across the board than the other 3 colors. And Curse is not as much of a threat as people maybe thought it was going to be because you just don't block into it, and then it doesn't do anything. And then on the high end of purple, when you're looking at more the core control, the slower kind of stuff, it seems like it's becoming a little bit too slow. There's not enough control. There's not enough removal to keep that purple player alive if they're going for that slower archetype. So interestingly enough, purple, a color that I think a lot of players were thinking would do pretty well this weekend so far, at least halfway through the Swiss rounds, suffering a little bit.
Yeah, and so noticing the fact that the top 8 for undefeated at the current moment are all aggro decks, I'm really surprised to see that control isn't doing super well right now. White control specifically, having those tools through armor red and such, being able to wall out those decks, but it looks like they're just too slow at the current moment.
I mean, I think if you take the games we've seen on stream today as any indication, it's just a situation where it's just these players are not getting enough time to establish any of these late game boards, right? I mean, who cares if Elk Enterprise is going to be like the end-all god board that no one can break if you just can never get to the point in the game where you can afford to put it out there, or at least not be 1 health remaining.
And so while we do have to acknowledge that purple has really fantastic top-end tools, the curse dragging especially, like you mentioned, if you can't get to that top end, then it's not really doing you any favors. And the cost reduction, I think, is a really big factor in why they're not getting to this top end, because red has the Burning Force. Red has a lot of spirits that have removal, like we saw Andromeda coming out in one of the earlier rounds. And so keeping those spirits that reduce off the board, it's making it a lot harder to get to this top end.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting because you can kind of look at it through the lens of traditional TCG archetypes, right? Where there's the kind of holy trinity, if you will, of aggro, mid-range, control, right?
Right.
And so if you look at aggro and control specifically, a lot of times aggro will be able to outrace the control. They will be able to get the damage done before control can get established. Control can still win, but it's less likely that the game will go long enough for them to make that happen. And so the reason we find ourselves in a very aggro matchup as we look towards our next match is that there really isn't much of a mid-range presence in the meta right now to keep the aggro decks down. And so, that being the case, aggro all over the place. Let's check out our players going into round number 5 here on stream. We have Hyundai Ross, who is going to be playing yellow from LA, California. And we'll see what he has to do. It's funny because we asked what makes your deck unique, and a lot of players just like give away what they're playing, and like I don't want to talk about that because I don't want to possibly give anything away either. So we got some fun stuff to possibly look forward to here. And then meanwhile, on the other side of the table across from Hyundai is going to be none other than we'll see him in a moment. It's going to be Tim Rivera on red aggro on the Pterosaurs yet again. There he is. From Las Vegas, Nevada, a place that's been hosting a lot of card game tournaments lately, actually. Yeah.
I like it's a little minor detail, but on what makes your deck unique, I like how Allende put a question mark in his.
I mean, will we see it? Is it part of the sideboard? Who knows?
Yeah.
On the side of Tim, we asked him what makes his deck unique, and it says, I stole my friend's deck box and cars for the Las Vegas launch event. There you go.
Yeah, and he's praying that it bestows upon him good luck and power. So, being undefeated right now so far, I think it's working out.
Certainly working out pretty well. Yeah, we'll see if he can keep it through to round number 5. But what's awesome to me is that, what we talked about earlier, 3 undefeated yellow players. So we know this deck does have legs. I really want to see Hyundai Ross, make this work.
Yeah. Yellow being the color that a lot of people, including myself, were really underestimating going into this event, actually doing very, very well. Has the same amount of undefeateds as red Pterosaur, which is really cool. So hopefully we see a lot of really unique deck choices, or deck checks, I guess, that make it so it's having this success.
Yeah. Well, the players right now getting their decks checked, it looks like. And then from there, we'll go to the beginning of the game.
So I imagine that you're hopefully going to want to go first in this type of matchups, aggro versus aggro. Getting that first body onto the board to establish the cost reduction has proven throughout the day to be super, super crucial.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about God Beast Behemoth, as we see on the left side of your screen there. So he can become cheaper by virtue of having a lot of 2 costs around. The ones in your trash actually contribute their discount markers to that too. I forget the official term anyway. But they make it cheaper. It's easy to bring out, and then he kind of leads the way, right? When the spirit attacks, your spirits that cost 2 cannot be blocked by your opponent's spirit that are level 2 or higher during this turn. So you get into a situation where they can be blocked, but they're going to have to be blocked by spirits that are going to be around their BP level, right? So either you're doing some good trading or you're just straight up getting through and doing damage. So God Beast Behemoth is supposed to come in and sort of like lead the way like the Kool-Aid Man and burst through the wall, be the juggernaut, and then let everything else come behind unopposed.
So I'm very interested to see who inevitably gets to their top end first, because both of these boss cards are cards that reduce their own play cost. So really, it'll just be a matter of speed. I feel like it'll ultimately boil down to.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, on the other side, you've got Jurassic King Giganorex, which we saw in our last series on stream. But, there's also the possibility that we don't even get to see either of these cards.
Yeah.
These games have been going so fast that players have not even been able to get to their top end.
So I think one interesting thing to note is that red, they have the Burning Force. They have a plethora of cards that actually do remove bodies off the board. But with the God Beast Behemoth, who is able to obtain that cost reduction from the trash, so even if you are removing those bodies, it's still going to be contributing towards the cost reduction. So this might actually be pretty good for Behemoth.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's nice that the Behemoth is taking some time off from his day job as the head of the Interregional Sports Competition Committee. That's the God Beast Behemoth's day job. You can see it in the lore. Yeah, nice of him to take a break and participate in the tournament.
What sport do you think he plays?
I don't know. They don't mention the actual sports too often in the lore. There was one. They mentioned one, but I can't remember what it was. What sport do you think God Beast Behemoth plays?
Well, given that he doesn't have any arms, he's kind of just a leg kind of guy.
Yeah.
Probably make for a pretty good soccer player, I feel like.
Maybe, but like he doesn't seem very fast.
Really? I don't know. I could see him. I could see him being kind of quick on his feet.
He seems kind of like Bowser from Mario Kart, right? Where he's like got a high top end speed, but he's got low acceleration.
Oh, okay.
I could see that. Yeah. Once he gets going, though, it's hard to stop him. which is reflected in the deck a little bit. But you got to
Mm-hmm.
establish that board. And I think one of the interesting things to keep track of here is a Hippocampo, right?
Right.
Yellow Fabled Beast that a lot of people are playing right now. He lets you. He's got the blessed keyword, as you can see there, and that lets you take a core out of the void, put it back in your life when he does damage to the opponent. So that's something that can help you keep up, right? You take a little bit of losses early to establish a little bit more of a board, and then you strike back with blessed, and then heal up.
Yeah, and Hippocampo at level 2 being 4,000 BP does mean it bypasses the Burning Force, which
Yeah.
is proven time and time again today to be a very powerful tool in Red's arsenal.
It is expensive. It does cost a total of 5 cores if you're taking the discount into consideration, 2 to summon it and then 3 more cores on it to get to that level 2. So it is pricey, but like you said, over on the right side of the screen, it does get you past that Burning Force mark. That's 3,000 BP or lower. So if you want to get there, it's worth the investment. For
Right.
Sure.
And then do note that a lot of Yellow's main card advantage stems from the Phantasmal Paradise. Their really powerful Nexus that does draw 1 whenever a Fabled Beast enters the fray. Burning Force will be able to remove that, so they might be able to stop the amount of card advantage they can generate right in its tracks.
That's a good point. Is that in this matchup, as a red player, maybe you're looking more to remove some of the Nexuses, because especially if they're running like the Luster package and they need to get out Arc, some of those other Nexuses to boost that side of the deck, then yeah, I think Burning Force is going to be ending up taking out those instead.
I think Yellow has probably played the most Nexuses we've seen today. They've played Phantasmal, they've played Cathedral, they've played Arc. I think the most we've seen from any of the other colors has been 2 Nexuses.
Yep, purple, I think we've seen 2 different ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They played purple might have been 3 actually. They played we saw Rotting Swamp.
Could be.
We saw the Netherworld, and then I believe we saw the Smoke, I believe.
Yeah, you're right.
So so purple's
yeah.
also played 3 Nexuses today.
Yeah.
Red's played 2, and I think white we've only seen Rocket City coming out of them.
Pretty much. I mean, there are a couple other ones that we'd see in white from time to time, but
right, like the mobile base reducing the cost for your mech beasts and whatnot.
But the thing is you don't really see that stuff in aggro. So unless we see some more white control, we're probably not going to see a whole lot of that.
Right.
Yeah. And the decks have been returned to the players after the deck check, so it's time to get shuffling, get closer to being in the game. Hey, look at that. Tim Rivera using the same color for his sleeves as he has in his deck. You'll love to see it. And Andy Ross, it's a bit of a cream. It's not like a bright white or anything like that. So it's got a little bit of a touch of yellow in it, I suppose.
See, he plays a white card in his deck because there's an absolute ice shield, of course,
Oh yeah, I mean everybody's running those, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I'm very interested to see if you're what you said earlier in the day, being that if you're playing this aggro style of deck, you don't want a mulligan just to preserve that 5th card in hand. I'm wondering if that mentality will should be shown in this game.
I mean, on the red side, probably, yeah. On the yellow side, I think you want to. You obviously always want to be able to draw that 5th card, but yellow has a situation where, because they're running more Nexuses, maybe a couple spells, a couple of those higher end beasts, you do have the situation where you are going to draw into a hand that you just have to mulligan.
Right. So I'm really interested to see how this ends up panning out. I wonder if that blessing is going to make a really huge difference, being able to gain that additional life to maintain a life lead on top of versus Pterosaur.
Possibly.
Okay, so it looks like the players are getting ready. I'm expecting to see whoever ends up winning the dice roll, they would elect to go first just to establish that body. But yellow having much more reliance on their Nexuses in comparison to red, I think may prove to make this a really interesting matchup.
5.
Okay.
And what is it?
Oh,
a 9
yeah.
for Tim.
So red gets the first play.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, and then it doesn't look like he decided to mulligan, so
Neither player mulliganing, yeah.
Okay.
Going to go for the 5 card hand. And Tim, is he going for the play? No, Tim, it looks like, yeah, he's going to allow Andy Ross to go first. So electing to go second.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. That's been an ongoing conversation too. And I haven't gotten a chance between rounds to talk to a lot of players about what they prefer. But in this particular case, yeah, the red player choosing to go second. And, thinking back to Colin's game in the last round, we did see him be able to play a more measured, mid-rangey kind of style, and maybe Tim's hand kind of speaks to that similar
Right.
plan, right? Where you do see the scorched battlefield come out early on, so neither player establishing a spirit on the first turn.
And yeah, so both players playing that Nexus. It's a little bit of a slower game. We are going to go ahead and see the Flying Turtle come on out.
There we go.
This is Wind Summon, reveal top card, I believe. And if it is a Fabled Beast, you do add it to your hand. So
Yep.
a lot of plussing. Oh, there's the Netherworld. But that's really interesting, actually. More draw power coming from Ayande Ross's deck. So we got a little bit of yellow, a little bit of purple. But both Nexuses will be netting you card advantage.
Yeah, like we talked about, the yellow player generally going a little bit more Nexus heavy with the different versions of this archetype that we've seen. That one, though, in the trash for now. What's going to be? Hippocampo.
Yep, there it is.
Coming out already. I mean, yeah, as soon as you can, you want that card to hit the board. Still just level 1, but, you know, you've got Blessed at level 1. That is a situation where you've got a little bit less to worry about.
So it does look like he is opting to pass the turn over to Tim, I believe. And if that were the case, this Hippocampo is only at level 1, so it is 2,000 BP, making it susceptible to the Burning Force. Burning Force would actually remove both of these bodies on the board, or he could opt to just remove the Phantasmal Paradise, but it does look like we're going to see Dino Man coming on out, and it is level 3 at 6,000 BP.
Yep, Dino Man is going to be able to block whatever he wants until more spirits come out.
Yep, and there's the Burning Force.
Yep. Wow, just in time. That was such a perfect Burning Force, right? Getting them right before any additional BP buffing came in for Andy Ross, and that's scary, man. Like, I mean, that's a situation now where obviously there can be one life taken out of Andy Ross, as you can see there, and the board presence established for Tim Rivera.
Yeah, and so I think in this matchup, knowing that the Burning Force is a real threat that you possibly have to play around, I think maybe he should have held off his cores and tried to make the Hippocampo level 2 prior to committing it and leaving it vulnerable to that Burning Force.
Yeah, and I mean, you do wonder too if there's any sort of, if maybe there's a situation there where you should realize that the red player is playing a little bit slower than they normally would. They're not putting a bunch of spirits out right away. So maybe there is more of a spell response available. Then again, there's the other side of it too, where you're like, well, I just need to go all out because if I don't play aggressively and they don't have something, then all I'm doing is setting myself behind. So I think it's kind of hard to criticize. There's a Burning Force now coming up for Yandere Ross, and that's going to be used to take down the Nexus this time.
Yeah, and because Dino Man is at 6,000 BP, he is not a valid target for this Burning Force.
Yep.
But removing that Scorched Battlefield is going to prove most likely worthwhile because you're removing a source of cost reduction from the red side.
Yeah.
Okay, and so we are going to go ahead. We're going to go straight into Tim Rivera's turn. At this point, you've seen the Burning Force. It's not like yellow has drawn too many cards because I believe we've only gotten maybe 1 or 2 procs of the Phantasmal. I think actually 1 proc off the Flying Turtle. So if you are able to punish this Penton, you might be able to just take this game.
Yeah, true enough. Dilophaza hitting the board now, so that's another one that can't block, but it does have a lot of BP for the cost.
Yeah, and so, seeing that Ayande is running the Burning Force, both of these spirits at the current moment actually do break over the 3,000 BP threshold, meaning it's a lot harder to actually remove them, even with, hypothetically, an angelic pressure coming from yellow.
Yep, that's the plan. Questions here. What'll it be? All right, he's looking at the Burning Force.
I'm curious to see if Tim decides to hit the gas pedal at this point, or if he decides to slow down his game just a tad, similar to how Colin played his game 2 last round.
I wonder what the question is. Discussing the discounts, possibly. Maybe the costs on the Dilophaza.
Potentially Scorched Battlefield giving the plus 1,000, and so seeing if that interacts any way with potentially a card that removes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was already out of play for a little while.
Yeah.
I was wondering if maybe he thought like Dilophaza should have cost a little bit more.
True.
Because yeah, it is. Oh, maybe he's saying that it was only 1 and 1 because there was only the 1 reduction, but yeah, it was a little bit more. But it looks like everything is on level here. So another one comes out. This one is just 1 and 1 because of the 2 discount.
Okay, and then I would imagine he's probably going to swing with both of his Dilophosa's here,
You might as well.
just because you can't really block with it, so might as well try and get that damage. But he's gonna go ahead and take that damage, and there goes the second swing. Now at 3 life, no burst set. This is kind of scary in this position.
Yeah, Dilophosa can't block, so you
Right.
have to attack with it anyway. So Andy Ross, the one receiving that, and receiving a little bit more damage. Going to go down to just 2 life. Hippocampo, take the wheel. We need some more health back.
And so he does still have that Phantasmal, which will allow him to draw an additional card if he's able to play a Fabled Beast. I imagine at this point you're trying to dig for your Absolute Ice Shields to try and stall a little bit more time. Maybe he has some kind of other tech that bails him out of this matchup, but currently staring down 3 bodies, and red still has gas to go in hand. This is kind of scary.
It's extremely scary. You either need to find a huge amount of removal, or you need to find a way to put out a board that can contest this in some way, because Tim has not lost a single life yet this game. What's it going to be for Yende? It almost looks like he's deciding,
So
is he going to scoop or not?
right,
He's thinking it through.
he does have the Pentan on board, which will reduce the cost of the first magic he decides to play
True.
on this turn. So that gives him a little bit more leeway, and he has quite a bit of core to work with just because he's taken 3 damage now. So he is ahead of the curve in terms of core against versus Tim. So maybe he has some crazy kind of comeback play going into this. There's also, I feel like, a valid strategy where maybe you just want to conceal a little bit of your information going into game 2. Is that Elk?
Oh, that is Elk. Yeah, wow, okay.
Okay.
Fanatec Elk, so a tech from white. And, yeah, go ahead.
So Elk is a really, really interesting card because, of course, of the Absolute Ice Shield interaction, being able to burn away some of your opponent's life reserve. And at this point, it is going to consume all of his cores from the reserve just because there is no cost reduction going for it. But this is a really powerful spirit whenever it blocks because it's just very difficult to actually remove.
Yeah, so just going through it again, I mean, when it blocks, it can't be destroyed by destruction effects as a result of the battle. It can't have its cores removed, which it's not against purple, so it's not a big concern there. That is a big concern. There's just so many bodies on the board. I don't think Andy Ross, I mean, he doesn't have a burst. So how in the world do you survive this turn, especially with Jurassic King Giganorex coming out?
So there's no cores in his reserve at the current moment. So it's not like you can make some kind of flash play. So this is actually really, really terrifying coming on out. But yeah, so he's gonna just go ahead and swing with the remaining bodies. And
that's that. Yep. All right.
Game 2.
That's the end of game number 1. It's going to be a win for Tim Rivera, and just the overwhelming force of the dinosaur army coming out for the red player here. And it was cool that we saw the Fanatec Elk.
Would you side it out going into game 2?
I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised he played it, actually, just because it seemed like a situation where the game was pretty much over already. So
Right.
showing that to your opponent, obviously at this point in the day, I think what is in a lot of the decks is kind of well known to the players. People talk to each other and all that kind of stuff. So it might not have been a huge surprise there, but it didn't save the day there.
So I definitely think you make a really excellent point in that concealing information going into these game 2, going into game 3 is very important because that's the power of your sideboard, right? So maybe you hold if Elk was your only, or let me rephrase that. If you were in a very poor board state and you knew that it was likely going to game 2, maybe you should have held off on the Elk. So then going into game 2, that surprise is still present. But regardless, I'm curious to see what cards they sideboard going into this game 2. Maybe some more board removal to contest red. Maybe we look to see some armor red coming from the Enterprise, coming from Pegasion.
Yeah, possibly. In yellow in the Fabled Beasts, we've seen a lot of people play some Armored Dragon Ship Enterprise in that deck, and that's just simply because it gives potentially it gives all your spirits armor for red, purple, and white. You know, so against red, obviously that's going to be really good. So I'm not necessarily surprised to see big white creatures come out. I am a little bit surprised to see Elk over Enterprise, though. You know,
So
interesting.
I mean, I could very well see him playing both cards. In one of them in the sideboard and the other in the main deck. I think that would be really cool, and then like just demonstrating just how flexible deck building can be in this game.
Yeah, I mean it's a game that's designed to be very flexible, but like we were talking about earlier, I think we're gonna have to wait a set or two before we start to see true, pure multi-color strategies come through, where it's like equal amounts of multiple different colors.
Okay, so it looks like the players are proceeding to get ready for the mulligan. I'm wondering if Ayande has decided to opt to go first or second. Both players have decided not to mulligan, and Ayande is going to go first. So again, if you're in this aggro position, previous rounds have dictated that going first is really advantageous, but Tim Rivera doing pretty well going second, it seemed like.
Yeah, and that is interesting too, because red stuff does cost a little bit more. You know, I mean, white aggro can get so much cheap stuff out there so fast. Red needs a little bit more cores to get kind of the board developed. But also, you know, you're going to have the beefier board long term. So I think as a red player in this matchup specifically, it does seem like going second is going to be decent. You're just going to be bigger.
So really great start coming out of Tim, right?
Yeah.
Setting up a burst, setting up a nexus, getting out that really cheap pterosaur. So right out the gate, Tim has a very strong turn too, and then Ayande only has the Phantasmal Paradise established, so he will need to drop a couple of bodies in order to contest Tim.
Yep. Overaptidon coming in again with one core. It's only 1,000 BP, but it does get stronger quicker, and you know, with nothing on the other side, why not? You know, why not just throw it out?
So he does have to make sure that he doesn't play into the Burning Force, similar to Game 1. Looking at Tim's side of the board, he doesn't have the cores to actually make a Burning Force play, so maybe you push it a little bit. I think that Hippocampo at level 2 is going to be very crucial for this matchup, though.
Yeah, plays the Hippocampo right now. Looks like it's just one core on the Hippocampo at the moment. So it still does give it Blessed, obviously. That's a level 1 and 2 thing, but only 2,000 BP.
And then
Draw a
Phantasmal,
card.
yep.
Okay. Yep. Card draw with the Phantasmal, that's right.
And so Phantasmal being tapped does mean you can not use its draw effect for the rest of the turn.
Yeah.
I believe this is the, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the only Nexus that actually exhausts itself?
Off the top of my head, yeah, it's at least, at the very least, it's the only one that we're probably going to see today.
Yeah.
You know, if there's another one out there, it's not one that's made it into a lot of viable decks right now.
And so I think this is almost a guaranteed free Blessing proc, so you can get back to your 5 life. I would consider going to level 2 just to avoid those 3,000 BP threshold pops.
Yeah.
But maybe you just invest a few more bodies and just hope that he doesn't have the Burning Force.
I mean, you kind of have to. It's in a game like this, it's either they have it or they don't, you know? You can't, in a game that moves as quickly as this one does, and this matchup does, I don't know if you can afford to really be, you know, too defensive, too slow. It's going to be the Pentan brought in. That's, again, like we saw before, it's going to reduce the cost of the first magic card you use each turn by 1. So just kind of a nice across the board cheapening of magic, and that also, of course, applies to.
There goes the Burning Force.
Yeah, yep. That's it. Yeah.
Both cards are below the 3,000, and this almost looks just like Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough situation for Allende to be in right now. Burning Force clearing the board, essentially, on the yellow player's side, and another life lost as the Dilafosa comes in.
I think the one upside currently in Allende's favor is the fact that Tim doesn't have a lot of spirits currently established on his board.
Yeah.
So maybe you can still contest board presence, and one of the Burning Forces has now been revealed out of his hand. So maybe you have a little bit of leeway. Maybe he just doesn't have the second one to clear out your board.
Yep, you always want to hope they don't.
But it looks,
Flying Turtle?
Yeah, another, hopefully a +2, at minimum +1. Or I guess the turtle itself is at -1, and then it goes +0, and then +1.
Sure.
Yeah. But it's an exhaust nexus, so it's not actually gonna get that card into hand, and then it's gonna trigger the Star Blessed draw. So if he chooses to, he could draw 4, but I didn't catch to see whether or not he had the cores to actually proc the second effect.
Yeah, I didn't notice either. So the Star Blessed draw, one of the reasons why it's so good is it's not that expensive really, at 4.
Ooh.
And you do draw 4 cards theoretically because of it. Because you draw a couple with the burst, and then you pay for the rest.
Yeah, so we are gonna see Freestall the Koala coming on out.
Yeah.
We haven't seen this one all day. And then he's also gonna go ahead and follow up with what spirit is that? Can you tell?
That one. Oh wait, interesting.
Okay, so
Let's see.
Yeah. It does look like his Raptor was removed using an Angelic Pressure.
Oh yeah, that's Ervada. Ervada, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, not a card we've seen yet today. It's just another, you know, decently statted beast that comes out, and when it does die, you can kind of trade it out. It has an ability that says when you select a spirit card that costs 2 from your trash, you can summon it. So it is another, you know, 2-cost synergy card that yellow has quite a bit of.
Right. So establishing 3 bodies, removing the raptor, not too bad, but it does look like Andromeda is coming on down, and Andromeda will be able to pop one of these creatures.
Yep.
So you also do have he actually so there goes the Phantasmal Paradise,
Mm-hmm.
and then what removed the Phantasmal? Andromeda destroys a Nexus or 3,000 or less spirit.
Right.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of flexibility coming there.
Cool synergies on the side of Bandai Ross too between Rizal and the Aravata as well. When something dies, you draw, and then Aravata is able to kind of bring it back. Dragground Trooper as well, played by Tim Rivera as he tries to establish a little bit more of a board. And
a second Paradise, a second Phantasmal has been established after losing the first one. Tim looking like he's going to play a bit of a slower game in this game too, and Allende has a pretty good setup currently. He has a Phantasmal proc that can go off. He has cards in hand. Potentially, if you can get rid of this Andromeda, you could be in a pretty great position.
Yeah, it's the big if there.
Yeah, so we are going to go ahead. I believe that's Sword Angel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, Sword Angel. Again, it's a vanilla card. It's going to come in for free, though, and with a bunch of cores on it, looks like 3. It's up to 3,000 BP. Is that 3 or 4? That's 4 cores, so 4,000 BP, actually, for Sword Angel.
But it looks like we're going to go ahead and go to Tim's turn. Looks like the turn was passed. So we've established a pretty defensive wall at this point. He might be looking to find the Behemoth, but another Andromeda is going to come on down. And
wow.
Yeah, there goes the second Phantasmal Paradise.
Yep. And now when the Andromedas start attacking with Confront, you can start theoretically taking things out. Although it is just 4,000 BP at level 1. So that does mean the Sword Angel is able to contest it. So if you do come in with Confront, the Sword Angel can just say, all right, I'm pretty happy trading with Nebula Dragon Andromeda.
So Confront is only at level 3.
You're right.
So at the current moment, he doesn't have access to it. Yeah. So I would say at the current moment, and this obviously can swing at any given moment just because both of these decks are very explosive, yellow is looking like a pretty solid board state right now.
Yeah. Dilophosa for the 4th spirit here.
So Burning Force will not be enough to actually remove anything other than the Trooper, I believe, because Trooper is at 2,000 BP. So I'm really curious to see if there's any special tech cards that from the sideboard that may swing this matchup.
Andy keeps looking at his trash, and part of that is you want to look for 2 costs that interact with things like Aravata.
And Behemoth's cost reduction.
That's also true. Yeah. You don't want to forget any of that.
So it does look like we are going to make a bit of an investment play right now, and he's going to.
There it is.
There's the Behemoth.
Yep, that's right. Behemoth comes out, and again, this is what we talked about, where this can theoretically pave the way for your 2 costs to just come in unblockable, if the Behemoth can get things done.
So the Behemoth, at the current moment is level 2, so it does have the ability to prevent your your Fabled Beast from being blocked by level 2s. But at the current moment, there are no level 2s actually on Tim's board.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. They're all level 1 right now. Tim takes some time to read it. God Beast Behemoth not seen quite as often today. Although that said, there's just as many God Beast Behemoth like Fabled players in the undefeated pool as there are red players. Interestingly enough,
I think it's very interesting that on the current board, the only 2 costs Fabled Beasts are the Flying Turtle as well as the Freestall. The other 2 cards, actually, is Sword Angel 2 cost? It is.
No, Sword Angel's 3.
Is it 3?
I believe. Well, I could be wrong. Let me see.
I could have sworn it was 2. It is 2.
It is 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it is currently Tim's turn. It does look like the Burning Force is going to come on down, and that is going to be really powerful. It will remove the Fabled Beast that spawns another one from the trash. So I'm curious to see which Fabled Beast he will elect to summon.
I believe he also draws a card because of the Freestall as well.
Oh, Freestall is during either attack step. So
that's outside the attack step. Yeah, that's right.
And then Penton is going to come on down. Really powerful yellow spirit to establish right here, because now if you have any flash spells to play, Penton can make them a bit cheaper.
Yep. Next attack, Flying Turtle.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate how nice the art is in yellow?
Yeah, I mean it's really cool. It's a weird mix of very Miyazaki-esque giant animal kind of things, and then
The second burning force on the
QC
turn.
penguins. Oh, that's rough. Wow, I don't think Ande was expecting that. Nobody's really expecting
Yeah.
the double burning force turn.
So this is currently threatening lethal, actually.
It might be, yeah.
Because now there's no longer any blockers. You're at
Yeah.
exactly enough damage. No ice wall set either. You
That's
would.
rough.
So I believe Dragno Trooper is at 2,000 BP because it's not 5,000. Or with the Scorched Battlefield is at 3,000. So a Burning Force will be able to actually destroy it, which it does look like he actually elected to do. So he does manage to stay alive, but he might be going to 1.
Yeah, that's a rough situation to be in, especially because Tim is still at 4 here. Yep, there's a swing with Andromeda. Another resource goes down to Andy's reserve from his life.
Okay, he looks like he's going to pass turn.
Yeah, leaves one unexhausted, ready to defend, because it's really unlikely that Allende is going to be able to get enough bodies on the board to change this at this point.
I believe he only has 2 cards in hand, and that's game.
That's it. Yeah, that's a concede from Allende Ross, and that means Tim Rivera is a winner, 2-0 fashion, red versus yellow, and undefeated Fable Beast player bites the dust. Well, at least, still in the tournament, of course.
Yeah,
still a 4-1 record and a very good spot, but the undefeated streak has come to an end today. And I really wonder, we were talking about this before the game too, exciting to see 3 yellow players be undefeated coming into round 5, but now you're starting to hit all the red decks. Now you're starting to hit way better players in Swiss, and you're starting to match up against people with that same record that you have, right? So will a lot of these players end up being, 4-4 or 5-3 on the day? It's hard to say. Obviously the skill's there. They've made it this far, but, how are the decks going to match up? And that one looked pretty one-sided, frankly, on the red side.
Yeah, I definitely do think Behemoth, while it is a powerful card, with the cost reduction, the payout isn't as impactful as some of the other top ends we might see. And I wish we got to see a little bit more of the Elk, but hopefully we can see him in top 16 and the Elk can really show its value.
Yep, that's right. There's still entirely possible, like we said. The yellow player Allende is still 4-1 on the day. So going into round number 6, that's a pretty good place to be here. Looking again at our undefeated players. Remember, coming into this round, the undefeated players included 3 yellow Fable Beast players, 3 red Pterosaur players, and 2 white aggro players. So no purple players at all, and no white control, the other archetype that people are kind of expecting to do well. But like I said before, I think white control is going to be the one that has the highest expectations but the lowest results at the end of the weekend.
That's fair. At this point, it's either white or purple, right? So I'm really interested to see how top 16 pans out, because while we do see what was undefeated going into this round, we don't know who the remaining X1s were. So for all we know, the purples, your white controls, they're all chilling around that area. So
it could be. We'll see. The other undefeated players are still playing, so we don't have that data quite yet, but we'll find out soon. We're going to take a quick break again in a moment, but before we do, I want to ask you, any big surprises today yet?
Any big surprises?
Yeah. What is the biggest surprise you've seen today?
So I honestly didn't have a lot of expectations for yellow. So going into round 5, which is, where stuff gets really, really difficult by this point, seeing 3 undefeated Fable Beasts is super cool.
Yeah.
Also, I love to see all these different kind of deck techs, right? Every deck we've seen on stream so far has a little bit of an interesting spice and variation to it. Whether it's the Volcanic Break, whether it's the Elk in different colors, like you mentioned. At some point, somebody's playing Enterprise in yellow right now, I believe.
Yeah.
A lot of really, really cool stuff. Just goes to show we're currently in an unsolved format, so anything could really happen.
I mean, the only thing that's been solved is that aggro is strong. Yeah, Pterosaur is good. Again, like any early card game in its life is generally going to lean towards aggro here. No difference with Battle Spirit Saga, but we're here to see the tech. We're here to see the cool games, and we will definitely have more of those coming at you in just a little bit. That's it for round 5. But we will be back with round number 6 before you know it. So do not go anywhere. Leave the stream on. Go do something else fun for a little bit. And when you hear us start talking again, that's time to come back and watch another game of Battle Spirit Saga. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. All right, good news, everybody. We are ready to get started with game 1 of the series here in round number 6. It's going to be yellow versus red. Everything's fine. The deck lists have all checked out, and so the players are shuffling right now to get ready for game number 1. We're going to get over there as soon as possible.
Yeah, and we've been talking about a lot about the yellow versus red matchup.
Yeah.
We've seen it quite a bit today, actually. I believe both yellow players did play against red earlier in the day, if I remember correctly, and so we're gonna get a little bit more of that. But yeah, jumping straight into the game.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. It is time. Let's see who ends up going first here.
Yeah.
Deck cuts coming in, so I believe we're still yet to decide that.
And so
a little bit of shuffling of the opponent's decks is happening.
I've noticed that we have seen quite a bit of lack of mulligan in these aggressive matchups.
Yep, this is going to be game 1, actually, just to make sure everyone knows out here.
Yeah.
This is game 1. We're going to see the full series. A measly 2, rolled by Matt Clark. Can Herman Cozy beat it?
1.
Oh no!
I caster cursed him.
Oh, you did. You did. Well, actually, technically, a caster curse is when you say someone's doing really well, and then that makes them do poorly. So you just basically cursed him.
Oh.
That was just a good old-fashioned regular curse.
Whoopsie daisy.
I thought we were done with purple for the day. Guess not. Well, let's see what they decide to do. Matt Clark deciding
not to mulligan, so he is at 5 cards currently in hand.
Is he on the play, or is he going to pass it over to Herman to go first? That's the big question here.
Actually, yeah, so he has 6 cards in hand, so he chose not to mulligan.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
He's going first, actually, too, then.
Yeah.
If he's already drawn that, yeah.
So really interested to see if he opens all the small bodies necessary to start getting up that cost reduction. It looks like, yeah, we're about to commit a couple of cores. Either it's going to be a Nexus or it's going to be a creature. It might be a Scorched Battlefield if we follow the trends from earlier today.
Could be spending 2 on a Dragron Trooper. And just tossing a couple cores on there, I believe that does lift him up to level 2, if I recall correctly.
Right, and so
yeah.
That does mean he is going to be at the 5,000 BP whenever he does attack.
Correct.
So currently, he is only at 3,000. So if decided to angelic pressure at this moment, he's gone.
That's true. Just too much pressure for the Dragron Trooper to handle. He's like, I've trained for this, but I just can't handle the pressure. I think there's a Police song about this, about being under pressure.
Oh, and there goes the Penton. So coming on, we're just going to ignore what you said.
That's probably wise. Yeah. All right. Penton comes in to discount some spells. There you go. Oh, it's Queen. Oh, whoops. All right. Well, that was before my time. Pretty much.
Is that what we're going with?
Yeah. That's what we're going with.
Yes.
What's that? Oh, I guess that was Queen. I even watched that movie the other year, and I didn't remember that. All right, well, there's your Scorched Battlefield. That's the one you've been looking for. So now the cycling begins for Matt Clark a little bit. Pentan, of course, over on the left side of your screen, reduces the cost of the first magic card you use each turn by 1, so that is going to be useful.
But it looks like he is going to pass the turn back over to Herman. Herman, having established the level 3 Penton at 4,000 BP, does mean it dodges the Burning Force threshold. But now on the play, he doesn't have a Nexus established, whereas his opponent does. But there is the Blessed Cathedral, like we talked about a little bit earlier, that will lead to a bit of core ramping.
Yep, exactly. Blessed Cathedral. I mean, of course, you do need one of your yellow spirits to get destroyed to get that level 1 benefit. So you probably don't want that Penton that you've invested in a little bit to get taken out that quickly. But if he does, you do get that core from the Void to your reserve.
So a combo that is available at the current moment is that Angelic Pressure, if I remember correctly, is a 3-cost spell with 2 cost reduction symbols, if I remember correctly. Penton reducing it by 1, and so if he does swing the Trooper, he will be able to block with the Penton and then use the Angelic Pressure to lower its BP, thus letting Penton actually defeat it.
That is correct. Yeah, that's right. 2 cost reduction.
Yep, but there goes the Dilophosa, the 4,000 Pterosaur with the inability to block.
Kind of sounds like a pharmaceutical, doesn't it? Ask your doctor if Dilophosa is right for you. Dilophosa has side effects like claws in unexpected places.
Inability to block.
Your tongue may turn blue.
Yeah, so it does look like the Trooper is going to go on ahead, swing. It is for 6,000 BP thanks to the Scorched Battlefield. And Scorched Battlefield being at level 2 does mean the ability to draw additional cards is now online. So you could block this. If he doesn't have a spell that allows him to react to this, Penton will be going down.
That's the idea. And he is going to sacrifice the Penton, it looks like.
So this actually may have been a decision to proc the Cathedral, knowing that you were going to ramp up. So
why not?
Yeah, lose 1 life and ramp 2 for the turn. Not too bad.
And the going theory with this yellow deck too is that it is supposed to be more mid-rangey. It is supposed to take a little bit more time and ramp up. And, you know, you lose one life there, you still have 4 to go, you're in a decent spot, you just need to get a little bit more on the board established. And with things like Hippocampo lurking in a lot of these yellow decks, you do have a chance to regain some of that lost life later on.
So with both spirits being exhausted on Matt's side, the Hippocampo could come out on this turn and restore back that life that was just lost, thus putting him quite a bit ahead in terms of core value. It does look like we're just going to go, I don't even, how do you pronounce this name?
Aravada?
Aravada.
I believe. Yeah, with 2 cores.
And this is the one that will float into another 2-drop, so he could bring back the Penton after blocking with this. So fundamentally, this is worth 2 blockers.
That's right. Yep. So when destroyed too, so you can trade it out basically. So yeah, you block with it, you bring back something else that costs it too, and it's just kind of getting that cycle right, where again, when something is destroyed, you get a core, you get the other blocker back again. So again, just buying time until some of the bigger threats come out right now is yellow.
Yeah, but only at 3,000 BP. I don't foresee you swinging with this because you want to be able to block and float with this. And he will end up passing the turn on the Phantasmal Paradise, so setting up that draw engine for later on in the game.
Yep, Phantasmal Paradise, level 1, when you summon a Fabled Beast, you can exhaust the Nexus to draw a card. So it's only a once per turn kind of thing, but it does get you a little bit more of that, that card draw going. Flying Turtle on the board with 2 cores as well. And yep, going to use it to tap the Nexus to draw that card.
And he does not reveal a Phantasmal Beast, but there is the Newman Guard, actually, the 8-drop.
Oh, yeah.
This is a white 8-drop that states, when destroyed, I believe there's a specific clause to when it's destroyed, but it's gain 3 cores from your Void as well as draw 3. So I've been hearing a little bit around the venue about players using this card in order to facilitate a bit of their ramping.
Well, I wonder, too, if this has been a replacement for Dragonship Enterprise that we saw previously, because there weren't any Mecha Beast Fortress Noman Guard in the other lists that I had seen coming into the tournament, but it makes a lot of sense, too. Again, like you said, when destroyed by opponent, draw 3 cards, and then place 3 cores from your Void into your reserve, which is pretty nice. Now, if you do get it up to level 2, you do get a refresh step after your attack step. That's a little bit more of an aggressive kind of thing, right? Where it's like you attack, you get to refresh everything, you have blockers prepared. It's only once per turn thing, kind of, but it is something to kind of keep in mind. But yeah, it is that first ability that we're going to see used most often if another one does hit the board. Probably only running 2, I would guess.
So in the board position that Matt is currently in, you're staring at one of the spirits that floats, and you're staring at a level 2 flying turtle. Both nexuses are established at the current moment, and with only 2 spirits available, if you swing out, it's going to be really difficult to potentially stabilize on the following turn, just because there's so much, potentially so many spirits coming out of Herman's hand, right? With the Phantasmal Paradise fueling him.
So what's the plan for Matt Clark here?
So to my knowledge, Burning Force will actually remove both of these spirits. I know the, how do you pronounce it? It starts with the floater, the Arvanti.
Aravada?
Aravada.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Okay, so the Aravada.
Remember, we're the first big so we're determining the pronunciation here in real time.
At level 2 it is only 3,000 BP, which does make it a target for the Burning Force, and
there it is.
But he's going to use it to actually remove the Phantasmal.
Oh, okay.
So getting rid of that draw engine for yellow, and so it looks like he's just going to go ahead and swing out here. This is for the 6,000 BP, so nothing will trade evenly with this, of course, without the influence of magic.
Well, Drakeron Trooper, he did spend 1 core from it to pay for that Burning Force, so it is down to just 3,000, but that's still 3,000 BP. Remember, it gets plus 2,000 when it attacks, so it is still a threat. What you're talking about is still essentially happening, where it is in there to take out one of the opposing spirits.
Yeah. And so it does look like he's going to go ahead and block out both of these attacks, but he will be able to float into another 2-cost spirit from his trash, and it does look like he does for Penton.
All right, yeah. A little bit of a magic cost reduction. He's going to buff up Penton as well to the maximum just to give him that 4,000 BP. Make sure he's like a little bit safer. Again, Burning Force is not going to be able to take that out without some BP reduction.
So if you're in the position of Herman and you still have your cathedral established and everything, you're quite a bit up ahead in terms of core ramping. We might see some early game behemoths coming on out.
So I think I want to go back to the Burning Forest play by Matt Clark a couple turns ago because you talked about core ramping, and so that's one of the reasons why it was so important for him to destroy the Nexus that gave more card draw.
Right.
Because you can have all the cores in the world, but if you don't have cards in hand to spend them on, then it's not really worth a whole lot. So heads up play by Matt to kind of kick out the feet from under the plan for Herman, right?
Right.
To be able to have cards to use that resource as well as just having the resources.
Also, at the current moment, Matt does have access to another Burning Force, should he have one in his hand, because he still has the cores on both his Nexus as well as his spirits. So if he really wanted to go for that play, he is able to pay for that, assuming Herman decides to hit the gas pedal a little bit.
Yeah.
But really interested to see what Herman's next move is going to be. It does look like he just plays another Pentan, so double reduction for his spells coming on upward.
Pentan 2, Tea Party Boogaloo. He's having a tea party.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have like giant mecha beast things. Sometimes you have horned penguins with top hats and bow ties having a tea party.
I forget which card specified penguins specifically. It listed like a bunch of different spirits, and then it specifically listed penguins as its own thing. But there is the Hippocampo coming on out.
Yeah.
The only card in the game at the current moment with the blessing and the heal.
The All-Stars. So, we talked about having a lot of cores and, a lot of resources and maybe not as many cards in hand to spend on. One thing you can do is just put a ton of cores on everything. Just make sure everything is at max level it can be. So Hippocampo with 3 cores is at 4,000 BP, safe from Burning Forest.
Yeah, and with no spirits left to block on Matt's board, this is almost a guaranteed heal if he decides to go about that.
Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah.
I think you definitely do. I would be very surprised if he doesn't attack with the Hippocampo this turn.
I'm wondering, what kind of spells are you going to use to capitalize on your double Pentan board? Like, aside from the Angelic Pressure, yep, there's the 1 damage, so go ahead and go heal 1. Wait, no, joking. JK. My apologies.
Yep,
He's
hasn't
going to pass
exhausted
turn.
just yet.
Yeah, he passed turn.
So he doesn't attack with the Hippocampo. Interesting. I wonder what he's concerned about.
I'm also really, really curious.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's Scorched Battlefield doesn't present any concerns.
There's no burst set either, so I'm really curious as to why we didn't swing the Hippocampo. But
yeah,
regardless, it is now Matt's turn. He is on the play.
I mean, there's a lot of resources, in the reserve for Matt, I suppose. But what's the plan? Yeah, I mean, what was the plan? Why wait with the Hippocampo?
So Hippocampo is currently at 4,000 BP, meaning that he is susceptible to a couple of cards such as Volcanic Break, which we did see earlier. So I'm wondering if other Pterosaur players have decided to adopt that card.
Sure, but at the same time, if it's in their hand, it's in their hand.
I still.
The only thing that's happening is that it's staying in his hand longer. But I don't know. I would wager a lot that Herman is a much better Battle Spirit Saga player
we're
than
not
I
a top
am.
table.
So we can talk about what the reasoning might be, but at the end of the day, Herman electing to play a more defensive line here.
And so Rain Needle is going to come on down. Rain Needle does cost 0 with the core reduction, and he's going to go ahead and level it to level 3, actually.
Okay, yep. So again, just making sure it's got enough BP to survive something like an Angelic Pressure or something like that. As you can see, with 3 cores, it is up to 4,000. No abilities, just a bunch of lore.
And so with the Scorched Battlefield, it is at 5,000, which is significant because that means Hippocampo is unable to trade into it without the addition of a spell.
So now what do you do with the Hippocampo? I mean, you got to find a way to get rid of some of the things on the board before you can start attacking in with it.
Nope, there goes Pentan. Is going to go ahead and trade. Not trade, but it is, to my knowledge, it's going to be destroyed by the Trooper because Pentan is only at the 4,000 BP threshold. And Trooper is now currently sitting at 6,000 because it is at level 2 with the Scorched Battlefield. But that will ramp another core, I believe, with Cathedral.
Yep. Correct. During the attack step, like we just talked about, when one of the yellow spirits is destroyed, you do get a core from the Void into your reserve. So, like you said, he does have that extra resource to spend, and you have to imagine there's something good in the hand.
Yeah, and so Dilophosa is going to go ahead and swing out. Do you choose to block this or you take the damage? Well, there's your answer, I guess.
Oh, all right. Do you think there's a chance he's got the Nomengard in there?
Oh, he might have another one in his hand. He might be just fishing for it, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. He's attacking he's blocking, actually, again, with Pentan, yeah.
Yeah, and so that will go ahead and ramp another core because the Cathedral is not once per turn.
Interesting. There's got to be something big he's saving up for here on the next turn.
Yeah.
And Matt Clark certainly aware of that, but you're kind of in the situation where it's like, well, let's just see what it is. But a big stack of resources for Herman Cozy coming into this next turn.
I'm really interested. So if he's playing the Newman-Guard, I wonder if he's playing any other high-cost 8-drop style of spirits. We did see Infernal Curse King earlier from a different non-purple deck.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the thing with yellow Fabled Beasts. You can just run some of the big stuff from all the colors if you want to. Like we mentioned earlier, Dragonship Enterprise is one we've seen most commonly in this type of list coming into today. Now the elephants are taking over. There it is. Yep, just kind of like we were thinking. We knew there was something big coming, and there it is. Mecha Beast, Fortress Nauengard, and again, you've got it there for that first ability. It does have 7,000 BP at level 1, and he's going to go ahead and send it all the way up to level 2, I believe. Yeah, that's right. And so this, for what it's worth, lets you perform a refresh step after your attack step. So that does, give you cores back, things like that. Does let you, theoretically, get ready for spending big when you're on your opponent's turn, if in terms of spells and things like that. You don't get to attack again, but you at least get to ready things in anticipation of their attack.
So he has gone ahead and taken away the cores from the Hippocampo, put it onto the Cathedral, which turns on its ability to draw cards.
Yeah, interesting.
Hippocampo will still heal 1 if this attack connects. There are no blockers on Matt Clark's side of the board at the current moment. And yeah, he went ahead and took the damage. So Hippocampo recovering 1 health, helping Herman restabilize.
Yeah, I mean, everything was exhausted on the side of Matt Clark, so why not back up to 4 health? And, yep, there's going to be the refresh step, the extra one given by Nauengard.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Elephant.
So
Mr. Giant City Robot Elephant.
This is a really unique position because even if he were able to destroy the Nauengard, it will go ahead and ramp 3 cores, draw 3, really just replenishing the field tank.
Yeah. It's really the draw 3 that's the scary part for Matt Clark. But at some point, you need to start putting some offensive pressure on. I mean, there was that 1 damage that went through from the Hippocampo, but it only evened up the life total, right?
So if we do see the Rex coming on out, that could be really, really dangerous because with the Confront, he would be able... the Confront would just get eaten up by a Nauengard, no?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I mean, you generally want to send that that way.
And so we are going to see Burning Force coming on down, removing the Cathedral from the board. So no more ramping from the Nexus, no additional card draw.
You've gotten a lot out of that Cathedral, though. That Nexus certainly was worth its cores,
And so we are going to see the Troopers swinging in. I believe it is level 1 at the current moment, so it is not receiving it is receiving the plus 2,000 BP, but it's at a much lower base value. So do you choose to take this, or would you choose to block it with your elephant?
I mean, you could, but yeah, I mean, he's going to exhaust the Hippocampo to block with that, and so it's going to die, but he's not really going to get any benefit from it that he would have if the Nexus was still around. And now just a lone elephant on the board here, a very strong elephant.
A 10,000 BP
10,000 BP elephant. That's a lot of battle power, yeah.
Is that what BP stands for?
Yeah.
I never actually gave it a thought. I just called it
Seriously?
BP. No.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously. Never actually thought about it. I just said, oh, it's called BP? All right.
Wow. How many years have you played these games?
They all have their own different terminologies. Come on.
But it's always battle power. What did you think it stood for?
I didn't think about it.
Curious.
I didn't think it stood for anything, to be honest with you.
They just called it BP?
I just called it BP.
All right. Well, there you go. For those of you like Hoang out there who don't know, BP stands for battle power.
No, the more you know.
I mean, see, this maybe the only reason I know is because I was just like diving deep into the research with all this. I'm actually reading the rule books and things like that. So, yeah, there you go.
So he went ahead and played another Hippocampo. It is going to hit level 2, so it is now at 4,000 BP. And on the side of Matt Clark, one of his spirits is unable to actually block. So really only 1 blocker standing in the way of Herman at the moment.
Good amount of cards and a good amount of resources left over for Herman as well. So does he have another card to play here? Another spirit to put down maybe? Getting the spirit advantage at the moment would be a really good thing in terms of swinging the tempo over in his favor.
Burning Force does make an appearance from Herman's side.
Thought so, yeah.
Does he destroy the Nexus or the Trooper? I would imagine you well, you are at 4 life. I could see the Nexus being taken out here.
Yeah, I kind of like getting rid of this one of the spirits, maybe, but I think it is a tough choice. And you can see he's kind of thinking about it. He's going to go for the Nexus in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both Rain Needle as well as the Dyna are at 4,000 BP, making it so they are outside of that threshold.
Oh, right. Yeah, so he only did have that choice of the Dragron Trooper.
Or the Nexus.
Or
right.
the Nexus, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it probably is in that case good to go for the Nexus. Makes sense.
So you could swing out here, but you would end up trading with the Rain Needle. And I don't know how I feel about losing your Hippocampo for a 4,000 Rain Needle.
No.
Yeah.
Another Blessed Cathedral comes into play. So once again, the benefit for your Fabled Beasts dying is coming back online here.
Yeah, but it does look like he is going to go ahead and take away some of the cores from his Newman Guard, so it is now no longer level 2, actually. So it's reduced its EP, Battle Power.
Battle Power,
back
if you
to
will.
level 1, yeah.
Just looks like a single card in hand here for Herman as well. So you almost want to... Oh, is he going to move some more cores over? I was wondering if he was going to want to weaken Newman Guard. Okay, there we go. Just for the sole purpose of trying to find a way to get it offed and then, get some cards in hand.
Yeah, so you almost want your Newman Guard to actually go down.
Yeah.
But the question is, what card is actually capable of getting rid of it outside of Rex, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Even at 7,000 battle power, it's still gonna survive most of the incoming damage from Matt's board right now, unless you get like Jurassic King Gigarex out there, but it's gonna be a second Rain Needle instead.
And it is at level 3, so we are gonna see both Rain Needles at 4,000 BP. Is Matt gonna hit the gas pedal here?
Maybe. I mean, he's got the board advantage in terms of spirit numbers now. So how are the attacks going to line up? Dilophosa can't block.
Right.
But then again, it would also die to Newman Guard.
And there's also no Scorched Battlefield. So some of the trading is a little bit awkward now.
Yeah.
But Hippocampo is only at 3,000 BP because it is not level 2.
Exactly. If you look at Rain Needle, it's actually, there's only one N. So is it really Rain Needle, or is it Ray Needle? Or is it Rain Eatle?
Rain Edel?
Ray Needle. I think it sounds like a regular
Needle?
name. Yeah. Everybody loves Raymond, but they were actually talking about Ray Needle.
I don't like the fact that you just pointed that out to me now.
This is my job. These are the things I do.
But a Volcanic Break is going to come out from Matt Clark's side.
Yep.
That is going to go ahead and pop the Hippocampo. And if that was conducted during the main phase, it actually does not trigger the Cathedral, unfortunately. So no ramping occurring there.
Yep, so good to do that outside of the attack step.
Yep, and so Newman Guard is going to go ahead and block out the Dyna, so it will go straight to the trash. But there are, a couple more attacks coming in.
Yep. So there's going to be some life lost on Herman's side of things. And again, not losing Newman Guard, not getting that draw, just 2 cards in hand and a lot of cores.
Yes, but like you said earlier, you can have as many cores as you want, but if you don't have anything to play with it, then what are you doing?
Exactly, and that feels like the situation that Herman has found himself in. And honestly, a similar situation to what we saw other yellow players find themselves in against red Pterosaur aggro players, because the Pterosaur aggro has this ability that Matt Clark is showing us for the second time on stream today of slowing down, playing more of a mid-rangey tempo kind of style, and just kind of slowly but surely creating this imbalance in resources versus cards that yellow seems to struggle with if you go this far into the game.
And so we are going to see the Phantasmal Paradise coming on out from Herman, and then the God Beast Behemoth is going to make his appearance onto the board.
I mean, it's big, but, again, God Beast Behemoth's primary role is to pave the way for a bunch of unblockable 2 costs, which we definitely do not have in this particular case.
I think what's really threatening is that Herman is only at 1 life. He's staring down 3 spirits and no absolute ice shield in sight.
Yeah.
So this could be, really dangerous. Even if you've established these 2 8-cost spirits, it means nothing if you just take that last damage.
It's a tricky spot for Herman. He's not out of it just yet, but it is a challenging thing. I mean, right now, obviously, like, it's wide open. He could attack, but you just die. He's at 1 health. You can't afford to really attack right now if you're Herman. But how in the world do you survive? I mean, if Matt can put down another couple, another couple spirits, he's in big trouble. But is that going to be an attack actually from Godbeast Behemoth? It looks like it is.
Yeah, and I think if you're Matt in this situation, you don't waste any of your flashes. You just take this damage.
Oh yeah.
Now you're just getting that additional resource, and it looks like Herman's just gonna go all in. Maybe,
Well,
yeah, maybe he has some kind of flash.
I mean, you do get to do a refresh step
Yeah.
with Nauman guards. So I suppose you can attack in this particular case. I forgot about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You can attack and then just refresh things. Be ready to use them as blockers, and that might be something. I don't think Matt overlooked it or anything like that, but it is something that is a bit of a concern. It does bring him down to 2 health, but we're still in that situation where it just might be too many spirits on board for Herman to deal with,
Yeah, and I'd be very surprised to see if Matt doesn't have any additional spirits to push for this, just because of how Pterosaur players on average are just playing majority smaller bodies just to get it onto the board.
Lots of cards in hand.
Yeah.
For Matt right now, a lot of options to deal with. Do you just maybe flood the board here?
I would definitely say so. There's no absolute ice shield in sight. There is quite a bit of cores left on Herman's side, so that is a little bit scary. But at 2 life, I think you have just a tad bit of leeway, just because hours, if somehow your lethal is stopped, you do have a couple of blockers you could establish.
Only one card in hand for Herman, so at least there's that. Okay, so Dino Man comes out. He doesn't get the automatic level 3 because there's more than 2 spirits on the board. But it is still another body, and all you need is attacks. You don't necessarily need strong spirits right now. You just need attacks.
And it does look like he is going to commit a couple of extra cores onto the Dino Man, so it will level up. So right now, I think he's playing around any potential BP minus spells coming from Herman.
Could be, yeah.
No Exhaust Nexus, no Angelic Pressure to ruin your lethal. So I think really smart play coming out from Matt. So now the question is it going to be enough?
There is a Jurassic King Gigarex in Matt's hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
So electing not to play that right now, but he might just have enough here to finish it off. 3 more potential attacks coming in.
Yep, so there is
block
the
number 2.
second block.
And what's he going to find with this 3rd attack?
He has to have a flash spell to react to this.
It's got to be it, right?
Nope, that's the
the game. Okay.
That's game 1.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, just showing a little bit of the hand. He actually, oh yeah, I mean, Matt just showing him a Dern Dyna in his hand too.
Yeah, and Dern Dyna, very interesting card. We haven't seen a lot of it today at all, actually. And to my knowledge, feel free to correct me. It makes your spirits unblockable at the cost of a soul core, I believe.
Depending on the amount of nexuses, it makes a white spirit unblockable. There you go. So basically, the way you use it in this situation is when you need to get in for that last little point of damage, or you're up against like white control that has a board locked down, you can just, no matter what color you are, you can just make Dual Gun Mechlord, Derm Dyna unblockable and just get in for that damage, right? Yep. There you go. So Matt does take it, and that was only game 1.
Yeah.
By the way, we still got more games to go here. That was a long one, but again, Matt's showing us how Pterosaur aggro can play the long game. They can go tempo, they can go mid-rangey, and they can just last.
I'm really curious to see what sideboard adaptations these players decide to make. We might see, and we've talked about this over and over again, but really, what do you side into red Pterosaur?
I mean, I think that's a question a lot of people have been struggling with today, right? What do you do? I mean, I go back to Dragon Ship Enterprise. It does have armor red. It can spread that armor red around too. So that's a situation where you can suddenly be a little bit more resilient versus things like that Blazing Force. It just takes so long to establish that. Are you really going to get there as a yellow player? Is Herman even running it in his deck? Because it seems like people have started cutting that card too. See him kind of shaking his head there. It's like, what do you do?
So with the Newman Guard, it's a very interesting tech choice to run in the deck. But I don't think it's going to be able to resolve very often in this matchup, just because a lot of the bodies aren't big enough to swing over 10k to begin with. So I'm wondering if maybe you just decide to cut it in exchange for a sideboard card that gives you a little bit more early game pressure.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually, I'm certainly not a gigantic fan of it in this matchup based on what we just saw, but when I heard people were doing that, I was like, I wonder how often, like you said, you actually get the benefit of having that spirit get destroyed and then getting the draw, getting the resources. Into game number 2 right now, the draws have begun. We'll see what Herman decides to go with. Will he be on the play? Will he elect for Matt to go first? I believe it is loser picks. Am I right on that?
That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That seems like what we've been seeing today. It's going to
Yeah.
be a Pentan coming down first. So, okay, yeah. Establishing one of your yellow spirits early on.
It is at level 2, so it does have it is at 3,000 BP. So unfortunately, it is still within the Burning Force threshold. But I don't think you waste Burning Forces early, so it's probably fine.
Yeah, I think if your opponent turn 1 Burning Force as your Pentan, that's a win for the yellow players.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about that. Yeah, Dino Man, a much better play for Matt Clark coming in at a whopping 6,000 BP because when there is 2 or less spirits on the board for the red player, you do get the level 3 for free for Dino Man Tyrannoid, as you can see there.
Yeah, so he is going to go ahead. He's going to swing directly into the life. Herman not opting to trade away his Pentan. And so it is going to be Herman's turn now. I'm curious to see if we're going to see a Nexus established.
Possibly. It would be a decent time to put one in there.
I think one of the biggest things I've noticed just watching this matchup so much today is that playing that Nexus concedes a lot of your tempo throughout the course of the match.
Certainly does. Certainly does.
Yeah, so I think maybe an adaptation that Herman decides to make is maybe play less of the Nexus and focus more on the creatures. Hippocampo is going to come on out, but it is only level 1, so it is Burning Force susceptible.
I am afraid of the Burning Force. Now, this will get the life back again for Herman, so he'll be up to 5. It's going to be 4 life now for Matt Clark, so at least Hippocampo doing the job there. We wondered, why are people not attacking with their Hippocampos? Finally, Herman does go ahead and go in with that one as there are no blockers. Back to Matt Clark, though, and does he have the Burning Force? Is he going to use against just the Hippocampo?
Yeah, Pentan being at 4,000 BP does dodge the Burning Force. It dodges the Andromeda. But here we do see the Scorched Battlefield coming on out. So plus 1,000 BP to the Dino Man.
Yep. So, if the Dino Man wasn't big enough, now we have something that can take on Mecha Fortress No Man Guard at level 1. There it is.
And so I'd imagine you would look to play another creature, maybe, Star Blessed Draw, actually, so gonna go ahead, refill his hand just a tad bit. Draw 2, pretty good here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the exact time you want to start drawing. You want to be able to have all those good options going into the latter part of the early game here.
Would you opt to, so I was just about to say, I probably wouldn't swing out here and then hold out that block against the Hippocampo, deny any more healing from Herman.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so Herman, start of turn, he's in a pretty solid position, having 2 really powerful spirits, playing around the Burning Force pretty well here. If you lose the Hippocampo's already retrieved some value, healing you by 1. So if you lose it at this point, not too bad. But if you look at the side of Matt Clark, he doesn't actually have enough cores to play the Burning Force, because Burning Force is a minimum of 3 core.
Right.
So Hippocampo will not be getting popped anytime soon here. But he's also staring down a 6,000 BP blocker.
Yeah, so is there a situation where maybe he can Angelic Force, lower the BP, win a fight there? But it's too telegraphed of a play to go for something like that, especially at a turn where, you want to be playing a Nexus or something. You want to be establishing the board. There it is, a Freeze-Stall coming in. Freeze-Stall? Freeze-Stall? Yeah, the koala. Whoop.
I think a play you can maybe make here is you can swing one of your spirits, one of your either your Penton or your Freeze-Stall, and then if your opponent decides not to block it, great. That's a life that you've taken away. If they do decide to block it, then the Hippocampo's a free hit.
Yeah, so here's the question he's presenting to Matt now. He says, you can lose a life, or you can block my spirit, it dies, and I get to draw a card from that because of Freeze-Stall.
But if he does take this damage, that does mean Burning Force will be online at the cost of his Dino Man.
Yeah, that is true.
So,
yep, just going to take the damage. Moves 1 core from his life down to his reserve.
So Burning Force is now online. If he gets rid of his Dino Man, that will go ahead and take out both the Hippocampo as well as the Freeze-Stall if he elects to go for that. So really, really good stuff coming out from Matt Clark. If that is the play he decides to go for, of course he might not just have it, and then this Hippocampo is about to go just instill the fear into him,
Yeah, I mean, you still got to get past the Dino Man, even if he doesn't have the Burning Force.
Right.
So right now, Herman kind of waiting to decide on that attack. Is he actually going to do it?
So if you swing this Hippocampo,
okay.
I feel like it's getting blocked out here, so maybe you can just get a free chip in with the Freeze-Stall now.
Yeah. And again,
Oh,
it's
there's
card
the
draw.
angelic pressure.
That's what I was kind of wondering. I mentioned it earlier. Are we going to see the angelic pressure used to say, all right, if you're going to block the hippocampo, you're going to lose your only spirit a
Oh,
second because you need
2.
2. Yeah, it only reduces it by 3,000. And he's just going to straight up kill it. Yeah,
Yeah.
get the life and remove a little bit from his opponent. So 2 angelic pressure coming in. It is only 1 each because it is 2 cost reduction at a 3 cost spell overall. And actually, they're free. Never mind, because Pentan reduces
Right.
your first spell by 1. So the first one is free. Second one costed 1 core. Either way, it's a big investment. 2 cards for 1 card. You do get a life in there, and you do put yourself at the 5-2 advantage. So I think you can make a pretty strong argument that that was probably worth 2 cards. But
This is the first time we've seen a yellow player hit over 5 life today.
yeah, that's true. We're up to 6. Yeah.
So, yep, there's the Burning Force. It will get rid of both of those spirits.
Mhm.
But Herman really showing off just how powerful yellow can be in this game, too.
Yeah, for sure. Pentan stands alone.
Pentan is really carrying this game,
Yeah.
enabling that angelic pressure play.
Right. Man, if Matt comes back and wins from this, I think that solidifies Pterosaur Aggro as being the deck in the format right now.
Yeah. But going into this, can you tell which spirit that is on the
That's
board?
a Firefish.
Oh, it's Firefish? Okay.
Yeah. So it's got a good amount of cores on it right now, but most importantly, if it has a soul core on it, you can basically blow it up and take out one of your opponent's spirits. I think at 4,000 or lower. Let me look it up.
4,000 or lower BP, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And so he
There
does
you go.
go ahead. He passes the turn over to Herman. Herman's in a pretty good position, especially with the life discrepancy between the two of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so on this turn, I'm really curious because if you decide to destroy the Flamefish, then Pentan is susceptible to being destroyed, unfortunately.
Yep, pretty much. But it's going to be Ervata coming out instead. So
That's Sword Angel, I think.
is it?
Yeah, Sword
Oh
Angel.
yeah, Sword Angel. My bad. I thought the leg was a trunk,
Oh.
and I thought the wings were ears.
Yeah, so Sword Angel is going to make an appearance with the
Mhm.
Phantasmal Paradise, facilitating a little bit more of that draw power. And it looks like he's going to.
There's an Ervata.
Yep, Pentan leveling back down to 1, and there's the Aravata, like you mentioned.
Yep. Well, I was close. I jumped ahead in time.
You saw the future.
I saw 30 seconds in the future when he was going to play Ervata, and it
Mhm.
just confused my brain. Humans aren't meant for time travel like that.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm back though. I'm back in the Pacific time zone here in Palm Springs, California, where Herman Cozy is developing a pretty significant board.
right.
You're against Matt Clark, especially considering that Matt is down to just 2 life.
So he is technically threatening lethal, but the Flamefish will be able to pop one of the spirits. So lethal actually isn't really on the board, but if you're Herman, the Aravata, it will be able to float into a 2-cost spirit. So really strong board presence here.
Yeah, while there are many who admire the Imperial Thunder Dragon, there are also those who see him as a rival.
Oh.
Aravata sees him as a rival. If I had to bet, I would bet on Imperial Thunder Dragon in a 1v1. But hey, more power to you, Aravata. You believe in yourself.
So I'm very curious to see how Matt is going to potentially come back in this game. You can never really count Red Pterosaur out, but
No.
the Aravata being able to float into a 2-cost is really problematic here, but that is the Burning Force coming on down, removing 2 of these spirits.
Yep.
That card has proven over and over again today just how powerful it really is.
Yeah, significantly not targeting the Aravata with that, not wanting to give him the recursion, bringing back another spirit from the trash.
So with 4 core now available, and you do have 2 on your Scorched Earth, he is going to go ahead and play the Starblessed draw an additional 2 cards. And so the board state, yes, Matt's in a really bit of a pickle. I would not count him out. He's establishing the Rain Needle for the 1 cost to maintain it, but he's going to go ahead and level it up to level 3, so it is now at 4,000 BP, 5,000 with Scorched Battlefield.
All right. There was also a Phantasmal Forest, I get that, Phantasmal Paradise played as well. So Herman accessing a little bit more card draw, which he'll need to try to reestablish a bit of a board here.
So Herman, going into this turn, only has 2 cards in hand. And his board presence, one of them does float, one of them draws an extra card. Maybe he can cycle into a really powerful card here, but the card advantage in terms of hand size is in Matt Clark's favor.
Yeah, very true. Taking a look through the trash to see what he can bring back.
Right.
You know, if the Aravata does get to be activated.
So one of the core cards that could be coming back is the Penton. It could also be the Freestyle as well. There's a wide variety, but I would definitely be afraid of Penton just for the magic reduction.
I mean, there's a lot of decent little threats.
Yep, and so he will go ahead and actually pass his turn after leveling up his Aravata. So I'm wondering if he just doesn't have a lot of great options to play at the current moment.
Kind of feels that way, doesn't it? And this is starting to kind of feel a little bit like last game. The life total is very different, but the game state is starting to look a little bit similar. Okay.
So he actually does play both Nexuses, so you're actually right about that one. Volcanic Canyon coming on down, and so the Flamefish is going to hit level 3. I believe Aravata is currently at 3,000 BP. Do you recall Flamefish's level 3 BP?
I want to say 4, but let me look. It's not super high if I recall correctly. It is
4,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, 4,000 at level 3. Yeah.
And then I'm assuming Matt doesn't have a lot of cards to play with his remaining cores because he just invested 6 cores on a Rain Needle.
It's a lot of cores. It's a lot of cores on Rain Needle, but those are cores you can use to spend on a spell, something like that.
But if you're in the position of Matt, never mind. I take it back. Newman Guard is coming on down for Herman. So this card, once again, making its reappearance. Very strong card. It is only at level 1, however, so no refreshing.
A good blocker, at least.
Right.
For Herman Cozy, and it seems like he's trying to find a way to just lock the game out at this point. You know, play slow, establish a board. At 6 life, you don't need to take any chances if you're Herman right now. You need to play it slow. You need to wait out your opponent. Matt is the one who sort of has the responsibility now to try to strike back here. And with Volcanic Canyon, that'll help you, right? Because you're going to draw one, you're going to discard one. Maybe later on you're going to give some extra BP, but most importantly, you're going to be cycling through your deck a little bit quicker and finding those threats that you're looking for.
Now, we talked a little bit about the Newman Guard in game 1, and I think it's actually going to be very relevant in this game, being able to swing and apply that pressure, but also maintaining your defenses. So I think Herman's in a really great position with this Mecha Beast currently on his board.
Yeah. You know, it seems like Matt is trying to do something similar there. Okay, so Burning Force does take out the Nexus then. So that is out of the way. And again, killing the Nexus seems to be the primary way of sort of shutting down the yellow Fable Beast player too, because they don't get the card draw, they don't get the extra resources. Now the question is, how do you get around Nauman Guard without activating the card draw, the resource generation? Ooh, we'll see.
I think realistically the game plan that Matt has to pursue here is he has to have enough bodies established on his board to push for lethal and really just deny the value from Newman Guard. But did he just set a burst card?
I think he did.
So potentially,
I believe so.
Potentially the absolute ice shield. So that strategy may be out the window. But a second Newman Guard now appears onto the board. So a lot of really great stuff on Herman Cozy's board right now.
Yeah, Elephant Party. I'm going to vote for the pronunciation to be Nauman Guard because it's N-A-U.
Nauman Guard?
Because it's N-A-U-M. You wouldn't say Noom for that, would you?
Naum?
No.
Nauman Guard?
Nauman Guard, yeah.
Okay.
Newman Guard would be like N-E-W.
No, you're right. You're right.
I think so.
Yeah.
This is part of the tournament. This is part of what we're doing here. Is trying to establish pronunciation standards for the cards of this game.
So, currently, it is Matt Clark's turn. It doesn't look like Herman is going to swing out just yet, resolving the Volcanic Canyon's level 1 effect. At this current point, you're staring down double Elephant. It's going to be very hard to break through this 6 life without triggering the draw 3, gain 3.
You remember at the end of the last game when Matt Clark showed the dual gun Mech Lord Dine Durna?
Yeah.
Derm Dyna? That might be the answer. If you can find another one of those. He's going to throw down Jurassic King there. And Jurassic King Gigano Rex.
I don't believe any of the elephants are at level 2, so they're all 7,000 BP.
Yeah.
So Gigano Rex will be able to actually swing over both of them. And I guess at a certain point, you really just need to start, breaking down this board, even if you're potentially passing over 3 cards in hand and 3 core.
Yep. Let's see. And again, if you only have pterosaurs or emperor beasts, then he gets that free level 3.
But the Rain Needle and the Flamefish are both on the board, so that will force him to actually invest additional cores into getting that level.
Right, because you've got things like lava fish for firefish.
Yeah.
Which I don't think there's a lot of other lava fish in the game.
No, he might be the only one.
Just one. So you don't get that free level 3, like you said. But that is that 6 cores? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I believe it is 6 cores on Giganorex. So he does have that 10,000 BP and the plus 3,000 BP when the spirits attack. But again, now you're in the situation where you've attacked. The Mecha Beast Fortress Naumenguard goes down. Resources, card draw, potentially 6 cards for Herman Kozian. Do you really want to give the yellow player that?
So I think what's also really scary is that both elephants are now level 2, so they're both sitting at 10,000 BP.
Yeah.
And it does look like he is going to go ahead and start swinging out here because that refresh ability is now online.
Mm-hmm.
And so Flamefish is going to go ahead and block. This will trigger Flamefish because of the Soul Core. And he now will be able to float into another 2-drop spirit.
Yeah, what do you think he grabs here?
I would guess Penton, personally.
Penton might be a good one. Otherwise, what was the other? I had one in mind that I'm...
Freestyle?
Freestyle, possibly. I mean, you do get card draw, but then he doesn't have any other 2 costs out there.
There's the
so yeah,
Penton.
Penton makes the most sense.
I think with Penton, that does mean you are able to cast the Angelic Pressure for very cheap going forward. And so the Angelic Pressure does mean your elephant will be able to swing over Gigano, actually. So really good stuff there.
Second elephant coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with Penton, he would still need 1 more core to play that Angelic Pressure because it is... You do get the 2 cost reduction, but there's only 1 other yellow on the board. So you'd still have to pay 1 for it, even with the extra 1 blanket cost reduction on spells that Penton gives you.
Would you just use the core on Penton to play for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
But like we mentioned, these Naumenguards, being able to perform another refresh step is really important here because they're putting down a lot of pressure onto Matt's side of the board.
Yeah, and remember, Matt is at 2 life. Herman's still at 6 right now.
Yeah.
So Matt has a lot of catching up to do, but it is possible. Like, you can break this board if you are the red player. That said, you know, when you do that, you will also be giving your opponent theoretically a lot of card draw. The resources, he's already got a ton of resources, so that's not a huge concern. It really is a potential 6 card draw that Herman could gain from both of the Naumenguards going down. That's the big concern for Matt.
And so he will go ahead and block with the Rain Needle, so taking no damage on this turn.
You gotta.
But he's staring down double elephant with the Penton. Both players presumably have an absolute ice shield as well, so they're guaranteed to just grind out the game a little bit longer. But I feel like as the game progresses, Herman's side of the board is much more suited for this grind game.
Yeah. We might see our first game 3 today, which is going to be interesting after the delay at the beginning. We'll see what that does to the other rounds as far as streaming goes. But I'm all for it, man. I've been wanting a game 3, and I think game 3 between these 2 players would be pretty great.
But it is now Matt's turn. There's the Volcanic Break. I think he's discarding it for the Volcanic Canyons cost.
I think so, yeah.
So going to go ahead and facilitate a little bit more of that cycling, but his hand isn't looking super great to dealing with this double elephant setup.
Yeah, I mean, you're at the point where you're playing decent bodies, right? But are they going to be enough? Wow, there's 3 of the Overraptorians there. Overraptodon.
Because there are only Pterosaurs currently on the board for Matt, this does mean his Giganorex is at level 3 by default. And so he's going to reallocate the cores that were previously on it into some of his Nexuses, some of his Raptors, so they're hitting much higher levels. And yeah, he's setting up a pretty good defense here. But of course, Herman can both pressure both offense as well as fortify his defenses.
Yeah, so one thing to kind of consider is that these dinosaurs are all pretty big, right? Because they get that plus 3,000 BP when attacking. And he is going to take out one of them. 3 more resources and 3 card draw for Herman. You got to do something. If you're Matt Clark, you're going to say, all right, I got to give this to him. I got to break through that board, and I have to, like, put it on him to have the cards to, defend himself.
Yeah, and so Giganorex, with the plus 3,000, does swing over the Nauman guard.
Nauman guard.
Yeah.
And it has confront too, so it has to be blocked. There's no other option.
He could have chump blocked with Penton, but I don't
Totally.
think you ever do that.
No, you want the card draw.
Right.
Yeah, especially with all your Nexuses taken out. Herman, those elephants are made to be broken.
Oh, so it looks like he's actually going to go ahead, swing with his Raptor, bait out the block, and then use the Burning Force, consuming the cores on his Raptor in order to actually snipe the Penton. But the block was already committed, so you really can't take that back. And so, yeah, there's Suppression, actually.
Huh. All right.
Suppression's a very, very powerful card. If you consume the Soul Core for its cost, you can block while suspended, actually. So, yeah, there goes the Raptor.
Yeah, what's really neat, too, is that it's an expensive spell. Like, all spells, all magic cards are essentially fairly expensive. Actually, 4 is on the cheaper side. But, when you have so many resources, and he even gets a little discount from having Namengard around, so you can play it in this particular situation.
So, yeah, this board state currently in Herman's favor. He only has 1 card to block with. If Herman were to dump his hand, because he just drew 3, dump his hand a little bit, he could force out that Absolute Ice Shield and put himself in a really good position here.
Maybe. Really curious to see what Herman drew from the 3 that he got from the other Fortress Namengard. Another Pentan. All right.
And then this is level 2 Nomengard, so he will gain an additional refresh step as well. So really no fear here to go ahead and swing out a little bit.
Yeah, probably. All right. Another Phantasmal Paradise. So getting a little bit more of the draw engine online there. But again, it's like when you summon a Fabled Beast, that's when you get the draw. So you got to bring more in.
Yep, and there's the Hippocampo. So proccing that Phantasmal Paradise, and now the Hippocampo can also potentially put him to 7 life.
Yeah. Because can you just start going up indefinitely? I've actually never run into this situation.
Yeah.
You can. Okay.
Yeah, there is no actual limit to how much life you can gain.
All right. Sword Angel.
Yeah, so it looks like Herman is really just hitting the gas pedal right here. And even if he swings out, there's only 1 blocker, and he will repeat his refresh step. So, yeah, he's definitely going to force out this burst if it is the Absolute Ice Shield. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's a Star Blast draw bait.
Ice Shield.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, we knew probably at this point in the game, that's what you're going to have in there. Gets the refresh anyway on Herman's side, so that Elephant is going to be good to block later on if it needs to.
And Matt's kind of running low on cards at this point. Herman got the refill with the draw 3, but Matt's sitting on only 3 cards in his hand. And if he doesn't have another Ice Shield, he's kind of in a pickle.
Thinking about if he wants to discard this or not. He has to discard something. You draw the extra card, and then you have to discard 1. Ditches a Rain Needle. Plays
Bearded Eagle.
A Bearded Eagle, yeah. So another body hits the board, but again, is it big enough to really make much of an impact? He's down in spirits. He's frankly down in a battle power in a weird way. But here comes in Jurassic King, Giganorex, demanding a block with that confront. And easy to throw that chump block Sword Angel in front of it.
He did also put down another burst card, which at this point in the game we can presume is going to be another Absolute Ice Shield, buying him an additional turn in this matchup.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cores on the Beard Eagle, so.
They're just going to go ahead and go to game 3.
Wow, all right, yeah, game 3. I mean, Matt Clark, I think correctly identifying that was a board state that at this point in the game was going to be hard to overcome. Now, speaking of things that are going to need to be overcome, 10 minutes remain in the round for these players, so you can be sure they're going to go fast trying to get into this next game, and you might run into some kind of tricky tiebreaker scenarios. We'll have to wait and see.
So it is Matt Clark's initiative to decide whether he wants to go first or second. He could elect to go second to get the first damage off, and thinking that they might go into time. But with 10 minutes in the round, with aggro versus aggro, they might actually be okay.
Yeah, I mean, so it seems like on Matt's side, you're just going to want to go fast. You're going to want to throw things out as quick as possible, overwhelm your opponent, maybe try to get the win that way. From Herman's side, I feel like you've got a couple different options here. You definitely seem to play more defensive. You seem to play slower with this one, and I don't think he's got time for that.
Yeah, so the Naumenguard really proving its value, being able to force some pressure while simultaneously establishing your defenses. making it really difficult to actually break through. But of course, that initial 8 cost is pretty hefty.
It is. But you can see the Nexuses, or the Nexi, I suppose, giving him the resource generation early on to save up for those big elephants ASAP.
So going into this game 3, of course, sideboard adaptations may be coming out. We do know that he plays that Matt Clark does play the unblockable White Spirit, and so maybe he opts to play side in a few more, you'd imagine?
Maybe. I mean, where was it last game? He could have used it. Where was Mechlord Mandalorian Dinjarin? He wasn't around.
Well, even with it...
I think I got the name right there. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
See? Yep.
Well, even with it, would it have been enough to break through 6 life?
No, it would have taken a long time. That's for sure. All right. Nexus, going Nexus first.
All right.
A term I've said in other games, but not TCGs before.
And so establishing this Nexus really early on, this card is the one that draw 1 and then discard 1 at the start of your turn. So really just getting on the line his cycling power, trying to find those very specific cards in order to push for damage here.
Yeah, but again, the timer looming over both of these players here. Herman taking a moment to think, what's it going to be?
There's the Penton, yeah.
The classic Penton first. From Herman Cozy.
He's going to go ahead and level up Penton to level 3. It is now
take the wheel.
4,000 BP Penton. It is outside the Burning Force threshold.
Yep, that's right. Is he going to attack with it this turn, though?
Nope.
No, he won't.
Going to go ahead and pass turn.
All right. Normally you wouldn't see a player attack with it in that situation. I thought maybe with this time with the timer being an issue, you might go for it anyway, but nope, just waiting.
And he has to decide what card to discard for the cost of his Volcanic Canyon, because that is drawing him an additional card.
Yeah.
With so little time on the clock, do you think they should play faster or slower?
I honestly don't know. These tiebreaker rules are unique. They're kind of interesting. I'm not as experienced with the strategy around them, so I'm just going to kind of wait. I'm just going to take it in and see what the players show me.
Gotcha. And yep, Matt Clark really just hitting the ground running here. Double Pterosaur, both of which are now level 3, so a lot of aggro coming on out.
Yeah. Dino Man Tyrannoid is going to be the first attacker here.
Yep, and
for Matt Clark.
6,000 BP.
Yeah.
This does mean Angelic Pressure is not going to be enough, because if he uses the Angelic Pressure, Penton, it will be too small to actually block this, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Herman deciding.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and take that life, and then Raptor's going to go ahead and swing in. How big is Raptor on 3?
Raptor on 3 is another 4, I believe, so they'll probably match up like that, yeah.
Oh, but the Angelic Pressure coming on out.
All right, so Penton will survive then.
Yeah, using the 1 core he gained from losing his life, it is now able to afford the Angelic Pressure, so really good read coming out for Herman.
Yeah.
And going into his second turn now.
Well played by Herman, yeah. And are we going to see yellow player triumph over aggro here, over Pterosaur aggro? That would be...
There's the Hippocampo.
First, Hippocampo does come in. No blockers on the side of Matt. He's got resources. Maybe he's got something to handle it, but with 2 cores on there.
Is Hippocampo level 2 on 2 core, or is it level 2 on 3 core?
I thought it was going to be 3 core. And it is, yeah.
So
okay.
Only 2,000 BP, meaning Burning Force is technically active right now.
That's dangerous. Is he going to move a core over? Okay, yeah.
Yep,
I think that's a smart idea.
Yep. So playing around that Burning Force, really smart move from Matt. And
taking the damage.
Blessing will go ahead and activate.
Yeah, look at that. Herman gets a life point back from Blessed, so suddenly it's 5-3 here. Because I thought 5
to 4.
Okay.
5 to 4.
I thought I had taken 1 already, but no. That was the other way around. 5-4. Either way, Herman swinging the life back into his favor.
Yeah, and so we are going to go see that initial Star Bless investment. But Star Bless draw, whoopsie, which will allow him to draw 2 additional cards, really demonstrating that he has the fuel to keep playing here. Maybe he can establish a couple of bodies in order to contest this board.
Maybe. I mean, you're seeing what we're seeing.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm really wondering right now if I'm so sorry, I blanked out. He's putting the remaining rest of his cores onto the Dino Man. Presumably, he doesn't have another play that he wants to make at this current moment, so it is still at 6,000 BP. And and Herman does have both Pentan and the Hippocampo currently up.
5 minutes left in the round now. Half the time till the round ends has expired. And the straight's looking dire for Matt Clark. No joke. But Herman not really in a position where he can attack with that Hippocampo either. The Dino Man's going to be able to block it. It's going to be able to live because of the higher life total. You know, unless, is there another Angelic Suppression in the hand of Herman Cozy possibly?
So he could do the same strategy he employed earlier, which is swing with the weaker spirit in order to bait out the block. If it baits out the block, then Hippocampo has a free path to the life.
True.
And if he decides to reserve the block, then you're just getting a free damage.
Freestall comes out.
Yeah.
And that's another one where it's like, yeah, now the question is, do you want to maybe throw out an attacker just to try to draw the block? No?
And so using Freestall, if he decides to throw the Penton into the fray, we're just going to go ahead and go to the next turn.
Yep. All right, the 2 draw, and then you got to discard one.
Right.
From the Volcanic Canyon.
How do you feel about Volcanic Canyon?
I like it a lot. I think it's great in aggro. I think it's exactly what every aggro deck wants. You want to be able to cycle quickly. Wow.
Discarding Burning Force is kind of crazy.
That is a statement right there. That is mind games from Matt Clark right now, because now you're making Herman wonder, what's he going to do?
So
is he just going to play more spirits? Does he have another one? Like, why would he do that?
Do you read into the situation thinking that Matt may have multiple copies of the Burning Force already in his hand?
Okay. Well, so now if you're Herman, you're like, okay, he threw that in the trash because he wants to bring out the big guns, literally, with a Jurassic King Giganorex.
All right, and he's going to go ahead and pass his turn. So he's playing a bit more defensive at this point. Less than 5 minutes on the round, and then Herman is going to have the initiative here with 3 bodies currently on the board and all the core in the world to play with here. It's looking pretty rough now.
It certainly is. What's the play for Herman here? Because it is difficult to attack into it because you've got a 6,000 BP and a 5,000, I guess it would be. Only 2 cores on that Jurassic King Giganorex, although it is only a Pterosaur on the board, so I guess would he be level 3? Yeah, he is level 3, so it is 10,000 BP. Yeah, that's right. Yep. That is true.
I'm curious to see if maybe Herman uses some more of his white cards that he's teched in. We saw the Suppression. We saw the Gnomon Guard. Maybe he's crazy enough to run something like Regain.
That would be, that would be a little bit, that'd be a little bit wild. Yep. I'd love to see it. I'm all for it. Freestall provides potentially a lot of draw if something 2-cost dies, which, maybe Pentan could do it, but.
Yeah, and no burst set for either player. So no Ice Shield, unfortunately, in sight. So at any point, Herman could maybe decide to hit the gas pedal. Yes, you would lose 2 bodies in the process, but you would also be knocking down 2 of Matt's life and putting him to 2 out of the 5.
All right, passes the turn. The standoff continues. All right, easy discard choice for Matt. Just goes ahead and throws a Scorched Battlefield in there. Decides he doesn't want that Nexus. He needs spirits.
Yeah.
He needs spirits stat. What's it going to be?
Oh, there's the Burning Force.
Okay.
Yeah, so he did have multiple copies of the Burning Force, justifying him discarding the initial one. And he will go ahead and remove a double Freestall into a second Giganorex.
Wow. Okay. So now that does reduce the BP passively on Dino Man. That's true. But you're still going to get the extra BP when attacking. He's still going to be 6K, I believe it is when it is
plus
attacking. 6. Yeah, or it's +3, but
there's 2 of them on the
at
board.
Level 1. Oh, no, you're right. It is +6. Oh my gosh, he's huge.
Yeah.
That's a big Dino Man. It's like, don't ever talk to me or my children again.
And so we do see Matt is going to go ahead and set the burst. One can just imagine it is the Ice Shield. I don't think we've seen another burst from Matt played earlier throughout the day.
Seems likely. He still does have things like Star Blast Draw, I suppose, but generally you're just going to play that.
And here is the Confront. More than likely Herman is going to lose both of his spirits, actually, putting Matt into a pretty good position if he opts for it.
Yeah, having 2 Confront that are gigantic like that is a massive concern. It's a little bit too big to Angelic, So, okay, Hippocampo going down.
And then, yep, there is the second one. So it is now plus 6,000 to the Matt's
Wow.
board. So that
16,000.
yeah, Dino Man is pretty huge now.
Dino Man is huge, but Giganorex is the biggest. I think that's the most BP I've ever
Yeah.
seen this weekend at least.
Yeah, no angelic pressure shenanigans coming on out either.
Yeah, 16,000. So, do you leave Dino Man as a blocker or do you go in for a damage?
Well, given the fact that they are about to enter
You gotta leave it.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta leave him on the board. And we're gonna have to wait and see. I think what the we're gonna come down to the wire here. So this is gonna get into some technical stuff. I think at the end of this match.
Yeah, and there is not enough cores currently on Matt's side to actually activate the, assuming this is the absolute ice shield,
Mhm.
which is another factor you really do have to consider here.
Yeah, that's right. We're now in overtime. We've exceeded time, so this one coming very much down to the wire here.
I'm really excited to see if some of these players make some really crazy plays in order to just take the overtime here. But the Flying Turtle coming on down. This is one of the plus engines from the Fabled Beast. Check top card if it is a Fabled Beast, add it to your hand. If not, discard it.
Yeah. I'd like to review those tiebreakers again, if you've got those. So I'm trying to, it's one of those things where it's like, read it a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And you actually run into it and you're like, okay, what was that tiebreaker again?
Mm-hmm. And so in this current position, he did unfortunately top deck the Phantasmal Paradise, so that is going to go ahead and get milled. But he will play the Blessed Cathedral, so he's still establishing his Nexus, but Flying Turtle plus Cathedral isn't going to stop triple dinos.
Right, so just to review the tiebreakers really quick. The first one is, how much life do you have? The second one is cards in your deck remaining. And the third one, if we need it, is how many cores on board do you have? Just review those. So life is important here because right now, Herman ahead.
Yeah, and so we can presume, we can make an educated guess that that is absolute ice shield, so he will be able to maintain himself at the 5 life on this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I think it behooves Matt to try to play quickly here. Yeah, use the confront, get that in there, take that out. This is turn 1 out of 3 now, or 5 minutes remaining, I believe. Is it 3 turns or 5 minutes? Second attack comes in. This is where, you theoretically take 1 damage. Okay, now another one comes in. Takes another one.
No ice
Oh
shield.
boy. Yeah, it must not be an ice shield and burst.
It could be. Oh, that's game.
That's it. That's game.
Matt
yeah.
Clark takes game 3.
Yep, that's right. Wow, he just had the ability, just had the board to get the damage in at the very end, and that was as tight as it could have possibly been. But Matt Clark, you can see shaking his head, can't believe it himself. That was so close.
So if that wasn't an absolute ice shield, what burst do you think it was? I'm thinking maybe a Star Blast.
Yeah, it could have been. We did see. I think we did see Herman play a Star Blast draw earlier in the series.
I also wouldn't be surprised if it was maybe a white burst, just because he's running the Gnomon Guard and everything. So maybe it was a Dream Bomb or a Counter Sword or something along those lines.
Yeah. You never know. But Matt Clark, victorious there, but really coming down to the wire, and credit to Herman for showing us kind of the power of Yellow Fabled Beast. We know it's been doing well, but I mean that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I definitely really like the way Game 2 was conducted.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to push offensively and defensively using the elephant, really powerful stuff. Just super excited to see what we have left for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the good news, we've only got about 5 minutes until round 7 starts, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get that next game going for you here on stage. So don't go anywhere. Battle Spirits Saga Grand Open returns in just a few. Well, we're back already. Round 7 is about to begin here at the Battle Spirits Saga Grand Open. Doa and Hoang with you, as we have been all day, and it seems like maybe all night, but no. We've just got this round and another round to go, and then we will be done with Swiss. We will see who the victor is in terms of undefeated, and you know what? The prophecy has been foretold. We are about to go into our first Pterosaur aggro mirror. And we'll see which one of these undefeated red players will remain undefeated into the final round.
I'm kind of surprised that it took us until round 7 to have our first Pterosaur mirror, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes to show that there is a good amount of variety. There is a good amount of different viable play styles in the game right now. for, you know, considering that there is only one set out, you do have to take that into account. There's not going to be like 7 good decks at this point in any card game, right? But we've got a solid good, you know, 4 or 5, I would say, archetypes, which is impressive for a first set for a card game, in my opinion. It is going to be Colin versus Matt. We saw both of them earlier. We just saw Matt win a nail biter. Yellow versus red matchup, but he survived here to round number 7, but no rest for the weary as he has to stay focused to try to win this mirror matchup. And it's been a long day.
Yes.
But I'm excited about this one. I'm excited to see how this plays out because there's a whole huge sort of element of theory crafting around how you're supposed to approach this mirror. What's your opinion, just in general? How do you want to approach it?
So I definitely think going into this matchup, like you've previously mentioned, it is a little bit more variance just because of how the mirrors normally play out. So wanting to establish board presence, I think, is really key. Playing around the Burning Force is going to be another huge factor. Yes, majority of your pterosaurs will naturally play around that, but it's still something to keep in mind, really. And then just being able to keep your stuff on board is going to be important. So maybe not so much pushing damage than maintaining a board size.
Yeah, I think part of it too is, you know, is it a stalemate or is it a race most games, right?
Yeah.
Because you could see just trying to build up a wall until your big late game stuff comes out, or you could see racing the other guy and making sure that you take him down before Jurassic King Giganorex hits the board, you know?
So I think it's actually really funny that this is our first mirror entirely throughout the entire day.
Yeah, can't complain.
Yeah.
I mean, mirrors have their own
Yeah.
whole huge interesting elements of strategy, but I do like the variety.
Right.
Everybody does.
And so Colin has opted to not mulligan, and it does look like Matt only has the 4 cards in hand, so I don't think he's decided to mulligan or not.
I'm not going to say anything, but when it comes to
Yeah.
mulligan choices here.
I think it's very reasonable you want to aggressively mulligan for the best possible hand in a mirror matchup, especially.
Yeah.
Just because you know, that variance that you mentioned.
Matt thinking long and hard about this mulligan. In a mirror match, tempo, the way you start the game is vitally important. And so if you start that game 1 card down, you're sweating.
He's decided to
he is mulligan.
Yeah,
he's
mulligan.
gonna mulligan, and you know, again, we can't say a whole lot, but you saw what we saw. Can't argue with the decision, but it is a tough one to make at this stage in the tournament, of course, but also just in the mirror, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
And so Matt has opted to get that mulligan, get a better hand. And so we'll see whether or not that 5th card makes or breaks the difference.
Yeah. Exactly. All right.
Colin is going to go ahead and go first, it seems. Yep. And so he's going to set up that Scorched Battlefield as his first play. That next is now establishing that cost reduction throughout the rest of the game, unless we see a Burning Force. So now it's on Matt to respond to this. Colin did not establish a body, so this could be that difference in, you know, like we said, that board presence, right?
Yeah, and now we really come to it, right?
Oh.
Where, okay, interesting. He's going to discard a Blazing Force. Oh, no, wait, he's just going to Blazing Force the Nexus. What am I talking about? All right.
No Volcanic Canyon here.
I'm so used to thinking about Volcanic Canyon. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
We've been here 11 hours? No? Yeah.
Yeah,
about
11 hours.
Yeah. Eggman's over there nodding. He's been holding strong. He's been running things behind the scenes, doing an awesome job. He's been doing great.
But yeah, so wasting your turn on the Burning Force in order to get rid of the Nexus, like, yes, you destroy the Nexus, but that's a lot of tempo you've just conceded, and the Bearded Eagle at 5,000 BP is going to come right on out.
It's been a long day. It's been a very long day.
Yeah.
The Bearded Eagle comes through. You know, there's points in your life where you think about the fact that you're talking about bearded eagles for 12 hours a day, and you wonder kind of how things ended up this way and how wonderful things had to go to make that happen. Overraptidon?
Yeah.
Wait, Overraptidon. Got it. Overraptidon comes in. Single core on it, so just 1,000 BP at the moment.
And he's going to go ahead and follow up with the Star Blessed draw. So I don't actually know how much Star Blessed Colin's playing, if any at all. So this might also make a difference right in that mirror, having more pieces to generate advantage.
You know, I like this too. Going ahead and throwing the 2 other cores on there, deciding to just bring it up to just just enough to survive Blazing Force.
Yeah, and so Bearded Eagle being at 5,000 BP does mean he can swing over the Overraptodon.
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 I think if we say it for a sixth time, we'll finally get it.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, another Overraptodon. And another bearded eagle.
and
You
maybe
can't-
a third Bearded Eagle, maybe? Nope,
No.
I take it all back.
Oh my gosh, that's a very fast Jurassic King Giganorex.
Yeah, so actually a really smart play coming out of Colin.
Oh my gosh.
Using the cores that were previously maintaining the Raptor, he's going to go ahead and use that to actually stabilize his Rex.
Look at
And
that.
yeah, no, he's just going at it now.
Yeah, I mean, only a single core on each of them, but it's okay because suddenly Jurassic King Giganorex does, let's see, I'm trying to remember, are the Bearded Eagles Emperor Beasts?
So
They are indeed. So yeah, that is going to be a free level 3 for Jurassic King Giganorex.
what's really important going into that turn was, if you noticed, even after the fourth Bearded Eagle had, not the fourth, the first Bearded Eagle had swung, Matt was only at 4 cores, meaning he couldn't actually use the Burning Force to remove both Bearded Eagles despite only being 3,000 VP.
Yeah. Man, that means that Matt Clark already down to just 2 life here in game number 1. I think this one's going to be a little bit of a quick one here. Mulling over how to spend his cores here, going into his turn, everything tapped out, everything exhausted on the side of Colin Kaiser. So free attacks if he wants it, but you're not really in a position where you're going to be able to do that.
Okay, and so Matt is going to go ahead and establish the Volcanic Canyon. So no body currently at the moment to contest the board, but of course, Rex would just go ahead and confront the body anyway. So really awkward position to be in. You kind of have to get rid of the Rex, but you can't because it's suspended.
I think he's just
gonna go ahead game 2.
I was like, I don't know how he lived through this. And that's a very quick game 1. After our last series, we already have Colin Kaiser going up 1 game here, looking to be declared the king of Jurassic Kings here in the Pterosaur aggro mirror matchup.
Can we just call this meta like Jurassic World, Jurassic Park?
Welcome to Jurassic Park. We don't talk about Jurassic World.
Mm.
Jurassic Park's where it's at.
Yeah, so really interested to see. I would imagine both players have sideboard adaptations for the mirror, especially. But I'm not sure what you would actually side in from red. So you might have to, outsource a little bit to the other 3 colors.
Hey, I mean, shout out once again to Mechlord or Dual Gun Mechlord Derm Dyna for being able to, get in there. He's expensive, but he can become unblockable. So if you want to try to play a slower, longer game, you might throw him in there. He's in the sideboards in a lot of these decks. So it might not be the most obvious answer, but it is a answer in certain situations.
You're the only person who I know that's memorized an entire name.
Yeah. I mean, I know maybe 3 of the words in the elk name. Elk being one of them.
It's
Fanatec elk?
The Fanatec elk is the N. Is it like Moon Beast?
Oh, it's moon.
Moon
Sky something. Fanatec.
Moonlit Sky?
Moon. Yeah.
It's
Moon Mission.
Moon
Sky Champion. Elk Champion. Nova something.
Okay, and so
Sorry,
they're going to go ahead and finish shuffling their decks.
Yep.
Colin did go first last game, and it proved to be pretty effective, actually.
Yeah.
So wondering, will Matt opt to go first?
There it is.
Divine Moon Sky.
Oh, so we had a lot of chunks of it right.
Okay, I had the Moon and Sky part, so I was close.
We didn't get Divine. That's the only word we didn't get.
Yeah.
Divine, Moon, Sky, Beast, Fanatec, Elk.
I'm surprised you remembered the Fanatec.
Fanatec is like it stands out because it's not a real word.
That's true.
Yeah. Although if I was going to make a company that made fans, maybe I would name it Fanatec. It's been a long day. But so I think one of the other things that we have to talk about being impactful too is the fact that Matt Clark had to start that game 1 card down, right?
Yeah.
The unfortunate mulligan in the mirror definitely going to have an effect.
Yep, and so depending on whether or not they've elected to go first or second, it could really make or break this game. Will Matt end up going for the mulligan here? That's the really big decision, right?
Yeah.
It looks like he is actually just going to go out on ahead. He's going to keep his hand, so he is going first, actually. So going to establish some board presence, it looks like, or a battlefield. Yep.
Okay.
Scorched Battlefield.
Yeah, Scorched Battlefield once again coming out early on. Colin Kaiser with the response of a
I mean, I would
Bearded Eagle or Overraptidon? Guess.
bearded.
I'm going to guess Overraptidon.
Okay. Ready?
All right, we're going to find out.
Oh, setting
What's
two cores aside.
Was it going to be?
Flamefish.
Oh, it's neither. It's Flamefish. Oh no! But the Flamefish is really good actually.
Yes,
right
it is
now,
really
because
good in this matchup.
it is one of those things where when it self-destructs, oh, there's the Overraptidon. See, once again, I was 30 seconds in the future. But going back to the Flamefish point, again, really good. When it's destroyed, as you can see, if it's got the Soul Core on it, which it does, you can do 4,000 BP worth of damage to another to something on the other side.
Right, and majority of the pterosaurs fall within that 4,000
Yep.
BP threshold.
Yeah.
Over Raptordon, the Dinophosa,
Yeah.
just a couple of them just in general. So Flamefish, really great card in this mirror.
You thought you were cool because you were safe against Burning Force. Well, guess what? You didn't take Flamefish into account, did you?
He's so, he's
Beautiful.
yeah, let's go with that word.
I mean, he's just got too many Soul Cores. Look at that.
Do you think he would be less beautiful if he took out a Soul Core?
No.
He's perfect the way he is.
I mean, I think he just looks overwhelmed by the amount of cores in his head.
He's just doing his best.
If I had, I mean, he was hit hard by the Star Havoc rain. That's the lore event in which the Soul Cores
Oh, it's
came
lore.
down from
There's
the heavens.
actual lore behind the
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, that's why, because all the Star Havoc rain came, a bunch of cores fell out of the sky, and then people started figuring out how to use them to gain more power.
Oh.
Flamefish was just hanging out in somebody's pond, just an ornamental denizen of the pond, gets hit with some Soul Cores.
Yep, so
Out
Rain
there
Needle.
exploding now. Yeah.
Oh, so the Burning Force is actually going to come right on down. And so he will remove both of these bodies. And normally under, normal circumstances, Flamefish would remove the Rain Needle, but which the Scorched Battlefield, giving the plus 1,000 BP, it's actually now at 5,000, thus escaping the Flamefish's grasp.
That is a very important point, actually.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's all about that BP gain, right?
Mhm.
We've seen that time and time again throughout the entire day. And, yep, there's Volcanic Canyon coming out from Colin. And he's going to go ahead and set a burst, which we can presume is going to be the absolute ice shield at this point in the game.
Crucially too, that was that Burning Force was done during the attack step, and that is when Scorched Battlefield gives you that extra 1,000 BP. You can't do that during main step.
Yeah, so really great on Matt recognizing that, and he's going to go ahead and move around his cores, swap out that Soul Core with a regular core, so Rain Needle still at that 4,000 BP threshold currently.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we're going to go ahead and level up the Scorched Battlefield for level 2. To my knowledge, Scorched Battlefield is whenever one of your spirits deals a damage to life, draw a card.
I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah. That card draw is going to be huge.
Oh, Matt's kind of going at it right now. He's dropping all of these low-cost spirits and possibly just threatening a bunch of pressure right now.
Is that an Overraptorian? No, it's not.
No, that's a Dragno. Dragno
Trooper? Dragron Trooper.
Yeah.
Dragron Trooper.
And so with the 2 cores at level 2,
is.
it is currently at 6,000 BP, and then Overraptor, I believe, is at 4,000 BP, and Rain Needle is at 5,000.
5,000, yeah. So that's a lot of BP to deal with. It's outside the range of the removal of Colin, like we were talking about. Even the mighty Flamefish couldn't get it done. So Matt with a distinct advantage there. Oh, but
Volcanic Break coming right on out.
Yeah, not every removal, as you say, from his Volcanic Break does take out things 6,000 BP or less.
So at this point in the game, we have to ask, what is that burst? If it was an absolute ice shield, would you have consumed it on that turn? And if it's not, is it possibly a Star Blast draw, or is it some other kind of burst that we've yet to see?
Yeah, I mean it is a good question. Well, there's a discarded absolute ice shield.
So kind of hinting the fact that maybe he already has one set already.
Certainly could be.
Or it's a mind game, and that's not ice shield at all, and he's just bluffing his opponent.
I mean, in the mirror matchups, mind games are extremely important. Dino Man coming in at 6,000 BP because he is a lone Dino Man.
Yep. 6,000 BP is a pretty great threshold, and the Burning Force will go ahead and remove both of these. It is very important to note that both of those spirits only gain power during the attack step or when attacking. So, they're both less than 3,000 BP. So, Colin Kaiser has reestablished board control, but it might be a little too late because Matt's sitting on quite a bit of core.
I mean, the bigger thing, I think, is that Colin Kaiser down to 1 card in hand, whereas Matt is flush with opportunities and options. 3 cards in hand.
Dinophosa coming on out.
Dinophosa, exactly, yep.
at level 2, that will be 8,000 BP, so it will actually be able to swing over the Dino Man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
Oh,
He's actually just going to, lava, what's the name?
Volcanic Break.
Volcanic Break. I knew something volcanic. Volcanic Break the Dino Man is a sentence that has never been said before by a human being until right now, but it will allow Dilophosa to come through and attack.
Yep, and so we do see that the Absolute Ice Shield was procced. So Colin Kaiser going ahead and discarding the Burning Force for the Volcanic Canyon, and yeah, it's gonna set a Overraptor and the giant.
Ooh, here he comes.
Okay, so this is not too shabby, honestly. This is going to be at level 3 because he only has the Pterosaurs on his board.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he's not able to force the confront, but even if he was, it can't block, so, you know.
Yeah, definitely unconfrontable
Yeah.
is Dilophosa.
But he's opted to maintain his defensive standpoint. If you swing out here, you possibly put yourself in lethal. So Matt Clark is on the initiative now with quite a bit of cores to him. And sitting at 3 cards in hand, he's in a pretty good position.
What's it going to be? You need to set up some blocking, or at least a way to get rid of something on your opponent's side.
So yep,
that's one way to do it. There
playing
you
his
go.
own Rex right now, and it's important to note that because he is on the attack, if he swings this Rex, the 3,000 BP will put him over the opposing Rex, so it's going to be really difficult to actually guard out here.
Yep, and Colin Kaiser electing to take the damage, and after losing his Overraptidon.
Yep, going to game 3 now.
Yeah, that's right. That's that. Yeah, and just like that, Matt Clark ties it up, and with the mirror match, we've seen it's going to be fast and furious. Both players just trying to race each other. And we've seen Jurassic King Giganorax being a big priority here. Because the sooner you can play that, the sooner you buff the BP of your spirits, the sooner you can get even more threatening. And round 7, here in Palm Springs, we are going to game 3. Somebody needs to settle down. That foot is going crazy there.
I definitely do think BP gain is really important for this matchup. We saw the Flamefish, we saw Burning Force, really just a ton of cards that rely on those BP thresholds. And so Scorched Battlefield really proving its value in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Again, like it's the BP, keeping you safe, keeping them less safe.
I will say I'm very curious to see. Like I mentioned it at the start of game 2, but if they'll outsource to the other 3 colors, but I think at the rate we're going, they probably won't, just because cost reduction is so valuable in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see any. Not gonna see any. Sideboarding, anything like that. Both players content with the decks as they are. Just a matter of drawing the right stuff.
Yeah.
At the right time, and you using it correctly. That's the essence of TCGs, but especially in the mirror match.
So the player that's gone first, both these last 2 games, ended up winning. So Colin now has the initiative to decide whether he wants first or second. And I would presume you want to go first right now.
Yeah, I think you certainly would. We've seen that be pretty beneficial. To either drop a Nexus before your opponent, or drop a Spirit on the board.
So. Also, do note, Matt also did mulligan last game, which proved to be pretty crucial because that card advantage was really, really good in this matchup, and the Starblast draw as well, fueling the rest of his hand.
Yeah, for sure. After this game, one of these 2 players will remain undefeated after 7 rounds of play here at the Battle Spirit Saga Grand Open, which is a pretty amazing feat.
And then there's a round 8.
All things considered, there is a round 8, but still, to make it this far is pretty incredible. Yeah.
I think being able to say that you were the undefeated at the first official, post-launch event is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I would say so in a rapidly evolving meta, especially in a meta that's so aggressive that kind of really demands perfect play every single round. That's the thing, is that in an aggressive meta, each turn is much more punishing, right?
Right.
Turn 1 Rain Needle for Colin Kaiser.
And it's already at level 3, so 4,000 BP, escaping that burning force threshold. And so Matt's response, you could just establish some bodies, you could establish your Nexus, but the important question is, do you decide to swing out here?
I think you play it safe. Yeah, I think you don't risk it. BP in this case could stand for
Bearded
burn
Eagle.
proof. Or bearded something.
You're doing your best.
I'm trying. But yeah, again, I don't think you Unless you've got something in your hand that makes it much safer to do so. I don't know if you attack here. Ooh, is he going to?
It is at 5,000 BP.
Yeah.
So with 5,000 BP, it is pretty strong. It escapes most of the effect pop thresholds, so he will go ahead and take that damage. And now it's Colin Kaiser's turn. Rain Needle at 4,000 BP, not too shabby. This also escapes many thresholds. But at the moment, I think Colin now having the initiative as well as gaining an additional core from taking that damage. Pretty interesting spot. It depends on whether or not he has the gas to really push it here.
Yeah. I mean, you've got it, right? You don't take that damage without response in mind, you know?
Well, would you trade away your 4K Rain Needle?
No. You still have to have a response in mind.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Interesting. So it's going to be the canning, it's going to be the draw. So the Rain Needle put into the vulnerable range.
Yep.
But if you lose it to removal, that's just basically one less spirit that's going to be on the board for the opponent anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
But setting up the Star Blast draw is pretty impactful here, I feel like, because now you have many more options going into the next turn. And so as we've seen, having stronger spirits in order to contest the board state, I think is really important. If Bearded Eagle is the only, spirit you have, then you're going to be in a really awkward position.
Yeah.
But
waiting for Matt to make his play now.
Yeah. I am curious to see if he decides to play another spirit. It does look like he will. It is the Trooper.
Drag Ron Trooper.
And Trooper, Dino Foza. Okay. So yeah, we're going a bit of a wide approach right now.
Yep, and I think that's a good thing to do. I mean, you can push damage, you can set up that wall, right? And so, okay, little attack coming in. That's not something that the Rain Needle can handle because the beefy BP bonus that I thought, wow, he's going in with everything here, saying, you know what? I've got the massive life total advantage. I'm going to pressure you, and if you can't respond, I just win the series. If you can, well,
Okay, so there's the Volcanic Break actually going to come on down.
Yep.
Unfortunately, this does cost him his Rain Needle because he needs that last additional core to pay for the cost. So yeah, Matt Clark in a very dominant position currently going into Game 3. But Colin did resolve the Star Blast draw, so he has a lot of options going into this turn.
Yeah, okay, so here's the question. What's the response? Your opponent's wide open. You're not going to be able to one-shot them, right? You're not going to be able to play enough stuff to take down all 5 health, right? But, do you have something to stabilize? Do you have maybe a little bit of removal? Because that BP bonus that these spirits are getting is not there anymore. They are vulnerable.
What I think is really scary is that Dilophosa is it's just baseline 4,000 BP. So it escapes a lot of these thresholds, and then we're going to go ahead and commit a core to the Raptor. Looks like we're going to go ahead and go wide, and maybe contest a little bit of this board state. But I'm really curious to see whether or not he has the Absolute Ice Shield in order to hold back Matt.
Yeah. Man, you can really feel the tension between these two players right now. Game 3, the status of undefeated on the line after 7 rounds. Every single decision is so important in a mirror match like this. But it's tough.
I'm curious to see whether or not the Bearded Eagle makes its reappearance, because Bearded Eagle, between all 3 games, has proven itself to be really one of the strongest creatures in this matchup at 5,000 BP. It swings over majority of the Pterosaurs, even at level 2 thresholds. So if we do see another Bearded Eagle, it could just possibly swing it on its own, but we'll go ahead and commit a Raptor, and then, is that the king? Are we dropping it? Yeah, we are.
I mean, hey, Matt saw it, your opponent saw it, commit, right? There's Jurassic King, Giganorex hitting the board. Gonna get that free level 3, of course, because you've got Pterosaurs for your other 2 spirits there. So now the question is, how aggressive do you want to be with this? You just pass the turn. Okay.
Not very aggressive is the answer.
Not very aggressive, no. And I think that's reasonable. You only have 2 remaining left. If you go too aggressive here, you are going to be vulnerable to just straight up dying. You've got the big boy on the board. He's probably not going anywhere. So just kind of stick with it, right?
Right.
Just survive this next turn. Continue to build. You've got 3 cards in hand.
So with only 2 life remaining and no burst set at the current moment, if Matt's able to, drop enough bodies onto this board, he could technically threaten lethal. He would need quite a bit, but it's not out of the question. And there is the Bearded Eagle. I'm at 5,000 BP, so the only thing that is able to block it is going to be that Rex. We could also see Burning Force coming on down, because I believe I know one of the Raptors is less than 4,000, whereas the other one is 4,000. So Burning Force could remove one, and then you are threatening a lot of pressure right there.
Yeah. There's maybe a little bit of temptation to target the Nexus too to prevent some of the cycling.
Oh, so it
But
looks like
no,
we're
he's
actually going to go ahead. Yeah, his own Rex coming on down.
I mean, he takes the core off the Dragron Trooper. That's going to send it to the trash, but it is going to allow him to get a Big Daddy Dino.
Well, not only that, but getting rid of the Dragron Trooper does mean that he is now level 3, because there's only Pterosaurs as well as Emperor Beast on the board.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah.
So forcing out the he's confronting the Raptor now. So reestablishing a bit of that board control. Really great position to be in. It's very difficult to actually remove opposing players' Rexes as long as they're suspended.
Dilophosa can't block, but if he attacks with it, it's just going to die to Giganorex, right? So, you know, it still kind of behooves you to maybe not block with that.
Yeah.
Wait for an opportunity to possibly go through, because, again, if Giganorex attacks, then that opens the door for it, right? Because Confront would make him block with the Bearded Eagle. You can't make the Dilophosa block with Confront, because it says on the card it can't block, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it does look like Colin almost dropped down his own Dilopho, and yep, there it is.
Yep.
So I'm really interested to see how he's going to go ahead and use his Giganorex. I feel like you have to swing it in this turn, otherwise it's going to get potentially confronted upon. Like, yes, you could throw away one of your other fodders, but at a certain point, you do just kind of have to like start pressing damage, because it is a 2 to 5 difference.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to kind of reiterate that point again, Confront, the wording on the card is your opponent must block if able, right? And so looking at the text on Dilophosa, the spirit cannot block your opponent's spirits. You can't use Confront to make it block.
Yeah, and so the Bearded Eagle is going to come out from Colin's side. It is a level 3 Bearded Eagle. We've seen level 2 Bearded Eagle all day. How big is a level 3?
That's a great question.
Let's find out.
Looking it up.
And then also with the Rex, it is being 7,000. Wow,
big.
It's really big actually.
Big Eagle.
And so with the Giganorex, if he does decide to swing it, plus 3,000 to the entire board. So a lot. Is there a 5th body? Yeah, 5th body's coming right on out.
There is. Wow.
So he's gonna go ahead, put his Eagle back to level 2. He's gonna go swing the Rex.
Oh no.
Plus 3,000 to the entire board. This is a lot coming on out from Colin.
It is. I don't think you swing for the full 4.
No, I don't think you do.
But you do try to equalize a bit of the life totals here. You can see Matt counting it out. He's got a couple cores. He's got one in the reserve. He can't take anything off of his. Okay. Yeah, he's going to take a little bit of damage. So maybe taking enough damage to play something then from hand.
Yeah.
There's 3.
So
I think you stop here if you're Colin. Is he going to go for it?
So he can't use Burning Force on this current moment, just because the plus 3,000 BP during this turn that was bestowed upon the entire board.
Good point.
A lot of these creatures are outside the threshold.
Yeah.
He could use it on his own turn. That is a possibility, removing 2 of these potential blockers. But really, really awkward defensive turn. But it looks like Colin's actually just going to go ahead and go crazy here. What's really scary is that does he have enough block to actually hold back Matt next turn?
Yeah, okay. So 2 is the life total for Colin Kaiser. 1 blocker available. You know, you think the thing too is you've got a lot of cores on these spirits. So he's actually got a lot available to pay for different spells with.
Right.
Yeah.
And so to my knowledge, Raptor at level 2 is 3,000 BP, because I know at level 3 it's 4,000.
I think so.
So with that being said, Burning Force is kind of huge here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Because there's no absolute ice shield placed in the burst zone. So technically, Matt is threatening lethal right now.
Absolutely, he is.
It's all a matter of whether or not he has enough cards to push for it. There's the Dino Man, yeah.
Okay. Dino Man would be 6,000 again coming in. He'd be the, well, actually, he's got quite a few cores on him now.
Yeah.
So I believe that would send him up to 9 if he's got
So he's at
Oh,
6,000
no,
with
no.
level 3. He will hit 9, however, with the Rex's win attacking ability.
Well, it's got 3 cores on it right now, so it'd be 5,000, so it'd be 8, I believe,
Oh,
right?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 cores to get him to level 3 for 6,000. So
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
you don't have your Dino Man at level 3 unless he's got the 2 or less spirits on the board active. But I mean, you'll take 3 cores for 5,000 BP. That's a pretty good deal.
Does Colin only have 1 card in hand?
I think so.
Hmm.
I think that is the case. Yeah.
So off your head, I believe Ice Shield has a flash effect, correct? Is the flash effect to end the turn?
It is.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's to end the attack. Yeah.
So he could possibly just be baiting Matt here using the Ice Shield from hand. I think that's like a very feasible way to go about this. Of course, you could have just set it as a burst.
Yeah.
Either way.
If you set it as burst, though, I mean, either way, you do have to take that 1 damage because the flash is for when this battle ends. So
right. So he could have just, if he sets the burst, he can swing his Rex, force the confront, and then maybe just chill on that.
Well, so if the confront comes in, the block will happen. He doesn't take damage. You can still do the absolute Ice Shield if that's what he has in his hand. And you wouldn't take damage, but you would end the attack step.
Right. So we're going to go ahead. He's going to invest a couple more cores onto his Rex, but I believe it's already level 3, if I remember correctly, just because there's only Pterosaurs on his board.
Yep, that's right.
So yeah, a lot of everything comes down to these small little decisions. He's going to go ahead and swing at the Dilophosa. This is swinging for 8,000 currently because it is level 2. So he's not going to use the confront just yet.
So will the block come in from the Overaptorian to prevent the life loss? And the other bigger question, what is the card in Colin Kaiser's hand?
So I think it's actually a very smart decision to use the Dilophosa as your first swing because it can't block. So if this hypothetically is the absolute Ice Shield in hand, that would stop the attack. I mean, now you still have your 2 blockers, whereas if you swung with Rex first, you'd only have 1.
Takes 1.
Yep.
Does not block. 1 life remaining.
And it doesn't
for
look
Colin Kaiser, it looks like.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Ice Shield's coming out either to end the turn. So it's still Matt on the play.
Yep. Do you go for it? Because the thing is, well, I mean, it's kind of that situation where either it's an absolute Ice Shield and you lose, or it's not and you win, right?
Yeah.
Because if it isn't,
well,
then you get through. If it is,
but
then they get to refresh and they have a ton of spirits on the board.
Yeah. No, this is definitely a very, very tricky position to be in. You have to call your whether or not it is in the hand or not, because if it's not, that should be game. But
I mean, Matt Clark's hand also has an impact here too, where it's like if he thinks he has a way to deal with the board, I think he's saying, hey, if you got the Ice Shield, you got the Ice Shield.
Yeah. And I think that's very respectable because the question then becomes, if the turn does actually get passed over, would you even be able to hold out against this onslaught? Because
I doubt it.
Yeah.
All right, Dino Man.
So go ahead, the block, and then is it is it that Ice Shield?
I mean, the cores have been there the entire time to pay for it. It does cost 4 natively, and he had the cores available, either from taking out spirits or not.
So I think
that last attack.
Do you swing here? I would swing.
I swing.
I would swing.
But then again, maybe there's a reason we're here and they're there.
This is very true. Yeah.
Yeah. But he does
go ahead and passes the turn.
Swing.
Okay.
How does he survive this turn?
He discards an Ice Shield.
Okay. So does that mean he had 2? That is.
But he only had 1 card in hand.
But does that mean he drew into a second one?
Maybe. Very possible.
Is this the ultimate swag move here?
I guess the biggest question is, do you have enough defense to actually stop Colin's turn here? Like, you could threaten your own Ice Shield. That's a very feasible option.
Well, he does have 2 cards in hand, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because he did, draw 2 and discard 1. So now he has 2. That's true. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Gonna go ahead and reinvest his cores because his Rex is already at a level 3 because only Emperor Beast and Pterosaurs on the board. Dilophosa potentially swings. Looks like he's debating, but yep. So we're gonna go ahead and swing that confront first.
Okay.
At 13k and forcing out the block.
What do you got, Matt? What do you got? Because you're gonna have to block with the Giganorex. So what do you have to survive these other 3 spirits swinging through? 2 life remaining.
Is that suppression?
I believe it is.
Oh, so they trade actually.
Double suppression. Wait a second
I take it back.
here.
He doesn't trade.
Wait a second. That is a fight that he straight up wins, right? He loses
Yeah,
the
16K versus 13. Yeah, he's actually going to beat out the attacking Rex.
loses the Dilophosa.
What?
There's another suppression. This is insane. Okay, so does that mean
They're
it's
trading.
another trade?
It's a trading.
Oh my gosh. Well, what does Matt have?
Oh, that's
it.
game. Yeah.
That is game. Yeah, and so
Yeah.
Colin Kaiser takes it in the end in the craziest finish we've seen yet. 3 suppressions played in succession, but that is going to be the win
I think
for
that's
Colin. That is amazing.
That's the longest flash step we've seen all day, actually.
Yeah, that was wild. All right. Well, that is our first red mirror coming to an absolute nail-biting finish here. We still got 1 round to go, but that was match of the day for me right there.
I'm curious to see what the last round ends up being.
Yeah.
Red Pterosaur versus, what do you think?
I mean, it's red pterosaur. I think we're seeing another mirror.
You think so?
I think we probably are. Who knows? But either way, that was a great series, and you know, Matt Clark played it really well. I mean, what can you say?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, sometimes it just comes down to it. I mean, you have the double suppression in hand. You think you can see why he didn't swing on that last one. I think that was wise. I believe there was another ice shield. I think there was a 2 ice shield situation there for Colin. So I think it was wise to not swing for Matt. And then with 2 suppression, you go for it. You know, he did everything he could. He put himself in the best possible situation to win. You know, suppression is probably in the other deck. It happened to be there, but wow, what a finish, huh?
I think it really just depends. Like, he felt confident enough that with double suppression, because that is he can block twice with double exhausted, right? So he felt confident with the 2 suppressions that he would actually be able to hold out, but it wasn't enough. Yeah, because he broke over the Rex, which would have been blocked for twice.
So the question is, we've got 1 round remaining. We have an undefeated player still in Colin on that on the red Pterosaur aggro deck. Going to the final round, though, we want to ask you in chat, what do you want to see? What matchups are you looking for? We don't necessarily need to do the top table here for this last one. So
we watched Colin a couple times today. Matt a couple times. Chat, what do you guys want to see?
Well, we'll try to do a crowd pleaser. We'll see. 1 round to remain here on the day here, day 1 of the Battle Spirit Saga Grand Open. Don't go anywhere. The final round coming at you in just a little bit.
Saw it.
Snake King Pentacles.
Once?
Snake Pentacles.
I think maybe we saw it once today, but it didn't last very long.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, we've got Tyson Shepard coming up. Playing Fabled Control. Interesting. All right. So slower yellow deck possibly. Oh, against his opponent, Smear Freeman, playing Purple Control. So we do have 2 control decks going at it. So
you asked for the slower matchup, right?
I did ask for this. Yeah. So we're gonna have an epic final round here. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and so I'm kind of sad that we didn't get to see White in the final round, but nonetheless, I'm really excited to see how this one pans out. Both of these players are X and 1 right now.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, so this could make or break whether or not you make that top 16 cut.
Yeah, for sure. Both of them having a pretty good day here. So, you know, we said we'd try to find something fun, but this is also a pretty serious matchup for both of these 2 players. And you know, like we were just talking about, you know, is Purple gonna make the round of 16? And we've seen nothing but undefeateds play all day. We've seen like the winningest players here,
right?
But there's so many other players out there that are X and 1, X and 2 that are playing really well and have very good decks. So, as the arena that we're in, as the room gets a bit more silent, the players start to focus here. A lot of day 2s on the line for a lot of players out there. We're gonna see the shuffle up between a yellow player and a purple player here.
So we haven't.
So who takes it?
Oh, sorry about that, but we haven't seen a lot of control matchups throughout the entire day, and so we've been narrating aggro versus aggro. But going into this control matchup, do you want to go first or second?
In most slower decks in most games, you want to go second. I don't know if that necessarily applies to Battle Spirit Saga, especially because you have ongoing effects from things like Nexuses that are important to get out early on. So I think it kind of depends on the deck. It kind of depends on the hand. I'm not familiar really with either of these decks, especially not like Fabled Control. I mean, if it's on the control side, I wonder if it leans more towards the Luster package.
Yeah, it could be very similar to what we saw in round 3 earlier today, using the Michaela to facilitate using spell slinging.
Yeah, maybe. Okay,
so it looks like, we're going to go straight into the game right now. Wondering who ended up taking the die roll, but should be a really good game.
All right. There is the draw from Tyson coming in, and we'll see if the mulligans are taken by either player here.
Yeah, and so like we've previously mentioned, having that fifth card can sometimes make or break your matchup. But in this control mirror, which they might not know they're in the control mirror, we know.
Yeah.
You necessarily maybe you feel okay in mulligan in a way. Maybe you want a better hand of quality,
Maybe. No mulligan from either player, it looks like.
Mhm.
And so they will start out with those 5-card hands. Looks like Spencer has kind of an interesting setup as far as his reserve and his trash goes, too. Where the reserve in the upper right there for him. And then I would imagine the green card sleeve is probably his trash then.
Okay, so Tyson is going to take the first play. We did see him draw the first card, and looks like we're going to go ahead and play a creature. It is a Flying Turtle. Really great start right there.
Yeah, so starting with a pretty typical Fabled Beast here that does let him cycle a little bit, try to find another beast.
That is Feral Slash.
Yep, Feral Slash. Yeah, the red card that we saw make an appearance earlier going into the trash. Tyson.
So Feral Slash is a card that just recently came out. It is a burst spell that states when you would lose a life, you may destroy a spirit with 3,000 or less BP.
Delete a spirit.
Sorry, my Digimon lingo came out. You may destroy a spirit with 3,000 or less BP. And then its main effect is actually to destroy a Nexus.
Oh.
So it's one of the few Nexus removal cards we do have. Spencer's going to go ahead and pass his turn on using the Purple Smoke Valley, which is a really fantastic card against aggro. And then Tyson's going to go into the Penton. So now we got a bit of the Fabled Beast / Luster going on right now.
Typical start for a lot of yellow players we've seen here. It is going to allow the Flying Turtle to swing in for 1 damage here.
Okay, and it looks like he will go ahead and pass the turn on that. Purple Smoke Valley is a really strong card when it comes to dealing with aggro.
Yeah. It makes me wonder, too. Are we going to maybe even see a level 2 thrown in later?
Is that Mordred?
I believe it is, but don't quote me on that. The thing is, a lot of purple cards end up being a lot of purple. But yeah, that I believe that is Dark Knight Mordred indeed, and you can see from the effect as well, sending the Flying Turtle to the trash by removing some cores. And the thing is that also will set off the effect from Purple Smoke Valley as well, where a card will be drawn because one of the effects destroyed one of the opponent's spirits via reducing its cores to 0. So already a little bit of synergy there.
For a Fable control deck, looks like we're playing a lot of smaller bodies, so it just looks like we're just playing Fabled.
Yeah,
it's one of the vanillas.
Whoa.
Gale Yale.
Gale Yale gets played. Interesting.
Yep.
I mean, it's got a decent amount of BP to start things off with, right? Where that's going to be 4,000 BP. It's going to be safe against the red removal, right? You may or may not see that in other non-red decks. Netherworld Depths, though, coming in, and just more card draw being set up for Spencer Freeman. So with a control package, that's how you do it. You play things a little bit slow in the early game. You build up some resources, build up some cards, and then try to drop the bigger combos later on. Interesting start, though, to this series already.
And so we haven't seen Burning Force come out of either player. Tyson does have some form of Nexus removal in the form of Feral Slash. So I'm curious to see whether or not these two Nexuses on Spencer's side, Nexi? Is that a plural? Nexuses?
I don't know. I'm just saying Nexuses, I guess.
Whether or not they stick around. And it should Tyson decide to swing, that will proc the Netherworld Depths, allowing him to draw an additional card.
Second Gale Yale. How about that?
That is a fun word to say.
In the lore, the Gale Yale is the one that goes and tells everyone that the inter-regional sports competition is postponed. Sad. Gale Yale with the bad news. And bad news for life total. No, Spencer's going to be okay there. No attacks coming in for Tyson.
Okay.
So playing it control style.
Yeah, and so Spencer, I believe, is now his turn. And he has quite a bit of core to actually work here. He has the Mordred. Mordred can go ahead and start doing a little bit of core sniping at this point. Possibly start getting rid of these bodies, which will then trigger the purple Smoke Valley.
Yep.
Drawing in some additional cards. So really excited to see some of that action going on. But looks like it's actually going to go pass over to Tyson's turn.
Interesting. Yeah, he's got enough cores on a Dark Knight Mordred to send him up to level 5, 6,000 BP. And when he attacks, you get to remove a core from one of your opponent's spirits, put in their reserve.
I would imagine
holding off for now.
I would imagine he probably doesn't want to swing just because he doesn't want to take all of this damage.
Yeah.
But he does have a burst set, and if I've learned anything from today, it's probably an Ice Shield.
Yeah, I mean, generally is these days. Attack from Galeal coming in.
Yeah.
All right, the exhaust does let him draw a card.
Right. And so he will go ahead and block with Mordred. Mordred is sitting at the 6,000 BP, and so both that and the Galea will be destroyed through combat. And so Tyson in a pretty good position, I would say. Granted, you are staring down double Nexus, but the second Galea will go in. That's another draw because the Netherworld Depths is not once per turn, and there is the Deadly Balance.
Wow, okay. So this does work even if the purple player doesn't have a spirit on their side to choose. You just basically eliminate one of their spirits. That's about it. You know, you don't need one on your side to cast it.
Yep, and so second Deadly Balance, so that will get rid of both spirits.
Wow, well, that's the essence of control, right? Using some removal early on. You would imagine he's running 4 of it in the deck, so 2 probably still lurking out there somewhere. But that sets the board state back to a place that Spencer's going to be pretty happy with. And there's Cavalier coming in as well. Just another spirit on the board, drawing a card because of that. I believe, draws a card just when summoned. And so, again, Spencer playing the long game.
So with the current situation of how the board is, Tyson just lost 3 of his creatures, 3 of his spirits, and Spencer drew 2 cards that entire turn, and Maduke is coming down.
There it is. All right, so we talked about it. We didn't see a lot of Grand Underworld Trio Queen Maduke, but she has hit the board now, and there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on with this card, so let's talk about it for a moment. The first thing is at levels 1, 2, and 3, when one of your spirits with Curse or Blood Curse reduces your opponent's life, put the lost life core into the void instead of the reserve. So usually when you take damage, that means you get 1 more resource than you had before. That goes from your life to your reserve. If Maduke is out, that is not the case. That is just gone. That is just a core you're not going to see again as the Aravata comes down on the side of Tyson Shepard. The other thing to consider too with Maduke is she has Blood Curse as well. So when the spirit will be destroyed by your opponent, you can place a core from your opponent's life and a core from this spirit into trash on both sides to keep the spirit on the field, right? So you actually get to take their life away if she's about to die too. So it is a scary spirit to have on the other side.
And so Tyson is going to go ahead and set that burst. I would presume it's the Absolute Ice Shield until proven otherwise. But Spencer's in a really great position here. He has the Maduke set up. He has double Nexus. Yes, the Aravate will be able to float into another 2-cost, which I would imagine is Penton. But yeah, looking really strong from Spencer's position at the current moment.
I will say, too, that you need 3 cores to unlock level 2 on Maduke. So he's not in a situation where if she were about to die, you'd be able to get that, Blood Curse effect.
There you go.
But now you've got the 6 cores. That's going to send her up to level 3, which means all your spirits with Curse now have a Blood Curse. So it makes it even scarier because whenever a spirit with Curse is about to die, they have Blood Curse, they're going to stick around. You're going to be the one losing life. This is the board state that Control Purple wants to set up.
Yeah, and so Aglavale does gain Curse at level 2 and 3, so it's going to synergize directly with the Queen Maduke. It did inflict some damage, and it's not in reserve.
Yep. Oh, that is scary right now for Tyson Shepard. What does Yellow have to deal with this?
Yeah, so Maduke is going to go ahead and swing in. If you take this damage, that will not go directly to your reserve. There it goes once again. Yeah.
Oh. I mean, and again, it looks like a fairly untenable situation. For Tyson Shepard. The game could be far from over, but it's a pretty terrifying prospect to run into this because not only are you afraid of getting attacked, right, but you're afraid of trying to remove those Blood Curse spirits as well. You have to find a way. Oh,
our first Alice of the day.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, Alice is one of the X rares coming out of set 1. We haven't seen it throughout the entire day just because, it's mostly Fabled Beast. But like he said, this is Fable Control.
Yeah, so Wonderland Alice does reduce a spirit's BP by 1,000 for each spirit you control. At levels 2 and 3, she's at level 3 right now, so that is a possibility, but that's not going to remove enough BP to really be a big threat. The other thing that you've got at level 3 during either attack step actually, if you control 3 or more spirits, which he does, when the spirit would be destroyed, you may put a core from the void onto it and keep it in the field exhausted instead. So this is actually a way to get back some of those cores that were lost because of the Blood Curse ability.
So it is currently Spencer's turn. He did pass on the Alice, but the Alice, like you did mention, is a lot stickier. It's a lot more difficult to actually break through, unless, however, he were to core drain it. Right?
Yeah.
But Earth Spider is going to come on out. Earth Spider, if I remember correctly, is when attacking, if it's at a level, I Is it 2 and 3 or is it 1 as well? I know it siphons a core though.
I
1 and
believe
2.
it's 2. Oh, it's 1 to 2.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
and yep, go ahead and siphon the core. It
Hmm.
does get rid of the Galea because the Galea did not have enough cores to maintain itself
Hmm.
afterward. Do you block with the Alice?
I mean, it sticks around,
Hmm.
right? And you do get a core back. And I say core back because, some of the cores that should have gone from life to reserve
Right.
went from life to void because of Maduke.
Yeah, but this is looking like a pretty good position to be if you're Spencer.
Yeah.
He went ahead and took another damage. It did not have curse, so the
Hmm.
blood curse will not proc. However, is that burst an absolute ice shield? Because he's sitting pretty low on life.
Yeah, down to 2 right now, so it is certainly a point of concern for Tyson Shepard here. And again, just looking at the yellow player's perspective, you have some defensive setups with Wonderland Alice, but how do you come back and retake the board
There's
state?
the ice shield. Yep.
There's the absolute ice shield. So yeah, that is going to be able to kind of stall things out for now.
So what's very interesting is that because he swung with the Aglavale and sent the cord from life directly to the void,
Mm.
he's not able to actually put the from reserve to the life with that specific core. He has to use one of the cores he already had.
Yeah,
So he's actually down a core.
yeah, pretty much. That's the thing with purple is it really messes up the directions your cores move in an average game. This is cool to see though.
Yeah, and so Penton is going to come back on down. So we're getting a little bit of that magic reduction. So curious to see if he has anything that could possibly just swing the tide of the game.
Yeah, a bit of magic cost reduction on the first spell anyway. Throwing that Grand Underworld Trio Queen Maduke back up on the board as well, so you can kind of gaze on the splendor of that enormous amount of text on her card. That's a lot to take in.
Yeah, but it's definitely putting in a lot of work this game.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, the more Spirits with Curse hit the board for Spencer Freeman, the scarier this Trio Queen Maduke gets.
And we definitely can't dismiss the fact that Behemoth might actually come back on down. Not back on down, but come down in general, just because as we get later into this game, there are more 2-drops, more Fable Beasts in your trash. So God Beast Behemoth might be able to come down for relatively cheap.
Yeah, but what does it do? When it shows up, what will God Beast Behemoth really accomplish for you?
It's a chonky blocker.
It is, but you've got things like Curse. I mean, it's gonna die to that. If it gets hit by a...
There are currently 2 cards with Curse currently on Spencer's board, so you could just sack away the other 2 smaller bodies into the Curse just to deny that possibly.
True.
But that also doesn't take into account that he might just have some spells that remove it, and Alice is actually going to go ahead and swing in.
Wow.
Inflicting minus 3,000 BP, because for every 1 spirit you have, it's minus 1,000 BP.
All right, so it looks like Aglavar does go out there.
That unfortunately doesn't trigger Maduke's ability.
Yeah, I guess there must not have been enough cores on Aglavar to give Curse, possibly. That's interesting. I thought there were, but I'm going to double check. It does take 2 cores to give it Curse.
It could be potentially. It could be just how BP minus interactions work.
Possibly. Yeah.
But it is currently, I believe it's Spencer's turn right now, and he has a lot of core to work with. The Maduke has a lot going for it as well here.
Yeah, so, here's the thing. Actually, no, it is a Wonderland Alice because the minus BP effect is when Alice attacks. So the attack came through, you would target the Aglavar, reduce its BP to 0, and it would die in the Blood Curse. I don't believe would take effect. Let me double check. It's a situation we have not been in yet today.
Exhaust Nexus is going to come on down, actually.
Yeah.
And I believe Exhaust Nexus, I don't remember the burst effect just because we haven't seen it very much, but I know the main effect is going to be the minus 3,000 BP.
Does minus BP count as destroying your opponent's your spirit?
Oh, I see.
Oh, right. Only Blood Curse during
your attack step.
My bad, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so that would remove the body.
I admit, I have not played a lot of games with Maduke myself.
Yeah, usually games I feel like end by then, just because of how fast the current format is. But Spencer proving that Maduke is pretty good. So yeah, so we are going to go ahead and see Core Drain. So it's going to go siphons the Alice, so Alice is now off the board. That's a really powerful card, no longer in Tyson's arsenal. We are going to also see I believe that's Cavalier that was just dropped. Is it Cavalier? It might be Aglavale. If he's investing triple core, I think that's Aglavale. It is
Yes.
Aglavale, yeah.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. Thanks to Spencer Freeman for attacking with Aglavale to let us see what the card is. Yep. And that's going to be a block from Aravada.
I believe they're both at 3,000 BP, actually.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead, trigger the draw, as well as the Maduke's ability to preserve it.
There's the Blood Curse.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, right? Where that would have been a dead Aglavale.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, lose a core and do a damage to your opponent.
Yeah. So really great position to be in if you're Tyson. It's going to go ahead, swing, and Penton's going to go ahead and block it. That's totally fine. This is a 3,000 BP Penton, and Aglavale is only sitting at 1,000, so the curse is going to go ahead and proc, and it's going to respawn using the Maduke.
That is scary, because now Tyson down to just 1 life, and you can just see what an enormous... Okay,
actually,
that's
no,
game.
I think that was actually the last life.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
we were down to the last one. But that's going to be game 1, going over to Spencer Freeman with the control purple, and, man, just like pretty quickly locking down the board with that combination of Maduke and another couple spirits with curse. I mean, it's that easy sometimes.
Yeah, and so now I'm kind of curious to know how many copies of Maduke he's actually running in their list. It's because on average you usually see 1 to 2 Maduke, but maybe the sauce is 3 to 4.
If it's going to be one of those big X rares that you really want to get out every single game, it seems like a lot of lists will run 3 on the more expensive ones. It's a cheaper one like Elk, just run 4, right? If it's a more expensive one like Maduke, maybe 3, but I wouldn't be opposed to 4. I just don't know enough about these lists, right? Because you can discount her down to 4, but that does take 4 discount on your side to do it. So... yeah, I'd have to take a look at the list later, but that is interesting. It's a good question.
So it does. Okay, we're going into the sideboarding. And you have to have cards against purple, right, in your sideboard. So we might see a Pegasion. We might see a full made Fulla. Wait, head made.
Head Ice Maiden, Fulla.
Yeah, head Ice made Fulla.
Yeah.
So those would be some really fantastic cards into this matchup. Maybe we see Ryute being played because then denies some of the absolute ice shield and whatnot. So yeah, a lot of possible tech room to be put into here. And then if you're Spencer, I mean, do you need to actually sideboard anything specific here?
I don't think so, and I don't think we do see Spencer really doing any sideboarding either. I think.
Yeah, I think Spencer's pretty satisfied with his deck currently.
Yeah, I think I'd be pretty happy if I were him at the result of that game number 1 and just kind of stick with it. And hey, if game 2 goes worse, then you get to respond to what they did because you're going to theoretically see it at some point in the game.
Yeah, and Tyson, had a very strong start. A lot of cheap spirits coming out of into the fray, but Spencer was able to restabilize, able to remove majority of those thanks to the double deadly balance coming out. So very interested to see if we can have that that line of play pop up once again. But maybe Maduke won't show herself.
Yeah. All right. Well, shuffle happening from Tyson Shepard, and again, both these players are X and 1 on the day, and. We don't know exactly what the total standings are right now, but winning and losing might make the difference between making the top 16 cut for tomorrow. It's a pretty sharp cut.
Yeah.
To go from 130 something players we had
138?
138, something like that, players down to just 16. So you need to be, one of the players with the very best results to make it to day 2.
Okay, so we do know that X1 is guaranteed top 16.
Fair enough, yeah.
And then X2 is guaranteed top 32.
Yeah.
At top 32, you are going to receive your invite to the Pro Tour, actually.
Right. So at the very least, both these players have their Pro Tour invite. That's got to feel great. The worst that either of these players can do are X and 2 on the day.
Yeah.
So in a sense, mission accomplished. Although you do really want to get to day 2, of course. Yeah.
And Tyson's going to go ahead do a little bit of extra shuffling because maybe they didn't feel confident that they are seeing all their core pieces and want to make sure that it's really good. See your tech cards, right? Spencer, on the other hand, looking pretty satisfied. They're good on their shuffle.
Yeah, I would say so. Just kind of chilling.
Oh,
waiting there. Oops.
Whoopsie daisy.
There we go. You ever have people do that cut where they just cut the only the top card of your deck?
Yes.
Does that bother you?
I've accepted it.
It bothers me, but I don't know why it bothers me, because it is a cut.
It is a cut.
It is theoretically a cut.
You ever play and then your opponent asks how do you want to cut the deck?
Yeah.
Does it one of the ones I like to do is I like to roll a dice, see what number it lands on, and they'll cut that much.
That doesn't bother me. I'm like, okay. I'll usually do it unless I want to like get into the game. Oh, is that a mulligan? That is a mulligan.
Yeah.
It looks like from Tyson.
And it looks
Ooh,
like Spencer
okay.
is going to sit on his hand. He's going to go to 5. Tyson, do you opt to go first or do you opt to go second?
Yeah.
Knowing that you're playing into this much slower deck.
Mm-hmm. Wow, he even does the bridge shuffle, which is not something you see a lot from players in these games. He's not doing the full bend bridge shuffle. He's not doing that to some absolute ice shields, but that still kind of scares me a little bit.
Right.
That's a traumatizing thing to see somebody bridge shuffling a TCG. I'm a little bit concerned.
Spencer's going to do one last cut, and then they're going to go ahead and get into this game too.
True enough.
So very excited to see the adaptations Tyson has decided to make going into this. Going first or second could be really huge. It looks like they've opted to go second, actually, so Spencer's on the play.
Yeah. That's right. And with
I take it back. I take it back. Other way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a card advantage for Spencer Freeman early on in this game, just due to the mulligan. There's going to be another flying turtle thrown out there for Tyson Shepard. Same first play. Ooh, finds an ice shield, and that goes into the trash immediately. That's not what you want to flip with Flying Turtle.
I don't know if you've been keeping track, but we've seen Flying Turtle actually miss target more than it's hit.
I don't think it's ever hit, has it?
I think it's had hit maybe once or twice, at least once. But it's mostly hit. It's mostly hit.
Never hits for me.
It's mostly hit Magics and Nexuses, unfortunately. But Cavalier is going to come right on down, draw an additional card.
Yep.
Pretty solid start coming out from both players, getting that additional value. Does Spencer decide to swing out? The answer is no. Going to go ahead pass, and another Flying Turtle. Wow. Does it hit? It does hit. Hippocampo.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Hippocampo in the hand for Tyson now. Open knowledge for Spencer that is there. But a couple early beasts, and so we see the yellow player trying to do the typical start here, loads up the burst card, but also just establishing those early beasts, setting up a line of blockers to try to just stay in the game while you save up for some of the more expensive stuff down the line. My big question is, what is that stuff?
I think
what are we going to see?
I think what's really important is noting whether or not your opponent is actually drawing a ton of cards. If they're not, then it's reasonable to predict what they actually have in their hand, because you know that they have, for one, they have the Hippocampo, and then they just put down the burst. So then you can probably deduce potentially what the remaining rest of their hand is.
Right, so Purple Smoke Valley, played by Spencer at level 1. You do get to draw a card when one of your opponent's effects reduces your... one of your effects, rather, I'm sorry, destroys one of your opponent's spirits by reducing their course to 0. So obviously strong in purple. That is one of their main methods of removing spirits from the battle. From the field, I should say.
And so we do see that Tyson has set a burst spell. This is most likely an absolute ice shield, but the Galeal is going to come right on down. Flying Turtle going to reduce itself to level 1, but Galeal at, I believe, 6,000 BP now?
Something like that, yeah. It's interesting to see someone running the Galeal.
Oh, actually, it's only level 1 still.
Yeah, 1 core short of level 2.
But I think the logic is that you want to prevent it from getting core sniped, so it makes sense. You prioritize this over the Flying Turtle.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because the Flying Turtle, depending on what's in his deck, could be brought back later by something like a Freestall or something like that. Yeah.
Or not Freestall, but...
Isn't it?
No, Aravant?
Arvada? Yeah, you're right. Freestall is the draw, one of your spirits with 2 dice. Arvada is one that swaps out, essentially.
Yeah, so Spencer is going to go ahead. Mordred with a question mark?
How dare you put your card there, Spencer?
I'm gonna put Mordred with a question mark.
Mordred? Well, I mean, it didn't seem like Mordred because he didn't take a core.
Oh, he didn't take a core.
Anything, so
what could it be? You want to take a guess?
It's foil.
It is foil.
I can tell you that much. Aglavale? Maybe? I'm just making wild guesses.
It could be an Aglavale, yeah, but he's going to go ahead and...
Boa-Trictor?
4 core on the Galeal, so it's going to be a lot trickier to actually get rid of this now through the core drain mechanic.
I think Eggman's actually walking over there to look. Hazards of casting TCGs. Moving a core over, though, the Cavalier. The beefy Cavalier.
This is a 6-core Cavalier, actually, so it's pretty large.
We're going to find out very shortly what that card is. I guarantee you.
We were final guesses. I'm
Uh,
gonna say Boa Trickster.
Boatrictor, I think, is a pretty good guess.
That is my guess.
I'm gonna say Aglavale.
Okay, and
Oh, Beldegor, we're
Beldegor.
both wrong. All right, well, at least we're both wrong.
Okay, we're
All
wrong
right.
together. That's what matters.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go ahead and establish a second Purple Smoke Valley. So if you are able to deplete through Core Drain, it is going to be a draw 2. Pretty solid.
It makes sense, too, that we didn't see anything happen because nothing was exhausted on the side of Tyson, so Beldegor is when summoned ability didn't go off.
Right.
Yeah. Which totally messed us up.
I didn't know Beldegor came in foil. That's kind of nifty.
Yeah, I think everything can come in foil. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I kind of want to place that.
A foil Beldegor?
Kind of. Yeah, it's kind of a cool card.
I don't. People can't see it on stream.
Oh wait,
if I play it.
wait. I take it back. Why would I
Apparently.
want to foil Beldegor? I just get the alt art.
Is there? Oh.
There is an alt art for Beldegor.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh, okay. I haven't
Yeah.
seen that.
It looks pretty good too.
Neat.
That and Deadly Balance. I think. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yeah, that's sick. I have one of the Alt-Art Deadly Balances.
Oh, really?
I opened that out of a box this week. I
Oh,
was pretty
nice.
hyped, yeah. Speaking of hype,
Yeah, Maduke is
Maduke.
actually making her reappearance, and we know just how problematic this spirit can be given last game.
welcome back, Maduke.
Maduke is currently only at level 1. She does require 3 cores to be level 2, so no blood curse at the current moment, but I think that's okay. You probably have a little bit of time to try and tempo into it. Of course, if Tyson has something along the lines of a double angelic pressure, that could be pretty detrimental.
You know, also, there's nothing else with Curse on the board right now for Spencer. So the threat from things like Blood Curse on his attack are a little bit less. They're just not there as much right now. Not yet.
Right. Also, another really interesting thing to note is that Beldegor is immortal on 4 and 5. It's something that we haven't seen actually happen yet today, but it's something to really keep in the back of your mind because this Cavalier's base cost is 4. So if you do block with the Beldegor like this, or actually it got angelic pressured away.
Oh, and Maduke.
Oh.
All right, taken out as well.
Okay. Well.
By Maduke.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, Exhaust Nexus came out. That's what it was. Okay, yeah, that'll do it.
Yep. I mean, it reduces by 2,000 BP, and then that combined with an angelic
pressure. Yeah, that's gonna be enough.
Going to be enough. Yeah, 5,000 BP for level 1 on Grand Underworld Trio Queen Maduke.
Beldegor is gonna come on out though. This is going to be a pretty beefy Beldegor. So possibly looking at 2 Beldegors in trash, and then if the second Beldegor is removed, then what could possibly happen is if you block with the Cavalier, because it's a 4-cost base, means you can revive double Beldegor.
Interesting.
This is under the assumption that you either need the blocker or you want to hold it for the pop exhaustion.
I was under the impression that you still had to pay for Beldegor when you use Immortal.
You don't have to pay the full cost. You just pay the 1 to maintain.
Okay, you just have to put a core on it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it's a 1-cost revive essentially.
Okay, we'll see if we get there.
Oh, you pay the full cost?
I thought so. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
no, I take it
thought
back.
you did have to pay. Yeah.
I take it all back. You learn something new every day.
I mean, it's a little bit unclear.
Yeah.
Wording wise, but yeah, it's been ruled that you have to pay the full price.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I stand corrected. I've learned something new today.
There you go. God Beast coming out. God Beast Behemoth.
It's gonna go ahead and pass the turn. However, Spencer Freeman has quite a bit of core. It doesn't look like it, but they're all actually on Cavalier.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. Can God Beast Behemoth get through? Right. You need 3 cores, and there's only 2 currently on the Behemoth. So he's at level 2. That is enough to get the win
Spider.
attacks. Yep.
And Spider is going to go ahead and siphon 1 core on attack at level 1 and 2. You do have 2 valid targets in the form of both flying turtles.
Yeah. And that's also going to cost some card draw too from the
Purple
Nexuses.
Smoke Valley, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. So potentially pretty good. You got to be worried too about God Beast Behemoth and that ability being used. He gets through, making the 2 costs unblockable.
Right, and both players are sitting at 5 life, actually, so this is a much slower paced game than Game 1.
This is Control, that's right. He's going to go ahead and take out one of the Flying Turtles, though, with the Earth Spider Demon.
Yep, and it's going to go ahead and draw 2. You could block this out with the Behemoth. It's not like Spider Demon has Cursor or anything, so you'd be okay to do that, or you could just opt to take this damage and gain an additional core.
I think that's what you want to do.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you're at 5 life. Why not?
Ooh, the Feral Slash coming on out. Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Gonna go ahead, pop away one of the Nexuses, and then, yeah, there goes a Spider Demon, because it's 3,000 or less BP.
Yeah. It's a solid card. And a very new one. I think it came out the lore pack, right?
Yeah, it
just very recently?
just came out.
Yeah.
So I kind of expect to see it pop up a little bit more often when we go forward into these future events, just because having additional Nexus removal is pretty impactful.
Yeah, I mean, being able to theoretically remove a Spirit and a Nexus with one card, with one honestly not that expensive card.
No, not at all.
Is pretty solid. It's 4 here because he's playing yellow. He didn't have any discounts from red, but you know, it worked out. You can definitely afford that.
So I've talked to a lot of people around the venue, and they're like, "Oh, Feral Slash really just feels like Burning Force, but a little bit weaker." But I think the thought process is that you can set it as a burst and maybe bluff your opponent, bait them into a really bad situation, as well as it actually costs 2 with full cost reduction instead of Burning Force is 3.
Wow, it is a the Carbulk.
Gem Carbuncle, I believe.
Well, Carbuncle's the name that it's inspired from, I would say.
Oh,
but,
does it have a different name?
The name is Gembeast Carbulk.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
It also has are those Soul Cores?
Gembeast Carbulk was also the name of my punk band in high school. It's a really wild coincidence.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I believe that.
It's it's totally true. I'm not making this up. But so it's another. It's not a 2 cost.
No, it is not. It is a 3 cost, so it will not receive the synergy with the God Beast Behemoth. But it is, however, a Fabled Beast, so there is some inherent synergy. It's adding. It's a target for Flying Turtle for sure.
Yeah. Gembeast like, draw me like one of your French Carbulks.
Yeah, really really interesting situation to be in if you're Spencer, because you're staring down 4 bodies, and the Flying Turtle as well as the no, Galileo costs 4, so just the Flying Turtle is unblockable by spirits with 2 or more cores. Deadly balance coming on out. Yeah.
Yep. Well, we know what Spencer's gonna remove.
Yeah.
But the question is, what is it gonna be on the side of Tyson?
Flying Turtle.
Yep.
And so this now he can trigger the Beldegor if he chooses, but it doesn't have a target to exhaust. And he will go ahead and pay because he had the 6 cores on the Cavalier actually, so they were chilling there.
Yeah, able to bring Mordred back again.
But no target to pop on the exhaust, so it's just a double blocker at this point.
Still though, I mean that's significant, right? If he can put a couple more cores on that, get up to 4,000 BP, you know, is it worth it? It's debatable. Either way, it's a nice play there. Yeah. 2 Beldegors, 2 different art, in case you're curious.
And so he is going to go and swing the Carbulk. Carbulk is at how much BP? I believe it's doesn't matter because Exhaust Nexus is going to come right on out, so should be able to beat over the Beldegor.
It was at 4,000 actually, which 2 cores for 4,000 BP for Gembeast Carbulk. That's pretty impressive.
Both Beldegors are down.
Wow, Exhaust Nexus. Yeah, that does the trick.
But then the Deadly Balance for Flash Response.
That is Deadly Balance number 3 or 4 of this game. Is that
2?
2? Oh, right, because he played 2 in game 1. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and trade the Carbulk, and then Yale is going to... Gale Yale is going to go ahead and swing in for this other life. So, yeah, Spencer now at 4 life, even with Tyson.
This game ending up being much closer than game number 1. Spencer's struggling.
Ooh.
It's another one.
But this one actually does get value because it's going to go ahead and pop the Gale Yale.
Yeah.
Spencer's hand's not too shabby either. It's looking pretty hefty, and then that's Mordred.
Yeah.
So Mordred going to go ahead. Is Mordred able to siphon Behemoth? It doesn't seem like it.
I believe
Doesn't matter. Core Drain.
Yeah, Core Drain is going to do the rest. Yeah. And so suddenly Spencer swings the board back into his favor. Does still have 3 cores remaining in the reserve.
I think it's really important to note that Core Drain only works against exhausted spirits.
Yep, that's right.
So if the Behemoth had been untapped, it would not have been able to been a valid target.
Correct. Yeah. And there's Core Drain if you want to read the card yourself.
Yeah, really powerful magic card coming out of the purple starter deck.
Yeah, it's really good. And I mean, you see the synergy with purple because there's so much card draw, and you want that extra card draw. You want the big hand to be able to do that. Another Cavalier comes in.
Oh, that's Aglavale, actually.
Is it? Okay.
Yep, that is Aglavale. And so Aglavale, it's when it's destroyed with Soul Core, draw an additional card. It does have its Soul Core, so it getting some draw pressure going on here. But yeah, Spencer has reestablished a very strong board.
Yeah, just when it was looking close between these two players, suddenly a big swing turn for Spencer Freeman.
Tyson still, however, has a pretty sizable hand, so he
Gale,
might be able to
Gale.
recover.
Once again, an endless supply of Gale Yale.
Hippocampo coming
All
right on
right.
down. Maybe get some blessed value here, but there are 3 blockers standing in your way, so
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get through
for sure.
for Blessed there.
Yeah, if I were in Spencer's position, I would never let the blessed hit. There goes a burst. You do know that they are playing 2 different bursts, so they could be the absolute ice shield. It could also be the Pharaoh slash as well.
Yep. This feels like an ice shield timing to me. I don't have any evidence of that. I have no idea what's there, but
Gut feeling?
it just feels that way.
I can see it.
I could be wrong.
I believe that is Cavalier.
I believe you are correct. Yep.
We're kind of just playing the guessing game at this point.
There's
yeah,
a card
okay,
draw.
perfect,
Yeah.
Cavalier.
You can tell by the abilities at least.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it is a 6-core Cavalier actually.
Yeah.
So if Cavalier were to go down, it could revive the 2 Beldegors from previous.
You know, and why not? You know, why not toss the cores on the Cavalier for now? You can always move them later. You can always use them to spend on something. So might as well just have it up there. The funny thing is that it takes 6 cores to get to level 3.
Yeah.
So Dark Lancer Cavalier is an expensive spirit to buff up.
So I think a feasible lineup play that you could do here, which they'll just go for the Nexus, which is totally fine. But what I was going to say is you could swing the Cavalier at level 1 or level 2. If the attack connects, good, you got the chip off. If it doesn't and they decide to destroy it or trade with it, then you could revive the Beldegor, so you're not losing any of your board presence. If they had beat over the Cavalier, then Beldegor will go ahead and also pop away the Hippocampo.
Yeah.
Or not Hippocampo, just the Exhausted Spirit that blocked.
Purple Smoke Valley is the second Nexus that's played down. So once again, having 2 of those. Trying to
There's Cathedral.
Get that extra card draw. Yeah, Cathedral's going to help Tyson sustain a little bit longer.
Yeah, Cathedral really proving to be a very powerful card throughout the entire day, but a second Hippocampo has actually come on down. Is there enough core to get level 2 Hippocampo? Hippocampo needs 3?
You know, believe so. I have to look it up. Yeah. Yep. 3 for level 2. Yeah. And Blessed Cathedral, again, it's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, sure, you get the extra cores, but, you know, you need the cards to spend them on.
Exactly.
We talked about that all day, and I think there's only 1 card in hand for Tyson Shepard unless he's got them stacked like that. I believe it's just 1 at the moment.
Yeah. And we do know that Spencer has quite a bit of firepower because most of the cards he's played actually returned back 1. The Cavaliers, the Purple Smoke Valley has already gotten a good amount of value, actually.
Yeah.
So going to go ahead, shift around his cores. That is now a level 3 Cavalier at 6,000 BP. So that will actually block, swing over anything. And the
all right.
Baculus.
Yeah, Dark Bishop Baculus removing all the cores but 1.
Will we see the Curse King?
That's the question here. You know, are the cores out there enough to do that?
Yeah, if this was a Curse King, this would be an absolutely devastating turn coming out from Spencer.
Yep, Dark Bishop Baculus. Gonna move some cores over.
Okay.
Allow 1 of the spirits to die there.
And so I think the reason is, so now, because Curse King does suck up all of the cores from the board. So you have to put your own spirits at 2 core in order to not die to it.
Right.
And with Beldegor now in trash, if the Cavalier were to, you know, be destroyed, does he? I believe he gets to revive.
We'll see.
Yeah. So Curse Dragon right here.
That would be the combo.
Show us the magic. Ooh.
Is it affordable?
I mean, he definitely has the core to do it with the cost reduction, right?
Yeah.
Because it's 8 to play with a 3 core reduction. So with 5, and you know, majority of it is already on the Cavalier.
All right.
Gonna go ahead.
Soul core.
Yep. There goes Aglaville, and there's the Curse King Dragon. Yeah.
Yep. So 1 core off everything. That is a board clear on the Tyson Shepard side of things. Meanwhile, Dark Bishop Baculus going down, but he did his job.
Yeah.
He showed up, took the cores away, paved the way for the Infernal King Curse Dragon to remove everything else.
Yeah, but I believe he just, through his own effect, destroyed 4 spirits? Yes, 4 spirits on the board, so that is a +4 core to the total core value for Spencer. So yeah, this Curse Dragon looking very, very powerful.
Oh, yeah.
But Tyson with only 1 card left in hand. You just got board wiped. I wonder how you recover. This is probably an Ice Shield, I would imagine.
Well, just loses the life. Will he burst?
I probably would.
Is it Knife Shield?
I wouldn't Ice Shield in this position. I think.
I agree. You gotta wait.
Yeah, you can wait a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there we go. I'm gonna go swing in with the Cavalier.
Yep. Losing another life. Is it Knife Shield? Ooh, maybe not.
Okay.
As yeah, 1 more life taken away. A single life remaining stands between Tyson and a top 16 or a top 32.
So it all comes down to these 2 cards in hand. Otherwise, Spencer's it might take an extra turn because of an Ice Shield, but there's Hippocampo. If this does connect, that is a heal 1. That could be really big.
What's the response? Spencer immediately grabs his hand. Does he have something in mind?
There's the Carbuncle. If he does have a response in hand, it will likely have to take the cores away from the Cursed Dragon, but I think you're okay. That's a lot of cores.
Yeah. Does not want to risk a whole lot. Gonna go in with the Hippocamp.
Yeah.
Hippocampo.
So this is, I'd be very surprised if this doesn't connect.
Oh.
Which, yeah, it does. So go ahead, heal 1.
Wow. All right. That's that hurts Spencer a little bit to get so close. And then another life gained by Tyson via the Hippocampo.
Yeah, and so it's going to go ahead and pass the turn. You don't want to swing the Carbuncle just because it really doesn't get you too much value at this point. Hold it for a blocker. It has a ton of different cores on it, so it's going to be a lot harder to core drain it.
Yep. Carbulk.
Carbulk.
Carbulk, by the way.
Carbulk.
Oh, no. It's another Dark Bishop Bacillus. That's going to remove all the cores but 1 again.
And he could reinvest the cores back into his Cursed Dragon, which on swing can drain more cores.
Exactly, yeah. You don't need to get the on-summon for the Cursed Dragon. You can just attack with it, do something similar, remove the Hippocampo.
Mordred also does siphon cores away on swing as well, so both of these spirits should be taken out.
You know, and he gets a card draw off of the Nexus as well because he's eliminating a spirit. There he is pointing towards the Nexus, gets 2 cards from that. And if he attacks with the Dragon, you get the similar thing. And
there's the Ice Shield. Okay, so it's going to go pass over the turn.
You got it.
But there are now 3 standing spirits on the side of Spencer. So, yeah, looking pretty dire right now.
Yeah. What does Tyson do? How does he bail himself out here?
So he did draw an additional card because of Cathedral being at level 2.
Yeah.
So with 2 cards in hand, you really have to have some kind of crazy answer, I feel like, to answer this board state.
Yeah. And I just don't know if that exists.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that answer exists in the hand and the deck.
That might be another Ice Shield right there.
If it is, that could delay things a little bit.
So Hippocampo could swing for 4,000 BP, but the Cursed King Dragon, I believe, is 8 or 9,000 BP, so it's not feasible to actually swing it and have it survive.
Yeah, it's a lot of cores on Hippocampo.
Yeah. What if you just draw like 4 Ice Shields in a row?
I mean, it's possible. Stranger things have happened. We did see 3 suppressions played in succession in the last series.
Okay, but that was pretty cool.
2 series ago.
That was pretty cool.
The last series.
Yeah. All right, so now it is Spencer's turn. Tyson hopefully banking on the Ice Shield here. If this is not an Ice Shield, that would be game most likely.
Yep. You are correct.
Spencer's going to have a bit of a difficult time removing the cores off the Hippocampo. Unlikely to have another Bacillus, I would imagine, but they might have some magic cards that bail them out. The Cursed King Dragon is going to swing. It's going to suck up 1 of the cores.
Yep.
And there's still a remaining 5, 6.
Oh,
JK, 1.
What's happening here?
Okay, it's going to go ahead and block. Oh, does a Cursed Dragon suck up everything but 1? I think it does, right? Or does it? It does? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Yep, so there goes the Hippocampo. So this is most likely an Ice Shield.
Yeah, remove all but 1. That's the level 2 ability.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Bacillus is going to go ahead and swing in. He's still holding on to 2 blocking spirits. So still pretty good position. Take the 1, Ice Shield. Oh, Dream Bomb.
Ah, Dream Bomb. Okay, so he does take the 1 either way, but he is going to return one of the spirits that Spencer has to the hand. Another attack coming through.
That's game. Yeah.
I believe that is game.
Spencer got it.
That is it. Yeah, so a 2-0 for Spencer Freeman. He will end 7-1 on the day, and I believe we've seen that mathematically means he's a top 16 player, so we'll see him again tomorrow. Meanwhile, Tyson Shepard, X and 2.
He could still make it. He could still make it, but it's possible that
you're guaranteed top 32.
You're guaranteed top 32. It is possible to make it into top 16 though at X2.
Guaranteed top 32 is a good position to be in either way, though.
Of course, get your invite.
Yeah, exactly. You get your Pro Tour invite. You're going to feel pretty happy about that if you're Tyson Shepard. Obviously, you want that top 16. And, you know, we'll see if he gets there or not. But, you know, you got part of the job done at least.
Yeah.
Most of the job done, I would say even.
So, how are you feeling after the entire day of Battle Spirit Saga? Because that's the last round.
That's it. That's 8 rounds. We have been here for a little over 12 hours now. So it has been, talk about having your cores drained. I feel like I am down to like a core or less, maybe half.
Maybe you should
right
sideboard in Fola.
I think so. I should have brought it from Minnesota, you know, when I flew down here. But it's been a great day of games. Absolutely. We're going to do a little, speaking of cleanup steps, we're going to do a little bit of that here at the end of the day, give you some information about tomorrow, about how things shook down here at day 1 of the Battle Spirit Saga Grand Open. But how are you feeling, man? That was a lot of games.
I'm pretty excited to see what happens tomorrow because purple made it, so that's really cool.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a lot of red Pterosaur and everything like that. Surely a couple of yellow. Hopefully a white made it, but other than that, I'm pretty excited. I felt like there's some pretty high-quality games.
I would imagine we're going to see representation from every color in the top 16. I think that's very likely. I've been told we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the results for you. We'll be able to give you some information on tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Some pretty exciting info coming at you after just a little bit.